This is Audible.
Scars. A Legion Divided. Written by Chris Raitt. Read by Jonathan Keeble. Matter is a slave in whatever realm of being it occupies. In the world of the senses, it is constrained by the silent laws of space, time, logic, and number. In the other world, it is shackled to other immutable rigors, dreams, hopes, vicious desires. These things are the tenets of physics in that place. As our nightmares are but shadows in this world, banished by the hard-edged dawn of reason, order is but a shadow in that one. Which is the more real? Which endures, and which is doomed to destruction? You may say neither, for they are reflections of one another. This is false. You must choose. We learned this during 7 years of blood and compelled maturity. You must choose. Demons and mortals alike may have dignity. Only the vacillator, the equivocator, the cautious, only he has no place in the heavens. Reflections. Tagutai Yusugwe. Prologue. Brothers. He rolled onto his front, coughing blood between broken teeth. His chest dragged across the hard, grassy earth before he felt hands reach down for him again. Withdraw, then return. The words ran through his mind as hands tugged at his torn kaftan. That was the first principle of the Kinzan way of war. To unbalance, to force into overreach, to hit on the counter. Tamu pulled his knees up sharply and pushed back against the clutching fingers. He heard a grunt of surprise as his wiry body thrust upwards, sending one of his assailants tumbling. He twisted around, loosing a tight-balled fist and feeling it connect. Another grunt, another body swaying away. Something hit his temple, knocking him down again. He saw the grass beneath him blur. His face thudded into the turf, and he tasted flakes of grit between clenched teeth. More blows came in, kicks to his legs, thumps against his exposed back. He writhed, trying to find a way back up. A hot, wet pain started up at the back of his head. One of them stooped, thinking him finished, reaching for the scruff of his neck, ready to drag him up and cast him down again, in the way the Talskar did to demonstrate mastery over an opponent. Withdraw, then return. Tamu waited, just for a fraction of a second. Then he bucked again, arching and squirming his body like an eel, swinging up and round, grabbing his assailant by his chest. He looked up into a face full of surprise and laughed. Then he jabbed his head, butting against a looming brow, watching the blood speckle out and his captor reel from the impact. He thought then that he might break free of them, scatter the group and somehow tear away, back down the dry river course and to safety. It proved a fleeting hope. He was grabbed again, more securely this time. 2 hands at his shoulders gripped him fast. He was hurled onto his back. He saw 3 faces hovering over him, each one bruised and angry. Another kick came in, hard into his midriff. He curled up, gasping. Enough! They stopped immediately. They paused. They turned their heads. Uncertainty rippled through them. Tamu lifted his head. His vision was blurry. He saw one of them scamper off, breaking into a limping run. Then the others followed. 2 heavy-set men from Alju's hearth, wearing the red sashes of the old man's keshig. They didn't look back. As they ran, they picked up speed, as if some strange panic had suddenly kindled in them. Tamu felt blood trickle down the back of his neck. He tried to rise, and failed. The wind felt cold against his clothes, despite the sun being high in the sky. He couldn't see the one who'd spoken. Lights glared painfully off the plains, dazzling him. He pushed himself up onto his elbows. "What quarrel did they have with you?" came the voice. Tamu twisted his head towards the sound. A man walked out of the haze, his outline shimmering in the clear air. He was tall and broad, incredibly tall, incredibly broad, and clad in bone armor plates that glittered in the brightness. He carried a staff topped with a skull, and wore an elaborate hood over his bare head. Only then was Tamu afraid. Where had the giant come from? The grassland had been empty a minute ago. Just him and the three others, grappling and running across the wind-ruffled Altak. It took some force of will to reply. "I do not know," Tamu said. None of the man's features moved, but Tamu detected amusement. "What quarrel did they have with you?" the man asked again, inflecting the words identically. Tamu felt dizzy. The trickle of blood slowed but did not stop. The man made no move to help him. "I stole Aduon," Tamu said, opting for the truth. He'd opened Al-Jew's corral in the night, leading 3 of his steeds away and taking them down the river to Erdal's hearth. That had earned him a gulp of fermented milk and a slice of belly meat, worth a beating. 3 grown men against 1 boy, the man observed. You hurt them almost as badly as they hurt you. Despite the pain, Tamu grinned. He knew he had. The man crouched down, coming closer to his level and looking at Tamu closely. Tamu saw a long, jagged scar on his tan cheek. The man had an unusual aroma, and a faint hum came from his body, as if a beast murmured somewhere in the folds of his cloak. His eyes were strange, golden, soft, and glistening. They were like an animal's eyes. "What is your name?" he asked. "Tamu." "How old are you?" 12 years. The man pursed his lips. 8 in Terran, he murmured. Not too late. Tamu frowned. "Not too late for what?" The man rose to his feet again. "Come with me." Tamu hesitated. His head was beginning to ache. "Come where?" For some reason he thought of his mother, his father, his brothers, huddled in the Ger, down in the valley, busy with 100 mundane things. They would not miss him until dusk, perhaps longer. "Do not question," said the hooded man. "Do as I say." Then, for the first time, he really smiled. The gesture was not without warmth, his bright white teeth flashing between leathery dark lips. "Unless you think you could take me, too." Tamu didn't move. He tensed his body, just as he had done before the others had caught up with him. "Withdraw, then return," he thought. Rain angled down from a slate-dark sky, hammering and cold. The wide training ground was open to the elements, and the water bounced from the rockcrete, glittering under flood lumens arranged around the perimeter. In the distance rose spires. Iphigenius, Telion, Morvo. Their ranked lines of hab-lights were faint, blurred by rain and the night and the atmospheric haze. A line of 24 boys stood shivering in the downpour, each dressed only in a grey shift. The youngest might have been 7, the oldest no more than 9. They stared directly ahead, chins jutting with determination, water running down their tight faces. Harren shivered just like the others. Despite his origin in Skandmark, his lean frame made him feel the cold. His fingernails pressed into the palms of his hands as he clenched his fists, determined not to lose control. On either side of him he could sense the other boys doing the same. Trevi, Amada, Kennet, all steeling themselves against the freeze, the dark, the fatigue, the nerves. "No backward step," he thought to himself, remembering the words of the man who had taken him from his home in the frozen north and brought him halfway across Terra to the training centres in Imando. He'd learned later that those words were a credo of the organization, something whispered by the Battle Brothers to themselves before battle. It was said that the Legion had never retreated. He wanted to believe that. If true, it made them even more glorious, even more worthy of worship. "The test is of endurance," said the instructor, a severe-faced man with cropped black hair, standing to one side of the line, barely looking at them. Harren had hated him on arrival. They all had. Now he felt nothing towards him, just a vague sense that he was one more obstacle amid a life of obstacles. For the last 2 months, Harren had been tested, tried, pummeled, moulded, degraded, and exhausted. The trials no longer hurt him, but they did remind him of the goal. He was close now. After so long, he was so very close. The instructor glanced upwards, and rain spattered against his face. He looked sourly at the heavens. "You will be observed. Do not aid your brothers. This is an individual exercise. Begin with the gong." Harren tried to loosen up. He looked out across the Rockcrete arena before them. A long, looping track ran around the edge of it. Obstacles stood in the way. Ramps, pits, walls, waterlogged tunnels. He'd been around the same course many times, sometimes more than once in a day. Every crevice and muddied puddle of it was familiar to him. He wondered how long the test would run for. They would make it long enough to weed out the weakest, to see how their conditioning programs had fared. Harren considered his chances. They were good. Standing still and shuddering in the cold was the worst part. His muscles would respond once he was moving. Trevi leaned close. "Good luck," he said. Harren nodded in response. His stomach was too knotted for him to speak. It felt as if the tension in his muscles might spread to his heart. The gong sounded. The boys broke into a run. None of them sprinted, for they all knew how arduous the test would be. None of them dawdled, for they all knew what the punishments were for insufficient effort. All 24 of them jogged out onto the track, quickly settling into the rhythms they had been taught, letting their breathing adjust, inhaling through their nostrils and exhaling through half-open mouths. They stayed together in a loose huddle, padding around the damp surface in worn training shoes. Harren fell into his stride in the middle of the group. He let his mind glide into the semi-aware state that it always adopted during endurance exercises, repeating the empty phrase over and over again in time with his thudding feet. "No backward step. No backward step." Some boys started struggling immediately. They'd let their muscles go cold during the long wait, or were underhydrated, or were carrying injuries from previous sessions. Harren gave them no thought. He ran steadily, scaling the ramps, leaping over the pits, hauling himself up the walls, and throwing himself down on the far side. He slipped easily into the run rhythm, feeling his heart and lungs match the metronomic beat he played in his mind. His mind wandered. It was hard not to remember his previous life, his red-cheeked mother with her blonde hair in a tight bun, his father with his thinning pate, his older sister with her quiet voice and quick eyes. The exercises were designed to help you to forget the ones you'd left behind, but memories would come back when you least expected them to. Harren sometimes wondered if they would ever really leave. Perhaps after Ascension they would. For all he knew, Ascension wiped all your memories, scraping your mind clean. "No backward step." He kept running. Loops of the track passed in sequence, over and over again. He began to feel the first stabs of muscle burn. He felt old scars in his knees ache. He felt his lungs throb as he drew cold air in deeply. Circuits passed by, merging into one another. After 2 hours, the first boy dropped out, shuddering as he tried to inhale, his limbs trembling in the rain. Attendants helped him up and carried him away. Harren allowed himself a flicker of surprise. Surprisingly weak. Perhaps he'd been sick, though it had surely ended his quest for ascension. What would happen to him now? They had never been told. Perhaps they sent you home. Perhaps they didn't. No backward step. The next one dropped out much later. Then several gave out, all of them collapsing in little exhausted bundles. They were whisked away. Harren found himself at the front of the group after that. He maintained his pace, careful not to speed up. He attacked the ramps hard, recovering on the far side. He felt his feet become heavier, his chest muscles tighter. He became light-headed, and sensed the first surges of nausea gather. More loops passed, one after the other, hypnotic in the rain. Amada was next to go, his thin face drawn and agonized. Kennet followed shortly after. Then they were dropping like flies, stumbling into the water or slumping by the side of the track. Harren got weaker. Breathing became harder. His feet ached as they hit the floor, his knees spiked with every impact. Still the second gong didn't sound. He began to yearn for it. Trevi was on his shoulder by then. Harren caught a glimpse of his face, a rictus of pain. Barely half a dozen still ran with the group. 2 more hobbled after them, a long way back. The pain intensified. More time passed, dragging as if mired in tar. No backward step. His vision shrunk down to a long black tunnel. His pulse thumped, muffled in his temples. He lost sight of Trevi. He lost sight of everything. He kept moving automatically, cut loose from conscious thought. His jaw hung slack, his arms went limp, bashing against his thighs as he stumbled onwards. He thought he heard the gong, then realized his mind was playing tricks on him. He kept going, head down, feet dragging. A wall approached, blunt and black in the downpour. He tried to jump up against it, but missed the handholds. He scrabbled briefly, unable to see anything but overlapping circles of red and black, before his frozen fingers lodged into a crack of masonry. He tried to pull up, to drag himself to the top. But something was wrong. His feet found no purchase. The rock-crete blocks were too smooth, too curved. It took him a long time to hear the laughter. It took him a long time to realize that he'd veered far off the track. It took him even longer to realize that it was no wall he was trying to climb up, but a giant figure of a warrior in white armor and with glowing slits for eyes. Harren collapsed at the giant's feet, bewildered. The giant gazed down at him, immense and immobile. His outline shone dully from the flood lumens, glossy with trailing beads of moisture. "Good," said the giant, amused. His voice was a low machine growl. "You do not give up easily." Harren felt himself begin to faint, and squeezed his muscles to push blood to his head, desperate not to shame himself. He was shaking uncontrollably. Dimly he heard attendants running towards him. He wondered how far he'd got before his body had given up. The giant crouched down beside him, even stooped. He was huge. Harren saw a massive curved shoulder guard hover above him. It had a wolf's head painted on it, set against a crescent moon. "Last on your feet," said the giant. "Keep that up, and you'll be wearing this armor. 16th Legion, lad." Harren felt consciousness slipping away. His body ached. His limbs were quickly freezing. His lungs were raw with gasping. He'd never been in such pain. But as he gazed up at the wolf-moon device and heard the vox-filtered voice of the giant, imagining himself in a similar suit of power armor, imagining himself marching to war amid the ranks of those peerless fighters, he couldn't help but let slip a smile of pure happiness. "I will become one of you," he thought as his body seized up at last. For Horus and the Emperor, I will become one of you." Tamu looked out across the Altak, feeling the wind brush against his bald head. Unconsciously he flexed his fingers, feeling the tough skin of his hands move. His chest ached still. The last implantation had not gone smoothly, and he had woken 6 days ago on the operating table to see the floor of the laboratorium covered in his own blood. The apothecary, an owlish Khitan from Choktan named Jelgin, had been concerned for a while. "I have seen it before," he'd said, running a scanner over Tamu's puckered scar tissue and shaking his head. "The flesh of Cho'Garis, it is tough, but these things were designed for Terrans. We are learning, but it all takes time." Tamu had listened silently, gritting his teeth against the pain and refusing analgesics. Jelgin hadn't really been talking to him. Few of the full Battle Brothers ever did. What could they have to say to a 16-year-old stripling, raw from the grassland, eyes still wide with what he had witnessed in the monastery? Tamu doubted that they ever remembered their own ascensions. He'd heard it said the memory faded quickly. Now Tamu had recovered most of his strength. He stood on the edge of the cliffs below the Kum-Kata fortress, breathing deeply again. It already hurt less. Below him, 50 meters down, where the crumbling rocks of the monastery bastion met the Altak, the plains began. Ridged at first like sand dunes, then breaking into the eye-aching flatness of the eternal grass, blue-green, glossy, rustling as the wind eddied across it. The sky arched above, pale and unbroken, bright with diffused sunlight. On the far horizon, he could see the eggshell smudge of the Ulav range, just a whisper against the curve of the world. Tamu narrowed his eyes. He was a year away from receiving his oculobe implants, after which he knew his eyesight would rival that of the Burkuts, the hunting raptors that circled the high airs. Of all the changes, he yearned for that one the most. He yearned for the day when he would gaze out across the empty land and see each blade of grass picked out sharply, like a frond of steel. "As for now, I am half finished," he thought. "Half boy, half man, half God. Everything is incomplete." He smiled. He liked those contrasting pairs. He would find a use for them in a poem, and that would please the training masters, who liked to encourage the aspirants to adopt one of the noble pursuits. Most chose hunting. Some Korchin calligraphy. Only a few had the patience for the spare, hard, compact forms of Sai verse, and so they had encouraged Tamu particularly strongly. "Half boy, half man, half God." He heard footsteps and listened for the tread signature. Targutai Yasugi was coming down the citadel steps to join him. Tamu turned his head, watching the worn earth edges of the monastery's foundations soar away above him. Flags rustled at its summit, the red and gold of the Khans, the black and silver of the Imperium. Yasugai made his way slowly down the wide stairway. Clear sunlight glinted from his armor. Tamu waited patiently, bowing respectfully as the Zadyin Aga approached. "Feeling better?" asked Yasugai, looking at him intently. "The implant took," Tamu replied. "I was told you were near death." Tamu grinned. "I eluded it." Yasugai returned the smile. It did not take much for him to smile. Ever since Tamu had been plucked from the Altak and taken to the monastery, Yasugai's smile had been somewhere close by him, emerging from weather-beaten flesh the colour and toughness of beaten bronze. "I remember when I found you," Yasugai said. "You had a gash at the back of your head that should have killed you, and you tried to fight me the first chance you got." Tamu bowed his head, embarrassed. "I did not know." I was pleased. It made me think I had made the right choice. Yasugai's smile faded a little. "I will not pretend I do not grieve when our choices are wrong." Tamu felt self-conscious. He remembered very little of the time after Yasugai had taken him. He did not like being reminded of it. He looked down at his hands. They were too big, like most of his body. He already had the bulky frame of a grown man, and knew that it would keep getting bigger. The stimulants and accelerants he took in his food made his muscles bunch and swell. At times he felt freakish, like a changeling left out on the steppe to die, all awkward limbs and fleshy growths. At others he felt invincible, bursting with power and energy, and desperate to find an outlet for it. "I have a long way to go," Tamu said. "I do not think we will lose you now. I have a superstition." "About me?" Tamu asked. "About the universe," smiled Yasugai. "Have I never told you of it? The principle of the minor flaw?" Tamu shook his head. "A foolish thing," said Yasugai. "I found myself believing that every soul should possess a flaw. Some exhibit it early and survive. Others do not, and it grows. And when it emerges, it has become monstrous. The greater the soul, the greater the monster. So it is better to have had your brush with destruction now." Tamu squinted at Yasugai in the sun. He didn't know whether he was being serious. "Then I no longer need worry?" "Of course you should." "And you, Zajin Aga?" "My flaws were identified a long time ago." "And the Khan?" Yasugai looked at him sternly. "He will be an exception to the rule." They stood together for a little longer. Yasugai was a companionable soul. It was strange to think of him as he really was, a master of the arts of heaven, a Zajin Aga of prodigious power. Acolytes whispered along the corridors of the monastery that Tagutai Yasugai had killed more men than any of the Legion, other than the great Khan himself. Tamu believed it. He was not fooled by the soft voice or the sparkling eyes in that good-natured face. Yasugai was the embodiment of the Legion's core principles. He killed without rancor, without angst, without obsession. His station did not require him to take an interest in the aspirants he had selected, especially as the demands of the crusade took him away from Chogoris often. The fact that he paid his charges so much close attention had taught Tamu a lesson, one that he had absorbed far more readily than most others, that warriors need not be brutes. "I am leaving soon," Yasugai said. "I do not expect to return before you complete ascension, and by then your name will no longer be Tamu." "Where are you going?" Yasugai glanced up at the ice-blue sky. "Where the war leads." Tamu felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Ever since he had begun his training, he had burned to leave the home world. He dreamed often of other worlds, of stars burning in the vaults of the deep void, of combat against real enemies rather than drill drones and sparring partners. Yasugai gave him a reassuring look. "We are inducting more Chogorians every cycle. Soon we will outnumber the Terrans. Perhaps it is unworthy to admit this, but I look forward to the day. The Khan is one of us, after all." "He was not born here." "All the same." Tamu considered what Yasugai had said. "Do they follow the same training?" "Terrans? I doubt it." "Is it easy to fight with them?" "Easy enough." Yasugai shot him a wry look. "We are all united now, of course. All united under one throne." Tamu gazed back out over the plains. "I can only imagine terror." "You may yet witness it." "If I survive ascension." "I told you. You will." Tamu flexed the muscles of his chest, breathing in heavily and feeling his ribs ache. It cannot come soon enough. Patience, said Yasugai, resting a gauntlet on Tamu's shoulder. Work, study, live. Take advantage of this time. Once you are in the Ordu, you will have no space for anything but warcraft. Tamu had been told the same thing many times. It had always troubled him. Then I wonder why they make us learn so much. It is important, said Yasugai. I am glad you are a poet. Only poets can be true warriors. Do the Terrans think the same? Yasugai laughed. I do not know, he said. One day you will meet one. When you do, ask him. Harren stepped forward as the door slid open. The chamber beyond was dark, lit only by slants of orange light from the neon night sky. Streaks of rain trickled down the outside of armor-glass windows. It had been raining for a long time. It always seemed to be raining in Imamdo. The man behind the pedestal desk looked up at him as he entered. Harren Svenselin? He asked. Harren clicked his heels together and stood rigidly. Sir! The man looked Harren up and down. His flesh was grey, and he looked tired. A glitter of augmetics ran down his right cheek, breaking the skin and pinning tight under his jaw. One eye glowed a soft red. The other was natural. Your time here is complete, he said. Are you prepared to serve? I am. The words made Harren swell with pride. The first stage, the selection, the physical conditioning, was over. He felt strong. His lean, immature limbs had hardened. His chest had broadened. More would come. The gene therapy, the psycho-conditioning, and then finally the implants that would make him one with the Legion. The man looked down at the desk. Runes scrolled down its reflective surface. 26th out of 32 in your cadre. It was a good cadre. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Thank you. But it presents us with a problem. Harren felt a twist of unease. Something in the man's cold, clipped voice suddenly made him nervous. The Lunar Wolves had marked you for selection, but that means nothing until they come to collect, said the man. They exceeded their targets, which is not easy. Other legions have not been so successful. Some are understrength. If you had made 25th or higher, then it would have been different. But, as it stands... Harren listened warily. He remembered the Wolf Moon device on the Space Marine's shoulder guard. He'd seen the same image 1,000 times in the years since, plastered over every surface in the training facilities, the Medicae bays, the tactical lecture halls, the dormitories. He'd begun seeing it in his sleep. You did everything necessary, the man went on, methodically, coolly. Harren felt his cheeks begin to flush. Reassignments happen. They are nothing to be ashamed of. Reassignment? The word hit Harren like a blow. He heard his blood pumping hard in his ears. After so many years dealing with the rigid ways of the selection facility, he should have known better than to question. But the words came out anyway. I do not wish to be reassigned, he said. The man flicked his tired eyes, one brown, one red, up at him, a thin eyebrow raised by a fraction. Are we here to facilitate your wishes, Svenselin? No, sir. Is that what we are here for? To facilitate the wishes of our aspirants? No, sir. Others have been reassigned. Do you think they felt differently? I doubt it, sir. And do you think we made special dispensation for any of them? No, sir. Sorry, sir, The man lowered his eyes. Harren trailed off. One place away. One place. The man ran a pair of metal-tipped fingers over the desktop, dragging rune clusters to and fro absently on the touch-reactive surface. You will make the transfer to Luna in 2 weeks. Onward transport will be arranged there. You will complete your remaining program with your new Legion. They have been given a full record of your progress with us. You will be welcomed. Our stock is highly prized." Harren almost blurted out another protest. "Is there no alternative? No other way? I can retake the tests. Is this even permitted? I've absorbed the doctrine, the training, the methods." The man seemed to read his mind, and his hands stopped moving. "You have at least 10 years before you are due to enter a battle company," he said. "You will adjust. In the decades to come, you will forget that this was even an issue." That was perhaps meant as a kindness. Harren drew in a long breath through his nostrils, keeping his shoulders in place, his back straight. He wanted to be sick. "Thank you, sir," he said. "And is it permitted?" "It is. You are assigned to the 5th Legion." The 5th Legion. The White Scars. The Mystic Savages. It could have been worse. The Wolves of Fenris, maybe, or the Warhounds. Still, the White Scars. "I know nothing of the 5th, Harren said. "You'll learn. A liaison officer will join you on Luna, but you should commit to study before then." Harren remained where he was, static, lost for words. The man looked up at him again. "Do you need anything else?" he asked. "I don't know," said Harren, his mind drifting. "Do I?" The man thought for a moment. Something clicked in his augmetic like clockwork. "You'll change your name," he said. "That is one thing I do know. They are given new names on entry to the Legion." "A new name?" said Harren absently. "What kind of name?" The man shrugged. "I have no idea," he said. "You have 10 years to find out." Tamu moved forward. The lights in the hangar were bright, and the rows of warriors in white armor were dazzling, as pristine as the snows on the Ulav in winter. Every so often he had to remind himself that he was one of them. One of them. One of the Legion. A space marine. Hasik Noyan Khan stood before him. He held Tamu's gaze for a moment, scrutinizing him. Tamu looked back into Hasik's brown eyes fearlessly. Despite Hasik's immense and gilt-edged Terminator warplate, despite the thousands of warriors standing to attention in the Durgan's cavernous interior, despite the vast display of weaponry around him, he felt nothing but joy. "Tamu," said Hasik. His voice was a rumbling baritone, made harsh by more than 60 years' service in the Legion. It was rumoured he was one of the very first to be raised from Chogoris, just as Yasugai had been. Looking up at his hard, ravaged features, Tamu could believe it. "Talskar." Tamu shook his head. "Kinzan," he said, referring to the clan he had been taken from on Chogoris. The Talskar were the Great Khan's people, but many dozens of nations had been subsumed into the Legion. They were all White Scars now. "Show me," said Hasik. Tamu bared his left cheek, exposing the flesh to the hard light of the overhead lumens. Hasik ran an armoured finger down the raised flesh of the scar that stretched from Tamu's cheekbone down to his chin. Hasik nodded, satisfied, and reached behind him. An adjutant delivered up the chosen weapon, a 2-handed Guandao glaive with a disruptor-edged blade. Hasik held it before Tamu as an executioner might, poised to swing. "You were Tamu of the Kinzan," he said. His voice filled the huge space. "Now you are of the Ordu of Jagatai, and your old life is no more. What name do you take to mark your ascension?" Tamu had spoken it out loud many times in the days prior to the ceremony, getting used to the feel of it on his lips, trying to ease the strangeness of the transition. When he replied, it still felt jarring. "Shiban," he said. Hasek handed him the glaive. "You are one with the Ordu, Shiban. You are of the Brotherhood. You will not leave it except in death. May it be long in coming, and may glory accompany your deeds until that day." Shiban took the glaive in both hands. The weapon felt pleasingly heavy in his gauntlets. He ran his eyes up and down the blade, noting the glyphs on the metal, the gilding on the disruptor casing. It was perfect. "For the great Khan," he said, bowing respectfully, his heart's full to bursting. It took more than 10 years. In all, nearly 14 passed before Harren was ready. The physical changes were hard, the surgery painful. The cultural ways of the 5th Legion were too different to be absorbed readily, and he had to learn Korchin, the strange language of Chogoris. That alone tested him, despite his improved recall and mental agility. Getting his tongue around such alien sounds remained a challenge. It was not just a matter of vocabulary and grammar. Korchin had inflections and subtleties not shared by any Terran language. His first tutor, a stocky woman from the Megagrav world of Beaufay, had developed her own theory on the origin of the differences.
"They are a poetic people," she had told him. "Their home is an empty place. It loosens their imagination, so they fill their minds with words."
She had curled her lip. She did not especially admire Chogorians.
"They are prolix, and they do not learn Gothic well. Hence all this fuss."
"Why is that?" Harren had asked.
"I do not know. Perhaps they do not know themselves."
Harren mastered the speech in the end, just like all the other Terrans who had been inducted into the Legion. The inductees studied together, poring over curved character clusters and diacritics, rolling their eyes at the complexities and cementing friendships in the face of adversity. Many of the others had been taken from the Asiatic hive clusters. Harren disapproved of that. After Unity, the Imperium was meant to have moved beyond racial and ethnic stereotyping, so the fact that the 5th Legion remained mired in the physiognomic traits of their backwater world was an irritant. Much else about them was an irritant also. Their archaic customs, their introversion, their exceptionalism. They placed enormous importance on speed, on being the first into combat, on being the first out, on movement, on shams and counterfeits. "Withdraw, then return," they told him, over and over again. "No backward step," he would occasionally remind himself. As time went on, though, Harren learned to admire their tenacity, their toughness, their energy. The combat drills were hard, just as hard as they had been with the Lunar Wolves. The Scars could fight, that was certain, and he took some solace in that. His initial orientation took place in the Sol system. Then he was moved out with the others to off-world training facilities, a decommissioned battleship over Vormal, a jet-bike squadron billeted temporarily on the lead-hard plains of Yem, specialist combat units deployed on the aqua world of Kale 9, and the gas giant Revelet Terides. He performed well throughout. The Chogorian instructors were fulsome in their praise, unlike the grudging hard men of the Lunar Wolves. "Take pleasure in your prowess," they would chide him, mocking his earnestness. "A warrior is a blessed thing, the most fortunate of creatures, gifted by heaven with unmatched power. It would be polite to acknowledge that from time to time." Harren did his best, but their cheerfulness never sat well with him. "They take so little seriously," he thought. "They are playing at this." Of course they weren't. He knew that. But the nagging accusation would not leave him. "When are we going to Chogoris?" he had asked them near the end. Tajik, his last instructor, had shaken his scarred head. "We will not go." "So I will never see the home world?" "You will, just not now." Harren had frowned. "It seems strange not to visit the center." "It is not the center," said Tajik, lapsing into inscrutability as white scars were prone to do. "It is where we are based," insisted Harren, using "we" as he tried to do always. "We are based nowhere," said Tajik, smiling. "Nowhere is our home, and everywhere is. That is the difference between us and the others. You will learn it." Harren wanted to ask more questions, but merely bowed and let the matter drop. Sometimes it was easier that way. And so, at last, Ascension arrived. The final ceremony took place in the humid equatorial zone of Taranagea. 200 aspirants lined up on a rockcrete square as hot rain whipped and skipped across them, each decked out in newly crafted power armor in the 5th Legion colors of ivory, red, and gold. Harren stood among them, feeling much as he had on the sodden training quads of Imamdo. But now, of course, he was far from being a boy on the cusp of a new life. He was a man. More than a man. A demigod. An angel. A guardian of Terra's new order. Jemulan Noyan Khan had made planetfall to oversee the ascension. Like all Chagorians, he was compact and wiry, even in the standard battle armor he had opted for on that day. As Jemulan reached Harren's place in the line, Harren noticed that he was taller than the old Lord Commander. That unnerved him somewhat. "Harren," said Jemulan. "Which part of Terra?" "Skandmark," said Harren. "Good," said Jemulan. "Hard country. I know it." "Show me." Harren bared his left cheek. The cut had been made just a few weeks earlier by his own hand and was still tender. He had pushed the blade deep, keen that the results would be worthy of a Chagorian's approval. Jemulan nodded, satisfied, and reached behind him. An adjutant delivered up the chosen weapon, a power sword in the 5th Legion's Tulwar styling. Jemulan held it before Harren as an executioner might, poised to swing. "You are Harren of the Skandmark," he said. His voice sounded flat in the humid air. "Now you are of the Order of Jagatai, and your old life is no more. What name do you take to mark your ascension?" Harren had struggled for a long time to think of one. He had taken advice from his instructors and had spent hours poring over Korchin almanacs and lexicons. In the end, he had chosen a name from Talskar mythology, a servant of an ancient Khan who had returned from 100 years in the wilderness, looking as young as the day he had left. The symbolism seemed appropriate. "Torgun," he said. Jemulan handed him the Tulwar. "You are one with the Ordu, Torgun. You are of the Brotherhood. You will not leave it except in death. May it be long in coming, and may glory accompany your deeds until that day." Torgun took the Tulwar. He would need time to get used to it. He was still more proficient with straighter blades. "For the great Khan," he said, bowing respectfully and trying to banish for the final time the residual memory of a white-armoured giant in the rain, looking down on him with the wolf moon icon on his shoulder guard. Part 1. The Wolf and the Khan. Chapter 1. It was possible to remember too much. Ilia Revalion had taken a long time to learn that. For a long time she had assumed that most lessons were behind her, mastered in her youth or not at all, back when she had the quickness of mind and body to change as circumstances demanded. It had turned out, though, that she was still capable of evolving, even after her hair had turned grey and her face was creased with lines like the folds of sun-dried fruit. Chondax had changed everything. The White World, the Scars called it. They liked giving things interesting names. Imperial cartographers labelled it Chondax Primus EX5 776 NCXS. The NC meant non-compliant. The X meant Xenos occupation. The S meant scheduled for visitation by an expeditionary fleet. All of those labels would have to change now. The Xenos had been exterminated, and what remained on the surface was as compliant as anything ever could be. The 915th expedition and all the other fleet elements would soon muster at the jump points, seeking new assignments, and the cartographers and planetary cataloguers would get to work. Until then, she preferred the White World. In her old life she would have found it fanciful. Then again, in her old life she would have found most things fanciful. The Departamento Munitorum was not an institution that rewarded creativity. The logistical arm of the Great Crusade demanded officers with a command of detail, with perfect recall, with a love of statistics, and the kind of mind that could manipulate them accurately, quickly, carefully. That had been her. She had started out at the signals facility on Palomar Secundus as a cipher breaker. The work had been demanding, particularly when it came to Xenos codes that skirted the borders of insanity to decrypt. After an initial phase of excitement, she had not enjoyed it. The mathematics were frighteningly intense, as were the colleagues she worked with. Only when her other aptitudes had come to light did things change for the better. On that day it had been hot, and the section chief's office was sweltering. He was in a bad mood. They were behind on their targets, and field commanders in 6 theatres were getting impatient. He'd rubbed his tired eyes, staring miserably at the piles of data slates on his desk. "Now they want figures from the Irax campaign," he'd said, his voice hollow. "I remember them," she had said. He'd stared at her. "It was a year ago." "I know. I can recite them." She still could. The first entries sat in her voluminous mind, ready for access. Relay Point Aleph, 6 transports, 9 landers, 12 regiments. Relay Point Val, 3 transports, 2 landers, 3 regiments. Relay Point Thek, and on and on. That had got her out of ciphers. She left Palomar and transferred closer to the core. Her life became a matter of getting soldiers from one place to another, on time, with ammunition, with food, with support, without confusion. It was repetitive, it was laborious, it was lonely. She loved it. She climbed the ranks, each promotion getting her a warp stage or 2 nearer to Terra. Once the Departamento was folded fully into the Imperial War Administration, it adopted military ranks. She became lieutenant, then colonel, then finally general. She enjoyed the respect that earned her from those in the regular army. They knew what a general was, and what she could do to them if they ever forgot it. So the campaigns passed, one after the other. The numbers started to boggle even her capacious mind. Thousands of carriers, billions of troops, trillions of lasguns with quadrillions of charger packs. At times she would lie awake at night tracing the patterns of the crusade in a giant imaginary web. She would see the expeditionary fleets crawling out along invisible lines towards their destinations, each one bearing statistical tags denoting deployment types and complements. She liked doing that. Parts of that web were her doing. No one would ever know it, let alone record her contribution, but it made her smile nonetheless. For a long time that was all she wished for. It gave her purpose and a healthy share of fulfillment. The fact that it was an isolated fulfillment seldom occurred to her. She never missed the presence of a companion, male or otherwise, which in any case would have been an intrusion upon the sense of order that she had created around herself. There was no room for another soul in her life, no room for mess or uncertainty or compromise. By the time she had begun to question that doctrine, she was nearing retirement. Her short hair had been grey for a decade. Her neat, trim uniform bore decorations from a generation ago, and her most junior subordinates seemed to treat her like a relic from a forgotten age.
So, these are the choices I have made, she thought.
She supposed they were not choices many others would have made, but that was fine. The galaxy was a big place, and the Emperor found tasks for all sorts. It had been a good life, one she could be proud of and satisfied within. In the end, though, it had taken Chondax to open her eyes. What had she known about the White Scars? As little as anyone else. They were the elusive ones, the legion who roamed too far, the ones who had almost broken away entirely, rampaging outwards from the thrust of the crusade and angling off into the deep void. Prodigal, her superior had called them. It had been a surprising final assignment for her, an unlikely marriage of very unlikes. From Ulanor, in a whirl, then on to the Scars' next campaign, given a service rank and charged with organising the unorganisable, imposing some sense of discipline upon a legion that treated warfare like a kind of carefree, joy-filled art form. She wouldn't have predicted it. Halgi, at least, had been kind to her. Her assigned adjutant was as diligent and cheerful as anyone she had ever met. It was still easy to be exasperated with the rest, not least the Khan himself, and they clearly found her as amusing as they had from the start. But some progress had been made. They called her Su Ilia, the sage Ilia. For all its idiosyncrasy, it was hard not to enjoy that. She missed Yasugai, though. From the start, the Stormseer had been the one to treat her seriously. He was a master of elemental forces beyond her limited imagination, but he had always been courteous, always respectful. Yasugai had seen something in her that she hadn't noticed herself, and it was that, in the end, that had dragged her into the Scars' perilous orbit. It was a shame that he had not accompanied the fleet to Chondax, but such was war. So it was that she had ended up with her own quarters on the huge Legion flagship Swordstorm, and had begun the long process of cataloguing assets and rationalizing deployment patterns. They didn't always listen, but sometimes they did. They made an effort. They were aware of their shortcomings and wished to improve. She liked that. It acted as a challenge to her. She tried to loosen some of the rigours of her past life. She tried to forget a few things, or at least not to hang on to them too closely. An eidectic life, she found, risked being an arid one. They learned from her, she learned from them, and so she discovered that it was possible to care too much, to insist upon too much, to remember too much.
I will try to let things go, she told herself,
particularly when tempted by the urge to reorganize some typically scattergun requisition plan.
In all things there is a happy medium. Compromise, an open mind.
She heard a low chime at her doorway.
"Come,"
she said, raising her head from her console. Halgi entered, bowing politely. Ilia still found it odd that they bowed to her. Halgi was a third taller than her in his armour, hugely powerful and with a warrior's prowess that almost defied belief. Like all Tregorians, though, he wore his genhancement lightly. A certain kind of self-effacing courtesy seemed to come naturally to them.
"Forgive intrusion, Zu," he said. "You wish to be informed of progress in Choir."
Ilya leaned back in her chair.
I did. Anything to report?
No, said Halsey, smiling awkwardly. They cannot receive, cannot send. Everything tried has failed. The mistress of astropaths sends you her apologies.
It's not her fault,
said Ilya, her heart sinking.
How long has it been?
Since arrival in Chondax.
We have been here a long time, Halsey.
Master says blackouts are not uncommon. He says warp is fickle place. Once we were on campaign in Clymoran, and Quire had nothing for 2 years. He is not concerned.
Ilya frowned. The White Scars were cavalier about losing touch with the rest of the Imperium. They liked it. She did not. It made her nervous, as though suddenly deprived of gravity or oxygen.
Please tell him to keep trying. Perhaps some locations in the system are free of the effect.
Halsey shrugged.
I will, but he says nothing sent or received for some time.
Ilya glanced back down at her desk. A schematic of the fleet distribution glowed softly on the glassy surface, showing battle groups spread out widely, running down the last elements of enemy forces that still lingered in far-flung corners of the system. Resistance across the Chondax cluster was coming to an end, and with every standard reporting period came a slew of kill tallies and compliance certifications. Soon their work would be done here, and the next assignment would come. The White Scars would be on the move again, just as they always were.
We're reaching an end point here, she said, half to herself. How am I supposed to receive fresh orders from Terra? What will our next move be?
Halsey smiled.
Do not worry, Zu, he said, as calm as ever. Something will come.
Khan, you will wish to see this.
Shiban stiffened. Jochi's voice was strained over the comm. That was unusual. Jochi was usually in good temper, even when the bolt rounds were flying. But then, Femus 4 was the kind of place that got under your skin. There was nothing good to say about Femus. Blisteringly hot, creeping with black-crusted magma and riven with electrical storms. It was like a vision of the underworld given gruesome, uncomfortable form.
"Hold position,"
Vox Shiban, noting his brother's location on his helm display and pulling his jetbike round in a wide curve.
"With you in a moment."
He gunned the drive, sending his mount sweeping across scabs of charred rock. Above him, the burned orange sky sent flickers of forked lightning dancing across the horizon. A bank of chemical lurid cloud glowered in the magnetic west, underlit with a pall of dull red. Vast plains of jet extended in all directions, ringed by hunchbacked mountains and streaked with the vomit of an unquiet world. Shiban crouched low, feeling the intermittent hum and growl of his mount's engines working. The bikes struggled in the smoggy filth. He'd had to change his twice already in a deployment lasting less than a month. That was an irritant. In all the time he'd fought on Chondax, he'd never had to submit a mount for maintenance. The White World had been kind to them. It had been the crucible of the whole campaign, the heart of the green-skin defences. Warfare on that world had been of the most glorious, the most agreeable kind. Shiban remembered the wide, cold skies, the touch of the salt-like earth under his fingers, the 3 suns whose light blended and melded in a soft melange of green and blue and yellow. He could have fought on that world for an eternity and never grown weary of it. In the end, though, they had killed all there was to kill. The Xenos had been exterminated, their bodies burned and their crude structures melted down. When the Legion had left it for orbit, Chondax had looked pristine, a ball of translucent crystal in the heavens, scoured clean of infection. Now the outlying worlds were the target. Epihelicon, Terras, Hondoral, Laertiacs. All of them flung far out into the void, all of them infested with the residual taint of greenskin occupation. Femus 4 was the furthest out, the last to have its fire-licked tectonic plates certified free of the enemy. Every time it looked as if the greenskins were gone, though, another nest would be uncovered, teeming with life and hatred, requiring kill teams to be deployed and burn teams to follow them. Shaban was weary of it. The Legion needed a new challenge, something grand to aspire to. The dregs of a campaign were the worst time. "I hate this world," he thought. "I wrote verse about Chondax. No word shall be written about this place. It deserves none." The Khan would move them on soon. Shaban had seen him fight, and so knew the order would come swiftly. He had seen the Dao sword wielded with such casual expertise that it made his eyes shine to remember. The Primarch was less a mortal warrior, more an expression of the elements. He would be restless too, like all predators when the prey was exhausted. They said that Horus Lupercal was the finest commander in the galaxy. They said that the angel Sanguinius was the mightiest in combat, or maybe Russ of Fenris, or maybe poor tortured Angron. They said Gilliman was the greatest tactician, the lion the most imaginative, Alfarius the subtlest. None of them gave the Khan a second thought. But then they hadn't seen him. A long time ago, before Ascension, Shaban remembered asking Yasugai why they made aspirants learn the noble pursuits when their destiny was for warfare. Now, so many years later, he understood the answer he had been given.
"Killing is nothing without beauty, and it may only be beautiful if it is necessary."
He smiled as he rode. The memory lifted some of his torpor. When the Khan kills, it is beautiful. He caught sight of Jochi's outline ahead of him, dark against tumescent slag piles of flickering magma. The light, such as it was on Femus, was fading to a deep, resentful umber. Distant thunderheads were grinding closer across the plain. He skidded his bike round and cut the engine, dismounting in a single movement. "What then?" he asked, walking over to his second-in-command. Jochi had kept his helm on, as they all did in that foul place, so Shaban caught nothing of his expression. "Bodies," he said. Shaban glanced at the magma piles. They rose up in bulbous lumps, heaped in steadily accumulating mounds like folds of carbonized fat. Femus 4 was littered with such sights, some as large as starships, produced by the myriad despoilations that the world inflicted on itself at regular intervals. The hills of slag crept across the cracked surface of the world, as if alive, crushing anything they came across. 3 bodies lay at the foot of the pile, one of them still partially enveloped. Each one was encased in coal-black armor, cracked by pressure. Shaban knelt beside the nearest. He ran his finger along the curve of an arm guard, watching sooty residue smear away to reveal a line of ivory underneath. "Which Brotherhood?" he asked.
"Of the Talon," said Jochi. "Posted here 6 months ago."
Shaban looked over the dead White Scars legionary. Many of his brothers had died on Femus, and some of their corpses had been swallowed by the voracious magma. Even so, it was never pleasant to find another.
"A gene seed?"
"Not yet," said Jochi. "Sangjai is on his way."
Shaban leaned closer, wiping more of the grime from the battered armor. He smelled none of the putrescence normally found with corpses, just the acrid stink of long-burned material.
"How did they die?" "This one by the blade," said Jochi grimly. "At the throat. The others unclear. Possibly torso wounds."
Shiban noticed a deep cut through the seals at the corpse's neck. He gently prized the edges apart, seeing the segments pull cleanly away. The edge of the wound was as black as everything else, blistered where thick blood had boiled away. He took a deep breath. He wondered what the fallen warriors' stories were, how they had been bested, how many greenskins they had fought off before the finish. It was a shame that no tales would be told of their ending. He looked up and around him. The black land glared back, void dark and fissured, lit with the ghostly flickers of orange fire.
Where are the Xenos bodies?
Jochi shook his head.
No signs, unless perhaps buried deeply.
Shiban felt uncomfortable. Something nagged at him.
Odd,
he said.
Khan?
Shiban considered it for a little while longer. He brushed more filth clear of the legionary's breastplate, exposing Chogorian glyphs engraved in the ceramite. He let his eyes wander over the broken outline of the cadaver, watching, absorbing, thinking. Eventually he rose to his feet.
3 dead sons of the Ordu, he said thoughtfully. No Hain beside them.
Jochi remained silent. Shiban could sense his uneasiness.
You feel it too. They lost their battle, Shiban went on. Tell me, Jochi, what do Hain do with the bodies they take?
Jochi nodded, as if his Khan had confirmed something he had also noticed.
Well, there is no mutilation. And these cuts...
Shiban trailed off. He looked up at the sky.
When does Sanjay get here? Well, he said within the hour. He is bringing a lander. I want the 3rd one extracted, said Shiban. I want all 3 taken to the Kaljan. What are we looking for, Khan? Asked Jochi.
Shiban didn't answer immediately. He stared out across the plain, out to where the atmosphere was curdling into fresh storms.
This world is sick. Its soul is hateful. I do not know, Jochi, he said quietly.
Torgun walked down the corridors of the Star Spear. His movements were fluid. He barely felt the wounds he'd taken on Chondax anymore. The whole Legion was patching up, making good, and he liked the feel of it. Some of the old disarray seemed to have been purged from the White Scar's planning recently, replaced by what looked like some clear-headed concern for practicalities. He did not know why that was, though whispers ran through the fleet that a Terran had been appointed as a new counselor to the Khan. They said it was a woman, someone high up in the administratum, someone with the patience and the stubbornness to take some control over the Legion's erratic direction. Torgun hoped that the rumours were true. It would be good to see some control imposed. Over the years he'd come to appreciate some virtues of the Dragorian way, but that didn't mean he'd ever found it easy to accept their shortcomings. If someone had finally decided to do something about that, so much the better. The corridor around him was lit low, barely illuminating the pale walls. He passed a few ship ratings as he went, all of whom bowed respectfully. They were mostly Terrans, though some from other worlds mingled among them. As time went on, the Legion was less drawn from the throne world. He'd heard it said that in time all White Scars would be recruited from Trigoris. Not yet, though the Terrans were a clear minority. It was hard not to become defensive about it. Chagorians were far too courteous for outright hostility, but occasionally Torgun had caught looks, or maybe gestures, passed between members of the same culture that he was excluded from by his own ignorance. Or perhaps he imagined it all. That was also possible. He reached the chamber he'd been heading for and pulled a hood up over his head. The lumens burned even lower, and the place had the look of a dormant area. The Star Spear was a big ship, with capacious crew holds and half-empty weapon bays, and several decks were underused. He hadn't passed any ratings for some time. Torgun looked both ways before depressing an entry chime. After a pause, a low voice came over the comm.
"State nature of business."
"Open the door, Nozan," Torgun said wearily. It slid back, revealing a large space beyond, a hangar, largely empty, also poorly lit, with just a few transit crates stacked around the edges. The floor was polished to a high sheen and reflected the lumens glassily. Above them, huge in the darkness, hung the emblem of the Legion, the lightning strike in white and gold. 13 figures waited for him, all Terrans, all out of armour and draped in cowled robes, all Space Marines. They remained still as he entered, completing them, bringing the number to 14.
"Welcome, brother,"
said one, with Hibu's voice, inclining his covered head. "We were beginning to wonder if you would turn up." "I was detained," said Torgun, taking his place in the circle.
"I hope you were not observed."
Torgun shot the speaker a withering look, not that he could have seen it. "What do you think?" Hibu smiled thinly under his hood's shadow.
"So, you have it?"
"Really?" asked Torgun, increasingly annoyed. Hibu was a Khan just like him, commander of the Brotherhood of the Dawn Sky. "Do we have to do this?" "It is a formality. Then we can get started." Torgun shook his head and reached into his robes. He withdrew the medal, heavy silver, marked with the head of a hawk imposed across a lightning strike.
"Satisfied?"
Hibu nodded.
"Entirely."
He gestured to the others, who pulled their cowls back. Torgun knew all their names, their ranks, their companies. He knew each of them better than some of his own battle brothers. Some matched his rank, though most were below him. "Brotherhoods everywhere, overlapping and contradicting. We have woven a strange tapestry here."
"So we are gathered," said Hibu. "Let us begin."
Torgun drew in a deep breath. Something about the early stiffness of lodge gatherings always wearied him. They were more satisfying once the wine started flowing and the real business could be done. But that was just him. The others all took it very seriously. He had to respect that. Soon it would begin, though. The real work. Chapter 2. It had all started with Nakia. Tagutai Yasugai had known it even at the time. Every month that passed only reinforced his certainty. He had been there with Ahriman, Magnus, and the others. He had spoken. He had argued. Much of the debate had taken place in the corridors around the great arena, some of it in the presence of the greatest of all of them. But after the master of mankind had spoken, of course, there was no longer any debate to be had. So many great minds, great warriors, they had all fallen silent at once. Perhaps they should have worried about that then, but no one did. Something defining had taken place on that world. At times Yasugai thought that a terrible mistake had been made, at others that one had been avoided. No matter how hard he turned the matter over in his mind, the truth of it eluded him. He stood now, alone, out on the Altak, watching the wind brush the grass and feeling the sun on his exposed face. The empty landscape of Trigoris yawned off in every direction, unbroken by hill or tree. The vastness of it never failed to make one humble. It freed the mind. Yasugai had heard it said that the human mind coped poorly with the immense vacuity of his birth world, and that those who had been raised there were doomed to a kind of madness of insignificance. He narrowed his eyes, watching the blue-green haze of the horizon blur out of focus.
Significance, he thought to himself. That is the real madness, to assume that we matter at all.
He allowed his mind to run free of the shell of his body, drifting out of itself and sighing like a spectre on the immortal wind. He considered himself.
What do I see?
He saw a weather-worn figure, knee-deep in rustling rechki grass. He saw archaic battle-plate, reverently cared for but age-blunt at the edges. He saw leather-brown flesh, hard and mottled with ink tattoos, oil-black hair gathered in a topknot, a dome of crystals over his head that flashed and winked in the sun. He saw the trappings of his craft, a staff topped with a bleached Adu skull, the totems, the symbols, painted or engraved on the ivory of his armour.
Look deeper.
He saw the faint penumbra of force in the air, the heat shimmer of power, the harmonics in his movement. He saw the world respond to him, reaching out, aware of him in its dim, eternal way. That was all prescribed now. Since Nikeia, such things were to be put away. He let his mind return to his body. He looked at the world with his own eyes. He breathed with his own mouth, and felt his own augmented lungs take in cold, clean air.
It is what I am, Yasugai said out loud. I can no more put it aside than I could put out my eyes.
His brow furrowed, making the long scar down his left cheek twitch. Something defining had taken place. It had all started with Nikeia. The passage of time had passed like this. On Ullanor, the War Master had been invested. Yasugai was there, standing by the great Khan's side, watching with approval as Horus Lupercal took up the office. The two of them, Horus and the Khan, had fought together to take the system. They liked one another. Of all his brothers, the Khan had only ever been close to two, and Horus was the first. Yasugai heard them confer in the aftermath.
I hope that I can call on you, Horus had said. You call, I answer, the Khan had replied.
Then they had parted. The grand gathering of Primarchs and commanders and battleships and officials dispersed, setting course for 1,000 destinations, and making the warp light up with the trails of their passage. The Great Crusade commenced again, though this time with a War Master at its apex, not an emperor. The Khan had been sent to the worlds of the Chondak system. He was sent to hunt the remnants of the empire destroyed on Ullanor, the last slivers of Urlak's greenskins. Perhaps some would have balked at that. It was not prestigious work, but the Khan was happy enough. It was hunting, and in a way that he understood. Cavalry charges across open spaces, going up against prey that had no concept of capitulation or self-pity. He had never complained. Nearly all of his legion went with him, ranked in their various brotherhoods, eager for the hunt. Scores of white ships cut the void, each crammed with warriors of the Ordu, all desperate to get back in the chase. Yasugai did not go with them. Other duties called. An obscure world had appeared on Legion communiques during the final phases of the Ullanor campaign. The Sigillite's marker had been on many of them. Others were classified, for the eyes of the Emperor's gene-sons only. That was the first Yasugai knew of Nikeia. Back then he had thought little of it. What was one world amongst the thousands the Legion had already charted? So many worlds had come and gone, falling one by one under the aegis of the ever-expanding Imperium of Man. But it turned out to be more than that. In the end, it became everything. The fulcrum, upon which the fate of a species turned. He wished he had known at the time. Perhaps he might have found some way to prepare for it better. The outcome might have been different.
"We will look back on this and weep,"
Ahriman had told him after the verdict. Yasugai had nodded.
"You are right,"
he had replied. He walked through the grassland. The stems parted before him like water. Kum Kata was days distant, long since fallen below the smooth horizon. He was in the lands of the Khan now, the old Talskar hunting ranges. Few prey beasts remained. They had become too good at hunting them, too careless at restraining themselves. Yasugai thought that if he had taken a Berkut out with him, perhaps he would have spied something cowering out in the openness, belly pressed against the earth and ears twitching. Then he could have gone after it in the old way, using the strength of his body and the agility of his mind. No weapons, no weather magic. No, that would be a sham. He could never go back. Everything had changed, for better or worse.
"I do not know what to do," he said out loud,
as if the Altak could hear and answer.
"My dreams do not answer. Why is that?"
The wind said nothing. It pushed against him, buffeting across his breastplate and wearing at the ceramite edges of his shoulder guards. Something strange was happening. He had no words to describe it precisely. He had awoken one night with the sense that the entire galaxy was convulsing, like some vast creature disturbed in its sleep. He had heard screaming from far away. It had felt as if the screams were coming from worlds on the edge of knowledge, burning like candles in the infinite dark. But that was impossible. If he had put his gifts aside, as he had been commanded to do, he might have avoided such dreams. But the tests of heaven did not come and go. They were not like clothes that one could discard. They were in his blood, in his breath. Since the Khan, whom the Tregorians called Kargan, the Khan of Khans, had left for Chondax, nothing had been heard of him. It was as if a great veil had been draped across the sector. No astropaths penetrated the shroud. No communications of any kind came from the other side. Such blackouts were hardly rare. The way of the warp made any kind of long-range communication unpredictable and prone to interruption. But something about the completeness of it made Yasugai uneasy. Other sectors had also gone quiet. He had heard rumors that the light of the Astronomicon was becoming intermittent. The master of the orbital defense grid on Trigoris told him that some ships had been lost entirely, something that, with Legion-sanctioned navigators, was rare. By themselves such signs were not sufficient to cause alarm, for the galaxy was a perilous place, and the Great Crusade had only succeeded in banishing some of those perils. For all that, it was hard to shake the creeping sense of something happening. Yasugai snorted to himself.
"Something happening. Can I be no more exact than that?"
But he could not. There were no interpretable patterns, no signs that could be read and understood. That alone was cause for concern. He stopped walking, still knee-deep in grass, alone amid an ocean of nothingness. He saw the tips moving in gentle waves, travelling in ripples, like whispers. Some comfort was in those movements. Such undulations had swept across these lands long before the first explorators had arrived in bulky colony ships, ready to seize mastery of the emptiness and bend it to their will. When the hand of mankind was gone again, as it most assuredly would be one day, the grass would still be there, whispering and undulating in a hollowness of cold air and hard sunlight.
I cannot stay here.
The resolve had been growing for days, and now it reached crisis point. His orders after Nicaea had been clear: return to Trigoris and await further instruction. He had waited for those instructions a long time, and it could no longer be believed that they were likely to come at any point soon. Yasugai was, and had always been, the Kargan's counselor. The two of them had forged an understanding, a way of dancing around one another until the truth emerged. Yasugai knew that he needed the Primarch. He flattered himself that in some less obvious way the Primarch needed him. They had complementary skills. They had shared enough long campaigns and endured enough hardship to trust one another's judgment.
He would not have failed to summon me. Something is wrong. I have lingered here long enough.
No more insight would come to him on Trigoris. He would have to find his way to the Legion, swimming against the turbulent warp currents until the mystery of the Veil could be resolved. From the inquiries he had already made, he knew that would be difficult.
"It's like a storm,"
the master of the orbital defense grid had told him.
"A huge one, eating up systems. I've never seen the like."
It would have been safer to stay on Trigoris, perhaps wiser too. But safety had never been a concern of his, and ever since Nicaea the limits of wisdom seemed to have been soundly breached. Yasugai stood square, leaning on his skull-topped staff and gazing up into the clear heavens.
I could walk these plains for a lifetime and not find the answer,
he said out loud, his voice snatched away by the wind and turned to nothing.
The time has come to seek it in the void.
Then he remembered what Ahriman had told him on the last day that they had spent together on Nicaea.
Magnus will not stand for it, he had warned. Once a mind is opened, it can never be closed.
He had leaned closer. Yasugai remembered how it had been, the closeness between them, the shared understanding between kinsmen of the Librarius.
Speak to your Khan. He has always been with us. He understands.
Yasugai had nodded.
I will, when I can. But he can be hard to find. So I hear. Try, though. Magnus has need of friends, and we have need of allies. Speak to him.
Since then, nothing. No word from Prospero, or Chondax, or Nicaea, or Terra. It was as if the universe had closed in on itself, holding its breath, tensing for some terrible trauma to come. Yasugai started to walk again. He would go back to Kumkata, and from there he would take ship. He had been alone for too long, and now a change needed to be made. It had all started with Nicaea. He still had no idea where it would end. Ships gathered like sleek grey sharks in the void, ghosting on low thrust above the rusty glow of the Alexis Nebula. Dozens of capital vessels hung at rest, immense and turreted, prow lights blinking gently above the abyss. Each was attended by a school of lesser craft, fleet runners, frigates, outriders, gunships. All of them had the same battle-burned look, the same scorched engineerium flanks, the same pock-marked hull plates. Some limped along on a scintilla of normal power, enclosed in webs of scaffolding and gun drones. Others were carved open, exposing striated lattices of inner decks. The flickers of 1,000,000 arc welders danced across the honeycombs, pricking the soft murk of the gas clouds. Only one type of fleet in the galaxy had such a profile. The Imperial army possessed larger complements, vast conglomerations of swollen troop carriers and supply behemoths, but they had nothing to compare with such concentrated killing power. Only a Legiones Astartes battle group could muster such monsters of murder. Each was gunmetal grey, adorned with runes and bearing the shamanic company signatures of Fenris. Each had been made to reflect the savage hearts of those who piloted them. The prows were muzzles, replete with the curving lines of jowl snarls over jutting forward lances. They were slivers of ferocity, hammered into dagger-shaped lines and given hearts of growling, unending fire. Hraefnicul was at the centre of the muster, heavier and more brutal than any other, ploughshare bowed, spine curved with the jagged profile of 1,000 defence towers and drive housings, belly lit with the dull light of ruinous weapon batteries. The shadows of its attendants, fleet tenders, maintenance vessels, shuttles, guard destroyers, crawled across its colossal flanks like clouds across a mountain face. Its command bridge was huge and echoing, a dome of bronze and marble supported by pillars of glittering granite. Tiers of decking rose up on the inside of the circular walls, each humming with subdued activity from the 1,000 grey-shifted crew members at their stations. The central vault, a wide expanse of bare stone under the colossal armour-glass roof, flickered with a series of hololith root projections, rotating kaleidoscopes of neon light that swirled and reflected from countless picked screens and observation lenses. It smelled of stone and leather, the aromas of forge and fire pit. Naked flames burned in iron grates and stained the walls black. Runes were everywhere, carved into the walls, the floor, even the glass. One figure dominated that space, the embodiment of every savage aspect that looked down on him, as bestial and magnificent in profile as the vessel he commanded. He was the master, the undisputed alpha beast. The Primarch Leman Russ, though, did not move. The operations of his flagship took place in a seamless dance around him, like lesser satellites spinning around a gas giant. Every so often his piercing eyes would dart towards some hololith readout or lens feed. Then they would flicker back, inscrutable and frost-hard. 2 grey-pelted wolves with yellow eyes and grizzled haunches slunk at his heels. Every so often one of them would growl low, sending soft vibrations running across the marble, like the crack of glaciers sliding over scree. The Wolf King's Jarls stood in a loose ring around him, each one a lord of combat in his own right, swathed in pelts and armour plates and totems. Rune priests stood amongst them, their bone-white hair and painted skin vivid in the dancing light. In normal times they might have laughed with one another, growling in jest and challenge, gold-pinned eyes glittering with coarse-edged humour. No one laughed now. Not since Prospero. Not since they had all slumped to the earth on that fire-scoured world and saw what they had done to it. For some reason, Prospero had been different. Russ had always laughed before, sometimes with genuine humour, sometimes with a kind of wintry satisfaction in violence. Now he hardly even smiled. The cut lines around his sun-dried face seemed a little deeper.
"So, when will we be ready?" the Wolf King asked at last.
Gunnar Gunhild, the one they called Lord Gun, spoke first, as was his right. His voice had grown hoarse since the Battle of Tisca. He'd taken a blade across the throat that had kept him under the knives of the fleshmakers for 2 days.
10 days. Terran Siderial, he said.
More, objected Ogvai Helmshrot, Jarl of the Third Great Company.
2 weeks.
Not good enough, said Russ.
Ogvai bowed. We will work harder. The Primarch didn't so much as glance at them. He seemed distracted, his mind lost in another place.
This delay harrows us. We should have been on Istvan. Now we must respond.
His Jarls did not respond. Some nodded grimly, others looked doubtful.
Has such a thing happened before?
Asked Russ, talking to himself rather than them, his expression caustic.
Do sagas exist in which the Wolf King was drawn to the wrong place, doing the wrong thing? Has our shame ever been greater?
Still no one replied. When the silence broke, it was not a Jarl who spoke. "If we have no shame," came a younger voice. "At least I do not." Heads turned. Russ's twin wolves let slip a snickering purr growl. The Wolf King's eyebrows lifted.
Who speaks?
A warrior of Tra moved forward, pushing his way to the heart of the circle. His face was riddled with new scars. It made him look like a phantom of the old ice, crisscrossed with hexes and witch marks. His head was part-shaven, his remaining hair as black as engine oil. He had a mournful face. He had always had a mournful face, even before Prospero had dulled the wolves' animal spirits en masse. He had no left hand. His armour-clad arm terminated at the elbow in a mess of augmetics and iron caps. A new gauntlet had not been fitted yet. The demands had been many. "Bjorn of Tra," the warrior said.
"One-handed," said Russ, nodding in recognition.
Bjorn's saga was already being crafted by the Skjalds. He had been there with the Horus demon, and heard the words of mystery spoken by that thing. His stock had risen, and he was being spoken of as if some deep weird had locked itself on him.
"That is a poor name."
"It suits," Bjorn replied coolly, flexing his half-ruined arm with something like pride. "It stands for all of us."
"You wish to say something?"
"I am not ashamed," said Bjorn, his sad eyes unwavering. "I saw the thing that brought us to Prospero. I heard some of what it said. The Skjald told me the rest. We ended evil."
"No doubt," growled Russ.
"And Magnus was already lost," said Bjorn. "I speak boldly. He was your brother, but it was right that he die." Ogve, Bjorn's jarl, nodded slowly, chewing his lip. Russ noticed, and his nostrils flared in anger.
"We were a sideshow," muttered the Primarch. "Ferrus is dead. We should have been with him. We could have stopped it."
Reports of Istvan V had filtered through to the fleet in broken snatches, blurts of astropathic half-dreams across an ocean of warp storms. Nothing had been reliable. Everything needed multiple readings and confirmations, but in the aftermath of Valdor's departure, the hammer blow had gradually become clear. Now they knew the shape of the tragedy. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard were destroyed or crippled. The Sons of Horus, Alpha Legion, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, Death Guard, Word Bearers, Iron Warriors, and Night Lords had turned traitor. When the Star Speakers had finally confirmed the interpretations, bringing the rune webs with them to demonstrate the pattern of the scry, it had felt as if the universe were falling apart around them, collapsing into ruin in snatches of strange and incomprehensible gibberish. Even now the shock of it resonated, hanging like a pall of smoke over all of them. "We would not have stopped anything," said Bjorn evenly. "We would have been part of the massacre, and few would miss us." At that, Russ almost smiled. The hooked, sardonic grin he used to flash regularly. Aye, just a few.
The question is, said Lord Gunn, what next?
We have Dawn's summons, said Ogvai.
Summons,
spat Gunn. That is what we are here for, are we not? Asked Russ wearily. We come when called.
When the All-Father calls, corrected Ogvai.
And he is silent, said Russ. Valdor would not tell me why, but he knew. Of everything that has happened, out of all the mistakes, that wears at me the most. Tell me this. What has happened to the Emperor?
None of them replied. None of them were qualified to. They averted their eyes and closed their mouths. Only their minds ran with answers, suspicions, guesses, fears.
He is stricken.
He has abandoned the throne world. He is dead.
Russ laughed then, but it was not his laugh of old. It was a strangled, half-committed sound.
This is what we need.
He looked at each of them in turn.
I will not take orders from my brothers. Only my father. He will speak to me. We will set course for Terra, not because Rogal demands it, but because we choose to.
Lord Gunn looked up.
What then?
5 days.
The Jarl of On took in a deep breath. Ogvai looked pensive, some of the others doubtful. Russ glared at them.
No longer, he said. Return to your ships. Do what must be done. In 5 days, we leave.
His expression remained dark, but somewhere, sunk deep into his lupine face, amid the cracked flesh and golden eyes, a flicker of resentful fire still burned. The dead weight of grief was lifting. In its place came something else.
Never, not until now, have I been truly angered,
Russ snarled. And the twin wolves stood up at the sound, hackles raised.
I am curious to see where it takes me.
Beorth Rannickborn eased back into the Filkshere's command throne. He'd slept well enough during the off-shift and felt alert. The servitors and mortal crew in the pits below him were working away quietly, and the entire bridge worked with a calm buzz of activity. Commanding an outrider frigate like the Filkshire wasn't glorious work. They'd been stationed a long way from the main wolves' muster, and the stellar sprawl of the Alaxis Nebula was a barely visible smudge on his rear viewers. Still, it gave him a chance to run the real space engines properly again. They'd taken a hit over Prospero from one of the few surface-to-orbit salvos that the Thousand Suns had managed to launch, and it had played havoc with his systems ever since. He'd had his tech priests working on it continually, but the core of the problem continued to elude them. It really needed the attention of an Iron Priest, but they were all fully occupied with the big capital ships. All things considered, the Filkshire had done all right. Patrol duty on the edge of Fleet's sensor range was at least moving. "Anything to report?" he asked his bridge lieutenant, Torve, a sandy-haired Kerl from one of Fenris's tribute worlds. He could never remember which one.
Sensor ghosting at our auger limits,
Torve replied, his honest face looking up for a moment from a cluttered console.
Probably nothing. Want to take a look?
Rannickborn didn't. Not really. But there was little else to do, and the crew got restive with nothing to occupy them but vector plotting.
"That's why we're out here," he said. "Course adjustment?" "A nudge," replied Torve, glancing up at a roof-mounted pict screen with glowing lines picked out on the glass.
"Do it, then." Torve complied. A few seconds later, Rannickbourne felt the dull whine of the engines altering pitch. It still wasn't quite right. A grinding rather than growling. Trajectory markers on various picked screens scrolled away, plotting new routes. "Anything?" he asked after a while, absently adjusting the armrests on his throne. Airulf, his watch officer, had done something strange to them last time he'd been in command on the bridge. He watched Torve run more tests. He watched the auger lenses on his throne console begin to feed him fresh locator runes. He heard the dull chatter of the bridge crew pick up by a notch, and saw a servitor down in one of the relay pits insert a spare interface node into a vacant shunt coil and start clicking excitedly. "Maybe." Torve was looking intently at the sensor records. "Hold this heading." Rannickbourne sat up a little straighter. He looked up at the real viewports, a cluster of lead-lined crystal flex panes forming a blister over the upper bridge. He didn't know what he expected to see there. An unmoving screen of stars twinkled back at him, just as ever. "Yes, something," murmured Torve. "Getting something now. This is not a glitch. This is a reading." Rannickbourne felt the hairs on the back of his hands stand up. "Detail." As he spoke, he activated priority links to the Engineerium and Void Shield stations. "Feeding to bridge display," said Torve, switching his incoming data stream to the main roof-mounted monitors. Rannickbourne looked up at them. For a moment he saw nothing special. A blurry cubic schematic of local space picked out in glowing green lines, all overlaid with rune symbols and known vessel courses. It didn't change immediately. Then, just at the edge of auger range, where the definite gave way to the probable, something flickered into life. Rannickbourne clicked open a brass keypad housing on the side of his throne and began punching buttons. "Void shields up!" he snapped. "Bring us about 2 points nadir. Ensure a line to the fleet." The bridge immediately shifted into action. They'd all seen the same thing. The low drone of chatter changed in tone, turning tighter, more urgent, more directed. "Line established," reported Clier, the comms officer. "Insignia yet?" Rannickbourne demanded, keeping a close eye on the Filkshire's trim and heading. It would be a bad time to lose the Engineerium. "Hull markings? I'll need to give them something." "Almost there," said Torve, working furiously at his console. "They're still a long way out, but... Yes! Here we are!" The Picts updated. Something resolved in the corner of the screen, shot down data lines to the cogitators. A single shape shuddered into clarity on the tactical display, rendered in glowing lines of phosphor. The Pict was poor, taken at an angle and extreme long range, partly shadowed by the overhanging lip of what looked like a lance housing. But it was there. A many-headed snake, rearing up against a circle of gold. "What is that?" asked Torve, twisting to look up at Rannickbourne. Rannickbourne felt his pulse pick up as he looked at it. "I suspected you hadn't read my intelligence briefings," he said stiffly. "That's a new one. They seem to want to announce themselves." He patched into the comm station. As he did so, more pinpoints of light started to spread across the auger cube. First a few, then dozens. "Priority message to command," ordered Rannickbourne. "Perimeter sighting of hostiles. Major deployment. Tell them we're scanning further before withdrawal. Assumed intercept course." He watched the points of light continue to grow, like bacilli multiplying on a specimen dish. The numbers were getting more than uncomfortable. "Ensure we pass those images on," said Rannickbourne, his voice hardening as he calculated how long they had. "Make sure they take them. Tell them it's a traitor fleet." He swallowed, wondering how operational the ship's weapons really were. "Tell them it's the Alpha Legion." Chapter 3. The observatory had been built in the northeast reaches of the imperial palace. Its domed roof was lined with turquoise mosaic tiles, shining in the light of 100 candles. Esoteric devices on the curved surfaces sparkled and moved with the soft play of shadow. It was not easy to see what was picked out by those designs. Astrological symbols, perhaps, or maybe mythical beasts from a forgotten age of terror. At the very summit was shadow, a lacuna out of the reach of the candlelight. A face had been created there a long time ago, but the detail could no longer be made out. It sat in the darkness, gazing featurelessly down on the floor below. The observatory had not been used to scry the stars for a long time. Ancient brass telescopes, orreries and astrariums cluttered the aisles, unused, most of them covered in heavy tarpaulins. Rosewood cabinets were locked. The dust on the bookcases was a finger-width thick. The floor was marble, a checkerboard of ivory and sable, and the walls around it glittered with faded gilt. 20 pillars sustained the dome above, each with a stone emblem carved into the capital. Some were illuminated clearly: a wolf, a serpent, a lion. Others were obscured. 3 lords stood in the centre. 2 were Titans, their huge frames enclosed in extravagant shells of armour. The third was hunched and frail. For a long time they did not say a word. Their silence seemed immense in that place. It seemed as if the first one to speak might shatter the walls and bring the dome down upon them. The first to break the calm was the tallest, and the most physically imposing. His face was slabbed and hard, crowned with a shock of white hair cropped close to the skull. His golden battle-plate looked as solid as the stonework around it. Its owner might just as well have been one of its statues. A thick cloak hung from his shoulders, pooling darkly in the flickering half-light. "Anything?" he asked. The speaker had many names. From his origins on the ice world of Inwit, he had been Rogel Dawn. Later, he was the Primarch of the Imperial Fists. In recent times, he had slowly become accustomed to being the Emperor's chosen Praetorian. His voice had the timbre of a hammer thudding into timber. It was the voice of a man who desired nothing more than to man his ships, to rally his legion, and head into the void to face the enemy that he knew was coming. And yet, that was the one thing, the only thing that he had been expressly forbidden to do. It was a strange burden, to be condemned by one's own expertise. "The Sigillite has not spoken," answered the second figure. This one was scarcely less imposing. His armour had the same baroque quality the observatory had, decorated with the phases of moons, and symbols of what might have once been called the occult. Like Dawn, he was clad in gold and bronze, and enveloped in rich fabrics of crimson, and yet where Dawn seemed as solid as the bedrock upon which the observatory rested, this one seemed somehow more ephemeral, more liable to burst into sudden movement. Words of power had been painstakingly engraved into his elaborate battle-plate, ancient words, in characters so small that they might have been the near silent whispers of spectres. This man's full name was so long that it could not be contained on a single sheet of bronze. He most commonly answered to a single version of it: Constantine Valdor, Captain General of the Legio Custodes. When he spoke, his voice was surprisingly quiet. His eyes, though, were never quite still, flickering almost imperceptibly, forever searching for the next threat to be countered.
"No, I have not," said the third. "I am struggling to find something to say that has not already been said."
Malcador the Sigillite had none of the grandeur of his companions. His robes, though richly made, were simple. The staff he leaned upon looked to be made of little more than iron, though the Aquila device that topped it was artful. His voice gave away his physical weakness. It sounded destroyed by age. None, save perhaps the Emperor himself, knew just how old he was. He had no known birthplace, no cultural identity. As far as the wider Imperium was concerned, he had just always been there, as solid a presence as the palace itself. Malcador and the Emperor and Malcador. They were like light and dark, sun and moon, each as inscrutable and unknowable as the other. Except that the Emperor was gone, locked away in the deep throne chambers, his unmatched power deployed to an end that even the Lords of Terror did not speak of openly.
"Then let me tell you again," said Dawn. "Perhaps you have forgotten where it is that we stand. Magnus has broken the wards around the throne, and now this, the mightiest fortress in the galaxy, sits upon a foundation of madness."
"It is contained once more," insisted Malcador. "For now the world knows little of the actual truth."
"It is contained only because the Emperor binds himself to the Hidden War," Dawn replied. "This respite has been bought with the sacrifice of 1,000 souls. That is why the world does not know."
"Not yet," said Valdor bleakly. "But they will. Perhaps a few more weeks, perhaps months. But it will spill out eventually. Rumors are already running wild." "It will do," agreed Malcador. "But as long as he holds firm—"
"Yes, as long as he holds firm," said Dawn bitterly. "That is what we are reduced to. No actions, no movement, just hope."
"We cannot help him," said Valdor. "We know this. So let us turn to what we can do."
Malcador chuckled dryly.
"I never asked you how it felt, Constantine, to see Prospero burn. Did even your callous soul blanch at that?"
Valdor didn't miss a beat.
"No. It was necessary."
"Was it?"
sighed Malcador.
"I did not give the order. I wanted Magnus censured, not destroyed. What was it that made Russ do it? You never could give me an answer."
Dawn exhaled impatiently.
"You know all of this, Malcador. You know all that happened there just as we do."
He was coldly furious.
"Does this need repeating? The War Master is at the heart of it, poisoning everything we do. And now he has the blood of 3 more legions on his hands."
At that, Malcador seemed to wince. The slaughter of Istvan V was still raw. None of them, save the implacable Valdor perhaps, could refer to it without provoking that hollow, draining sense of loss.
"Ferrus is truly gone, they tell me,"
admitted Malcador.
"Vulcan and Corax missing. 8 legions declared traitor, even now carving the void apart to get to us."
He smiled grimly.
"Shall I go on? The ether in turmoil, blighting the Astronomicon and making us blind. No word of Guilliman or Sanguinius. Are they with us, or have they also turned?"
"Not the angel," said Dawn firmly. "And I will not believe it of Rabute."
"But they are lost to us. For now, at least," said Valdor. "So we must survey what we know. Russ is at Alaxis. When I left him, they were badly mauled, for the Suns gave us a hard fight. But they will hunt again."
"And the lion?"
said Malcador.
"What of him?"
"He pursues his private feuds," said Dawn. "And when has he ever been anything but his own master?"
Malcador smiled.
"You brothers, Such a nest of rivalries. I warned him to make you sisters, that it would make things more civilized. He thought I was joking. I wasn't.
Dawn didn't smile. His face seemed permanently rooted in a kind of frozen tension.
"There is one other," said Valdor quietly.
"Ah, yes," said Malcador. "So easy to overlook the Khan. Why is that?"
"It is his gift," said Dawn dismissively.
"The Khan was in the Chondak system," said Valdor.
"Which, like so many others, is beyond our reach,"
said Malcador, his voice bleakly humorous.
"What of Jagatai's loyalty?" asked Valdor.
"I did not know him. Not well," said Dawn.
"None of us did," said Malcador. "That was the point of him. In any system there needs to be uncertainty."
He smiled at Dawn.
"You, my friend, were an exercise in the opposite. No wonder you two did not understand one another."
"So who was he close to?" asked Valdor.
Malcador thought for a moment.
"Horus, of course. They were so similar. I believe they conferred on Ulanor."
"Magnus, too," said Dawn, somewhat hesitantly. "They fought alongside one another for a long time."
"Yes," said
Malcador, nodding pensively.
"The Librarius. The Khan, Magnus, and Sanguinius were behind it. That was the root of their connection, such as it was. They all believed in the need for psychers within the legions."
Valdor took a deep breath.
"So, there it is. The Khan's known allies, Horus and Magnus. Traitors, both."
"All of us trusted Horus," said Dawn.
"Quite,"
said Malcador ruminatively.
"As I said at the time, Nicaea was the root of this. We should have explained things better, though there were reasons, some of which we could never disclose. Not there."
He pursed his thin lips.
"We were too caught up in what needed to be done. That may be the tragedy of it all. We did not explain."
Dawn looked at Malcador coldly, as if he fully agreed. Valdor remained as implacable as ever.
"Too late for regrets," said Malcador wearily. "We must summon him. Russ and the Khan. Standing here beside you, Rogel, would make me sleep easier. The Executioner and the Warhawk. That would give even Horus pause."
"Chondax has gone dark," warned Valdor. "But I can instruct the astropaths to focus their efforts there."
"And if he fails to answer?" asked Dawn. For a moment neither Valdor nor Malcador answered. The space around them seemed to shrink a little.
"Then we must assume that Jagatai has fallen too,"
said the Sigillite at last. No trace of wry humour left in his voice.
"Another name to add to the tally of the lost."
Ilia sat back in her chair after placing the ivory token. Her move had taken her a long time. With so many places to choose from, and so many tokens at her disposal, they always did. Her opponent shook his head. "Poor choice."
"Really?"
she asked, waiting to be shown why.
Yes,
he said, reaching over the large square board to position a black slate counter. She studied the results. They became sobering. He was close to capturing a straggling, kidney-shaped slice of territory, and there was almost certainly nothing she could do about it. The choice, therefore, became simple, to fight the inevitable or carve out some new area of her own elsewhere. It was a choice she had become used to making.
"I don't see the possibilities closing. Not in time," she complained.
That is the skill of it. But you're getting better.
Ilya allowed herself a brief glance at her opponent, checking to see whether he mocked her. As ever, it was hard to tell. Jagatai Khan lounged back in a low-slung seat of furs and leather, limbs loose, his proud face as inscrutable as stone. Ilya remembered when she'd first met him, back above Ulanor. For some reason she'd nearly fainted, even after Yasugai had warned her about it. It was said that Primarchs sometimes had that effect. The force of their superactive souls strained at the bonds of sense. She had also heard it said that the human species had never evolved to cope with presentations of such power within simulacra of their own bodies. The effects were well documented. Nausea, lightheadedness, panic. That had all passed now. Spending time with the Primarch hadn't become mundane. It could never become mundane, but it was containable. The flutters of anxiety in her stomach now rarely troubled her. Their conversations had become a trifle less formal. They shared a glass of wine from time to time. They played games.
"Am I really getting better?"
she mused, picking up another ivory stone and pondering where to place it.
"I think you tell me that so you don't lose an opponent."
Kinja plays.
"Does he ever beat you?"
she asked.
He's very good.
"I'll take that as a no."
The Primarch's physical presence could be a distraction. It wasn't just the size of him, though there was something inescapably incongruous in addressing a man nearly twice as tall as her. It was more the unconscious splendour. The Khan was lean, rangy, cut harshly like the talons of a hunting bird. He spoke sparingly. When he did, his voice was cultured, tinged with an aristocratic idiom. His face was long and sleek, dark-skinned like all Chagorians, and framed by long black hair. The scar that ran down his left cheek was pronounced, the zigzag of an old wound. Ilya heard that the legionaries had to add poison to the knife cut to get it to scar, for their superhuman flesh otherwise healed too perfectly. He took care over his appearance. His cloak was trimmed with white fur, Urmiet, it was called by his fellow Chagorians. He wore a caftan of deep burgundy, lined with silk. Bands of gold sat on his fingers, around his neck, enclosing the topknot of glossy hair. Even out of armour he looked dangerous. The folds of his clothing failed to hide the warrior's training of the body beneath. Every movement he made, whether reaching for more Chinua wine or setting his own stones in position, seemed to take place in a refined world of swordsman-like precision. Halji had told her about it many times.
"Nothing is wasted,"
he had said, sweeping his tulwar through the air in front of her to prove the point.
"Every movement as efficient as muscle allows. No flourish, no flair. Just the principle."
The Khan, fittingly enough, seemed to have perfected that.
"Do you wish me to give you a piece of advice?" he asked.
Ilya raised an eyebrow.
"By all means."
He sat back in his oversized chair. The light around them played with the gentle movement of candles. The strains of a Prosperine silver harp sounded faintly in the background. The Khan was very fond of music, an enjoyment he and Magnus shared, so they said.
"You play regicide?" he asked.
Ilya nodded.
"Not as sophisticated as Go," said the Khan. "Regicide gives you one enemy, one trajectory. Kill the Emperor, you are the victor. In Go, there is no Emperor to kill. Or perhaps it is better to say there are many Emperors."
Ilya listened. She thought the White Scars tried too hard to explain the superiority of their cultural preferences. They were so used to being overlooked and ignored. Something of that must have sunk into their psyche somewhere.
"My warriors are trained by this game," the Khan went on. "They learn to see threats from all sides. They learn to counter many targets."
"I can see that,"
said Ilya. "Damn it! I struggle to keep everything in my head.
You do very well.
There must be times, though. Times, in reality, when you do have one enemy.
It is easier for a subtle mind to adjust to simplicity.
Again, that edge of defensiveness.
That is because you know you are seen as barbarians.
Ilya sighed and placed her stone. It would probably do little to stem her losses. She expected to be given back handfuls of her counters fairly soon. So, what is the next target? The Khan studied the board.
After Chondax, I do not know.
No orders from the War Master? He did not reply. He hadn't spoken about Horus since the final stages of the conflict on the White World, though before he had often mentioned him. Kinja was the same. She knew that they hadn't received any firm news from the War Master whilst on Chondax. She would have seen the logs. But something, perhaps some half-heard star-speaker vision, might have eked its way through. It was as if they were all starting at shadowy rumours, fragments of uneasiness that moved through the void like gossip between infantrymen. "So, do you have plans?" Ilya asked, wondering if she would get a clear answer. The Khan stared intently at the stones, not lifting his eyes.
I feel the need to speak to Yasugai again. If we cannot make contact soon, then we will need to make our way home.
Ilya smiled.
Really? You'd bring the whole legion to Tricoris just for him?
The Khan did not smile. Smiling was rare with him, which was odd. The rest of the legion hardly ever stopped.
Of course I would.
He placed his stone, predictably enough beginning the encirclement of another of her dwindling groups.
I have relied on Yasugai for centuries.
Ilya took a sip before moving again. The wine wasn't very good. Trigorians didn't really appreciate viniculture. So why didn't he come with us to Chondax?
He was needed on Nicaea.
Nicaea?
A summit.
The Khan gave her a shrewd look.
I would have been there too, if I could have been. But Yasugai was my representative. He spoke for me. You see how much I trust him?
I do. What was he doing there?
Arguing for the right of the Zadjin Aga to exist. I hope he was successful.
And if he wasn't?
The Khan shrugged.
It makes no difference to me. But I would prefer that my more assiduous brothers don't have to make a difficult choice.
Ilya smiled. She had come to find the White Scar's amiable indifference to imperial edicts more endearing than exasperating. They weren't rebellious exactly, just themselves, no more, no less. Out alone, unconcerned. They would never give up the Stormseers.
The ruling could have gone against you months ago, she observed. We would have no idea.
Lots of things may have happened about which we have no idea, said the Khan. That is the advantage of this agreeable place.
But the Primarch's expression faltered for a moment then, as if he knew, or perhaps guessed, something more than he said.
Do you wish to tell me more?
Ilya asked carefully.
I do not,
the Khan replied, putting his stone down and launching a fresh attack on her beleaguered positions.
Now concentrate. You are nearly dead.
So tell me what you think, said Shiban. The body of the dead legionary lay in front of him on a slab of steel, rendered in uncomfortable detail by the overhead lights of the Khaljian's apothecarian. His armour had been cut away, and the flesh inside was black, like overcooked meat. Jochi stood beside Sanjay, who rubbed his chin.
Pozhenoid's gone, Sanjay said with regret. The heat.
How did he die?
You can see for yourself, said Sanjay, moving up towards the warrior's neck and parting the flaking folds with gloved hands. A single blade thrust down to the spine. He was held in place while they did it. Shiban leaned on his hands.
Ever seen an orc make a wound like that?
I do not know. Do they make wounds a certain way?
You have seen the way they fight, said Jochi. They mutilate what they kill.
Perhaps they did not have the chance, said Sanjay.
They had plenty of time, said Shiban. That is not the issue.
Sanjay looked back at the corpse. He studied it long and hard. He bent over and stared at the wound again. Shiban heard a faint whine as his augmetic left eye adjusted focus. Eventually, Sanjay straightened. It could have been Hain. I have seen them use a blade well enough. But yes, perhaps unlikely.
What then?
Sanjay looked at him evenly. You want my guess?
Say it, hissed Jochi impatiently.
This is a long knife cut. A legionary blade. They knew where to angle it. It was done quickly, and they trusted the lava to hide it. Shiban nodded. He felt vaguely nauseous.
Anything else?
Sanjay shook his head.
Legionary blade, murmured Jochi, appalled. They were fighting among themselves.
Who knows? Said Shiban.
There was nothing on Femus but greenskins,
Jochi went on, getting increasingly agitated.
Greenskins and us. Did they go mad? Now that's enough. How many died this way? Enough!
Shiban snapped. He pushed away from the table, his mind crowded with thoughts. Femus 4 had taken a long time to pacify, far longer than it should have. The expedition fleet commanders had put it down to the hostile terrain, but Shiban had seen the campaign logs prior to his transfer, complaining of higher casualties than expected, poor communications, regular setbacks.
They were fighting amongst themselves.
Hard to believe. Tensions always existed between the Brotherhoods. He'd experienced them himself. But not to that extent. Never to that extent.
This cannot be ignored, he said at last. I am going back down.
The cleansing is over, said Sanjay doubtfully.
We have our recall orders. The Kagan will move the fleet soon.
Comms have been bad for months, said Shiban, smiling bleakly.
If we are slow in answering, he will understand.
You will not solve this, said Sanjay. Not on Femus. Shiban started to walk away.
You have to start somewhere, he said.
Chapter 4. It took a long time for a fleet formation to respond to orders. Legionis Astartes battle cruisers were gigantic things, kilometers long, like dark cities in space. Building them was the labor of decades, drawing in millions of workers and thousands of Mechanicum creation engines. Once sent into the deep void, they continued to grow, to evolve, to change. A ship's own forges were never still, never at rest. Moving one was an exercise in logistics. 1 million crew serfs needed to be at their stations, priming weapons, activating power coils, manning command nodes. Thousands of line officers needed to make their decisions, ensuring the engineerium caverns delivered drive to the thrusters at the correct pitch and frequency. Hundreds of section commanders needed to keep track of the relative movements of other ships and feed 1 trillion auger readings to the cogitators and sensors to prevent collision with other behemoths maneuvering ponderously in the void. But in the end, even the biggest warship was driven by a single soul, a lone captain, gifted suzerainty by the Imperium's relentless drive towards hierarchy in all things. One voice gave the order to move, to train weapons, to light the black with the world-burning power of lances and torpedo volleys. The order was given. The ships moved. Across the 6th Legion fleet, every ship fired up low-burn engines and sent void shields shimmering down snarl-edged flanks. Escorts raced ahead, engines blazing, machine souls eager for the hunt. The true giants lumbered in their wake, wallowing as they came about before gunning drivetrains into life. The shoal of sleet-grey ships spread out, slotting into assault formations. Fire angles were established in all directions, a three-dimensional sphere of destruction spreading from the centre. The rust-red bloom of the nebula suddenly glowed with 1,000 points of intensity, swiftly extinguished as the fleet pulled up into attack speed. Ahead of them, thousands of kilometres distant and out of unaugmented visual range, the Alpha Legion did the same. Their vessels were similarly gargantuan, similarly bristling with weaponry of almost absurdly destructive potential. Some vessels were adorned with new Legion symbols, edged with sapphire and emerald, the sigil of the striking Hydra. Others still bore the colours of fidelity, crowned with the old chain-linked Alpha-Omega device. As ever, with the 20th Legion, nothing had been entirely settled. Everything was still in flux. Bjorn watched the enemy from the bridge of the Hellridder, studying their formation, noting the patterns. The two fleets still weren't visible to one another in the real viewports. His images were the grainy, poorly resolved feeds from long-range augers. He didn't feel any particular emotion. Prospero had been the same. A task, much as countless others that the wolves had been given, something to be carried out efficiently. Only later had the dull sense of wrongness fallen over them. "We are outgunned," he thought. He performed rough calculations in his head, and knew that the strategios in the flagship would be reaching the same conclusion. They would already know how many more ships the Alpha Legion possessed, and how quickly their lethal complements could be brought to bear. "We are outgunned," said Godsmote, just a fraction behind, standing next to Bjorn on the command plinth of the bridge with the rest of the pack. He was in his armour, the dirty grey of it streaked with bloodstains and ritual kill marks, and his voice came tinnily from behind his helm's death mask. "Looks that way," agreed Bjorn, studying the incoming feeds. "Wise to meet them head-on?" "Probably not." Godsmote grunted. No use questioning a decision once it had been made, and the Wolf King hadn't been in any mood to back down from another fight, no matter how badly mauled they were. "We are a blunted blade," thought Bjorn bleakly. "We have been used too much." All legions had taken casualties during the Great Crusade, but some assignments had been bloodier than others. The wolves' numbers had never been among the highest, a feature exacerbated by their aggressive drive to limit recruitment to Fenris and their constant deployment, usually self-appointed, to some of the most arduous war zones of the campaign. Prospero had hurt them further, perhaps more than they truly understood. "I wondered if it would become easier," Bjorn mused. "If what would?" asked Godsmote. "Killing another legion. Killing kinsmen." "We're not there yet." "Yes, we are." Bjorn already saw how it would play out. Comms would be transmitted from the Hrafnikol to the Alpha Legion flagship, demanding that they stand down. No answer would come back. The Space Wolves would hold fire until the last moment, right up until the range of the main lances had been reached, issuing demand after demand. Then the killing would begin. Hellridder would play its part. It was built for fast attacks, agile and weapon-heavy, sparsely crewed and with scant berthing for anything but fuel and ammunition. The entire legionary complement on board was 6. A lean pack, but one in command of an agile hunter-killer.
"They're moving to an attack spread," noted Godsmote, glancing at the screens.
Strange, isn't it? Bjorn watched the pulses of green light crawl across his tactical readout, creeping towards one another with deceptive slowness. The velocities were now incredible. "What do you know of the Alpha Legion?"
"Not a lot,"
said Godsmote. "Ever heard of them mounting a major fleet action?" Godsmote paused.
"Should I have?"
Bjorn shrugged. "I've never heard of it. Not really what they're known for." To the extent that anything was known about the Alpha Legion, it concerned subtlety, subterfuge, and infiltration. Guilliman famously thought little of them. Russ, less famously, thought much the same. They didn't like getting their gauntlets bloody, it was said. Once the news had come in from Istvan V, once it had been given time to settle, some treacheries had seemed more obvious than others. The World-Eaters he could understand, the Iron Warriors similarly, and so too Mortarian's strange death guard. But the Alpha Legion, something about their switch of allegiance bothered him. It felt unsound. "Why are they here, doing this?" Bjorn asked, speaking as much to himself as to Godsmote. Godsmote smiled bleakly.
"Looks obvious."
Bjorn didn't smile. Even before losing his hand to the demon, he had never smiled much. Now, less than ever. He knew that the Pax laughed about it, poking fun at his unremitting seriousness. But they could laugh as much as they wanted. He felt a weight on his soul sometimes, like an anvil resting on his chest. He'd sit on the edge of the fire circle while the others sang or recited, listening but not speaking. For a long time he'd not envisioned himself becoming an integral part of the Legion, just one of its fringe elements, destined to die in some blood-drenched campaign on some world or other. Now that feeling had left him. Oddly, just as everything changed, his old sullen desire for withdrawal had ebbed, replaced by something else. After time long spent on the fringes, Prospero had begun to draw him into the rout's heart. The Primarch knew his name now. The sagas mentioned him, guaranteeing a kind of immortality in the cold halls of the Eight. It felt as if the centre of gravity had shifted, dragging him closer towards the savage embrace of a legion whose temper had always contrasted so badly with his own. "It is not obvious," said Bjorn. "Not to me. There are mysteries here." The lights on the bridge began to lower. From somewhere far below, a warning chime sounded. Guns were being hauled into position. Firing solutions were being calculated. Far ahead, in a slender line on the very edge of vision, the first pinpricks of light from the enemy positions crept into the real viewers, like a string of jewels slung against the void.
"Well, that may be,"
breathed Godsmote, his voice already heavy with relish.
"But here they come. And for myself, I wish only to discover how they die."
Yasugai leaned closer to the viewport and watched the plains of Chogoris fall away into a pale blur. For a few moments after takeoff, he'd been able to see the Kum-Kata monastery laid out below him in all its sprawling glory. The old towers of the Khitan, the training grounds, the gardens ripe with plum trees. Gold pinnacles had glinted in the sunlight. Soul pennants had snapped in the stiff breeze. Then it was gone, lost in a haze of pale greens and browns. He watched the Altak stretch out, spreading out across the continental mass, devouring everything. Only a few wisps of cloud scudded across the emptiness, ephemeral against the vastness. All worlds looked much the same from space. The colours varied, but the real differences were all hidden in ground-level details. The smells, the feel of the gravity, the taste of the wind. Yasugai had trod upon 100 different worlds, and none had ever really resembled another. Humanity had spread itself across a bewilderingly wide range of habitats, conquering each one with the remorseless patience and ingenuity that was, so he had come to learn, the mark of the species. Soon, Trigoris ceased to look different from any other planet, a blank sphere hanging in the uniform blankness of starlit vacuum, its distinctiveness lost. Yasugai turned away from the viewport and settled back in his chair. He never enjoyed leaving the home world. Before the Master of Mankind had arrived and brought the Great Crusade to them, Yasugai had been quite content with the limits placed upon them by a single world. They had enemies to fight, kingdoms to lay low, prey to hunt. He had never wanted for more than that. The Khan had been the same. He remembered talking to him once as the moons rose, back in the old days when Kumkata had been 1/10 the size, and built of red-tinged stone, rather than underpinned by rockcrete and steel.
"What will we do when all enemies are conquered?"
Yasugai had asked, feeling warm dusk breeze against his skin. The Khan stood on the parapet, his long, lean frame proud against the lowering light. By then he was the master of the whole continental mass, the conqueror of the Kinzan, the Ko, and the Khitan, the Neomen, and 100 other nations.
"Let them go again," he said calmly.
He flexed his fingers against the red balustrade.
"I have no desire to become their master."
Yasugai laughed.
"Then why conquer at all?"
"Because we must."
The Khan looked up into the heavens. Perhaps he knew what would be coming soon, the arrival that would change everything.
"We hunt because we are hunters."
His expression became sour.
"There is no point in saying, 'This is it, this is the end.' You have achieved what you set out to do. The world will not remain still around you. You move with it, or you are swept away."
Yasugai looked up at his master. The Khan's physicality had never lost its power to impress. Everything about him was demanding. Some of the men of the Ordu were already calling him Khan Tengri, tantamount to bestowing godhood. Yasugai couldn't blame them. They'd all seen what he was capable of.
"I do not know if I believe that,"
Yasugai said lightly.
"You rule the land from here to the ocean. You will not give it up."
The Khan turned his eyes on Yasugai. Those eyes, too, never lost their terrible power. Yasugai remembered when he'd first seen them, recovering in a fire-warmed Ger after the powers he'd been born with had nearly killed him. They were like a god's eyes, deep-set, unconsciously scrutinizing, pitiless.
"I will one day," the Khan said softly. "Do you know what I fear, Tagutai?"
"Nothing."
"Only beasts fear nothing."
Yasugai smiled.
"Decrepitude, then."
The Khan nodded.
"Oh, you do know me, Zadien Aga."
He looked back out over the plains.
"Decay is the enemy. Every emperor we have deposed has been fat. They reached the limits of their power and sat back on golden thrones, satisfied with what they had done when they still had vigor. By the time we came for them, they could barely lift a tulwar."
"You will not become fat," observed Yasugai. "I do not think you are capable of it."
The Khan shrugged.
My body, perhaps not. But my mind?
He seemed to shudder, not from the cold, it was still warm, but from a lack of motion. Yasugai had noticed it before. He needed to be moving, out on the saddle, chasing something down.
There is only one unforgivable lie. That is the lie that says, "This is the end. You are the conqueror. You have achieved it, and now all that remains is to build walls higher and shelter behind them." Now the lie says, "The world is safe."
The Khan shook his head.
All emperors are liars, Tagutai. Safe?
He spat on the balustrade.
No fouler word exists.
That exchange had been over 140 years ago. Since then, of course, everything had changed. But Yasugai had never forgotten it. Sometimes he wondered whether he might ask the Khan about it again, seeing if he had revised his views. He doubted it. The Khan's moods and temper seemed burned into him, like the Talskar imprint on his left cheek. The lander neared its destination and banked around for the final approach. As the star field wheeled past the viewports, Yasugai caught a glimpse of the transport he'd requisitioned, the Legion frigate Sickle Moon, its spear-shaped profile standing starkly, picked out by the white livery and gold-red trim. The lightning strike sigil, the mark of the Khans for 1,000 years, had been painted proudly along the forward flanks. It looked fast, and that was good. It would need to be. The lander swept up towards the frigate's dorsal hangar, guided by twin lines of strobing lumens. Once touched down inside, Yasugai stirred himself, got up and walked down to the lander's embarkation ramp. He took a moment to smooth his robes and collect his staff before emerging out into the hangar. Appearances were important, and despite everything that had happened, the Legion still placed store in its storm seers. The lander's outer doors hissed open. The hangar was lit brightly, as was usual on 5th Legion warships. Every surface was highly polished, glistening softly under hanging lumens. The interior smelled of steel polish, engine oil, and phalang, the Khitan ceremonial incense. 2 lines of white scars stood to attention on either side of the ramp, clasping their fists across their chests in the ritual greeting.
"Still they respect us, even after all this foolishness," thought Yasugai as he descended.
He found the display of respect touching.
"I am glad to belong to such a legion."
The ship's commander inclined his head as Yasugai approached.
"Welcome, Zajinaga," he said. "You honor us with your presence."
Yasugai bowed in turn.
"I have taken you away from important duties." "You have saved us from tedium. We are happy to have you."
The 2 of them walked together towards the hangar's exit. Behind them, servitors began to unload the lander, hauling grav crates from the cargo bay.
"So, can you get me to Chondax?" asked Yasugai.
The commander gave an equivocal gesture.
"We will try, but you know about the storms. The navigator says nothing can be promised."
"When has a navigator ever said different?"
"That is true."
"And you have me with you now," added Yasugai. "It has been a while since I peered behind the mask of heaven."
"This is a good ship," said the commander firmly. "A harmonious ship. 20 major engagements since first launch, and still harmonious."
That was reassuring. Chagorian captains had taken all sorts of esoteric concepts up into the void with them since their sudden and enforced leap in technological progress, and ancient ideals of harmony and balance still counted for a great deal. They reached the far end of the hangar, and Yasugai paused before a set of double doors.
"What is your name, Commander?" he asked.
"Lushan."
"Khitan?"
"Yes,
from Xiam. From the beginning, then, Lu Shan. Let there be no secrets between us. This turmoil is not natural. I do not understand its origin, but it makes our star speakers deaf and dumb. It silences the galaxy, and it masks the Primarch. Defying it will certainly be dangerous. I say this only so you are aware.
All of us are prepared, said Lu Shan, looking perfectly unconcerned. We can head out to the jump point on your command.
Good, said Yasugai, opening the doors with a gesture.
Then do so now. My dreams have been troubled. Until I am reunited with the Kargan, I fear they will become worse.
He gave the commander a weary look.
And it would be nice to have some sleep.
Torgun strode towards the Star Spear's command deck. He was curious. It wasn't common for Gemulan to call the Khans together. The Noyan Khan preferred to run his fiefdom in the Tregorian manner, loose control from the centre, maximum autonomy extended to the various brotherhoods. Now, though, the order had come in, and his commanders were hastening to comply. Those stationed on other vessels had taken shuttles over to the Star Spear. Some, still located in the outlying regions of the cluster, had arranged to be present by secure lithocast.
"What do you think?"
asked Manju, his lieutenant, walking alongside him. His face, light-complexioned and framed by blonde hair, was creased with uncertainty. It was a markedly youthful face for a space marine, one upon which the Legion scar looked oddly out of place.
"No idea," said Torgun.
He'd heard rumours that the astropathic veil was beginning to fracture, that some messages were beginning to get through at last, though nothing firm enough to place any confidence in.
"The new assignment,"
offered Manju, his tone giving away his hope.
"It would be about time."
As was typical, the White Scar's straggling Legion structure made coordination difficult. Many brotherhoods were still engaged in the last gasps of Xenos cleansing out in the far reaches. Others had been in their ships for weeks, hanging in orbit over the white world with nothing to do but practice their bladecraft in cages until fresh orders were issued from the Swordstorm. The Tregorians seemed happy enough with that. They were used to their inscrutable Primarch and his impulsive decision-making. The Terrans took it harder. At least those who hadn't long resigned themselves to the Legion's haphazard methods of command and control.
"I thought they'd improve things," said Manju. "The Terran they brought in."
"She's just one woman," said Torgun, smiling wryly. "She can't change it all." They passed from the corridors into a capacious antechamber, crowned with a high dome of glittering crystal. Fleet attendants bustled across the floor, clutching data slates, stepping clear of drone-like servitors in their paths. On the far wall was a Legion lightning strike, inlaid in alabaster and slate. The sigil of the Horde of the Earth stood next to it, a stylized mountain peak, modelled, so Torgun had been told, on Temudan, one of the holy peaks of the Legion's homeworld. Below the sigils were the huge doors of blast-grade adamantium that led into Gemulan's audience chamber. 2 warriors of his Keshig stood on either side of the entrance, carrying heavy glaives. Their faces were hidden behind sloping grills of Mark III power armor, the helms crested with horsehair plumes dyed black. Other summoned Khans were making their way through to the chamber beyond. Their shoulder guards carried their Brotherhood emblems, a double-headed arrow, a falcon, a dawn sky. At the sight of the last one, a golden sun with spear-tip rays, Torgun's gaze met Hibu's. Torgun nodded his head fractionally in greeting. Hibu did the same. Once they were through, the blast doors shuttered closed behind them. The chamber glistened from reflective white walls. Bronze-caged lumens hovered above head height. Perhaps 70 white scars stood on the tiled floor, though some outlines flickered with the crackling aura of hololithic projections. A low murmur of expectant discussion rippled across the gathering. Gemulan entered the room last, and ascended the dais at the far end. The Noyan Khan was as imposing a presence now as he had been when he had presided over Torgun's ascension. The many intervening decades had only hardened his ravaged, hawk-sharp face, making the zigzag scar on his face even whiter. His battle-plate was ancient, reverently maintained, but carrying its own sets of cherished burns, chips, and dents.
"Brothers,"
he said, turning to face the crowd and bowing perfunctorily. His face looked haggard.
"My earnest thanks for attending at such notice. I know you are diligently preparing for the next stage of the crusade, wherever that might be."
Torgun and Manju exchanged brief glances. Gemulan sounded exhausted, as if fresh from combat. His voice, for the first time Torgun had ever heard it, gave away the old warrior's age.
"I would not have called you together had it not been of signal importance,"
Gemulan continued, sweeping his weary eyes across them all.
"I wish the news I have to give were better. I wish it were not—"
He faltered, then recovered himself.
"I have come from the Swordstone. I have spoken to the Kagan. He wished me to tell you all how proud he is of your achievements here. He knows how much blood you have shed. He told me it will be remembered."
"Something has happened," thought Torgun, narrowing his eyes. "He can barely bring himself to tell us."
"As you know, the astropaths have been out of contact with the Imperium. The darkness is lifting now, though only partially. For reasons we do not understand, Star Speakers on the flagship are receiving visions again. Our interpreters have been working hard to decipher them. Some images are still hard to discern, but at least we are getting them."
Gemulan paused, seemingly unsure how to continue.
"Well, this is good news, surely. Why is he so reticent?"
"I hardly know how to tell you what we discovered," said Gemulan. "Since there is no way to tell it well, I will tell it plainly. The Great Crusade has been split. Treachery. The unthinkable has happened. A Primarch has fallen into madness. A world lies in ruins, and loyal warriors have been butchered. We do not know how many legions are involved. We do not know why this has happened. But we are being asked to intervene, to leave Chondax."
Gemulan's words were as heavy as lead ingots. No one in his audience spoke. No one responded. Torgun, just like the rest, stood dumbfounded. A collective paralysis seemed to grip the chamber.
"As I speak to you, others across the expedition are being told this news. Our orders are to accelerate the muster and bring the fleet back to a war footing. There is much we do not know yet, but this much is clear. Heresy has emerged among the Legiones Astartes. The only remedy is to root it out. This means war. This means going after those who, until this day, we called brothers. Their guilt is clear. They are murderers. They are faithless murderers."
Gemulan spat the final words out with venom, his gauntlets clenched, trying to still hands trembling with fervour. The crowd began to murmur again. Their initial shock gave way to a terrible curiosity, the basic mortal need to have questions answered, to know in all details what had taken place. Some instincts had not been quelled by the rigours of their transhuman conditioning. "Ho!" rose from the floor, first in lone voices, then as a chorus. Torgon found himself joining the clamour almost by default, adding his voice to those raised in outrage and disbelief. "Who?" Gemulan raised his hands, stilling the tumult. His expression remained dark.
"This is what we know,"
he said, as the chamber fell quiet again.
"The homeworld of the Thousand Suns has been destroyed. The Legion annihilated. Magnus the Red is slain, his back broken, and his city laid waste."
Gemulan looked as if he half disbelieved what he was saying.
"These tidings come from the hand of the War Master himself, bearing his signs of surety," he said. "They are the first authenticated sendings we have received since the Veil fell, and though much remains to be determined, at least now we know the name."
Gemulan's dark visage swept the chamber, animated by pure fury, the fury of a betrayed comrade in arms.
"Only death awaits the traitor," he proclaimed. "So shall it be for Leman Russ, betrayer and heretic."
Chapter 5. Bjorn planted his feet apart, compensating for the sudden tilt of the bridge deck. The Hellridder's grav structure coped well with sudden shifts, but it wasn't perfect. His assembled pack, Godsmote, Urth, Uenwald, Angvar, and Ferrith, adjusted stance automatically, eyes fixed on the tactical readouts. "Come about 5 points zenith," Bjorn commanded. "Take it out!" Shudders ran down the chamber's walls, the kind of ripple vibrations that might have shattered a less robust structure. Already the armour-glass forward blisters were cracked, and 2 servitor-manned stations had lost power from ruptures below. They were being hit hard. They were hitting back hard. Such was Void War. Every screen filled with signals. Twin fleet profiles sprawled across the void in a clogged swarm of eerily silent explosions, radiating out from the skeletal corpses of burning starships. Escorts died like firecrackers, igniting in blue-white flares of detonating engine cores and shooting through formations of the battle-cruiser giants. Bigger warships, frigates, destroyers powered through the debris, backs aflame, broadsides flickering with 1,000 pinpricks of las discharge. Then came the Leviathans, their void shields smeared with feedback splashes the size of asteroids, their lances vomiting crystalline beams of killer energy. No communications had been received from the Alpha Legion flagship. No demands, no challenges, just a wall of white noise, followed by the first volleys of las beams across the vacuum. The Wolf King had no need to give any further orders. His legion responded with the frustration born of enforced inactivity, launching itself at the enemy like Barasaks of the old ice. "More speed!" growled Bjorn, watching the carnage unfold, plotting lines of evasion and attack, his gold-pinned eyes shining. Another shudder ran through the deck as the lances fired. The forward scanners disappeared for a fraction of a second, lost in a white-yellow blaze before clearing. The target lay ahead and above them, burning hard to escape the Hellridder's pursuit. It wasn't much smaller than its hunter. A sapphire wedge of burning adamantium, limbed with bronze swirls and carrying a ragged-edged wound along its ventral hull plating. Squadrons of gunships buzzed around its outline, some of them as grey as slush, some gleaming like jewels in the night. Coronas of lasfire surrounded them all, whiplashing against the prey's half-buckled shields and slicing through the solid armour beneath. The target was herring for the cover of an Alpha Legion cruiser formation up ahead, and the Hellridder went after it, engines swelling. Both ships had taken damage, and every second spent in the maelstrom of venting plasma and raking las spears added to the tally.
Can we get it?
mused Godsmote eagerly, bracing himself against another yaw of the bridge.
10 more seconds,
snarled Bjorn, desperate not to see it get away. He would have to pull out before they came within range of the cruisers, and that would anger him. "Incoming Stormbirds to port," reported one of the servitors flatly. "Losing port void 7, intoned another. "Lances at 90%. Diverting sea-deck lumen power to drive relays." The information washed over Bjorn, just part of the incoming barrage of tactical data. He felt the tremble of the ship beneath him, shivering like an animal, adjusting course on his every command.
"Getting a lock,"
reported the master gunner, his half-augmetic head buried in a wiry nest of pict screens. Ahead of them, the target bucked and wheeled. The Hellridder followed it tightly, corkscrewing through the backwash of a dying mass conveyor before shooting clean ahead and gaining space.
"Now, Gunmaster,"
warned Bjorn, leaning forwards, bracing himself against a granite wall.
"Now or never." "Got it,"
the crewman confirmed, yanking a control column and swinging round in his swivel-mounted seat. The Hellridder's forward lances opened up. Twin lines of coruscation impaled the enemy's blazing engine quarters.
"Hi-yah!"
roared Earth, cracking a fist into his gauntlet's palm. The target exploded, blasted apart by one chain-linked detonation after another, and its ship corpse keeled over, spinning out of control as fuel chambers were sucked into the destructive orgy.
"Away now!"
commanded Bjorn.
"Away and down!"
The Hellridder plunged into a steep dive. Fresh targets hove into view, interspersed with incoming enemy markers. A three-dimensional tumult raged unabated about them, swirling and interlocking.
"Ship kill!"
reported the gunner, grinning like a child as he ran sensor checks on the target's spreading debris.
"By the All-Father! A fine ship kill!"
"Stormbird still closing," repeated the Sensorium servitor. Its voice sounded more suitable for reporting a minor fuel leak in the bilge-level redundancy coils.
"How many?"
24. Close formation. Firing imminent." Bjorn cursed under his breath. Stormbirds were a threat to a vessel the size of the Hellridder. Fast, heavily armoured, and carrying all sorts of imaginative payloads.
"A broadside, Gunmaster! Do not let them get in tight!"
The Hellridder jerked in mid-trajectory, kicked by a sudden burst from the sub-warp drives. Like a wounded dog, it tumbled over itself lengthways, falling into what looked like a terminal dive. At the last minute it righted, some 100 kilometres above the heaving carcass of a crenellated battlecruiser in Fenrisian livery, and thrust hard to starboard. The escape figure had been expertly performed, angling the port gun batteries up at the incoming lines of Stormbird gunships.
"Flay them!"
ordered Bjorn coldly, watching the enemies scream in closer. The Hellridder's ranked guns erupted, peppering the blackness with a barrage of torpedo trails. Stormbirds crashed through it, some erupting into blazes of ruinous fire trails, some weathering the conflagration and powering clear.
"Again!"
A Stormbird blew apart on the attack run, its debris flung out in a wild, tumbling arc. Another ran head-on into a projectile cluster and dropped away sharply, engines guttering out. One of them got a clean shot off, overloading one of the Hellridder's rear void shields with a single precision strike. Then, just as abruptly, the squadron altered course, angling up and thrusting in unison across the Hellridder's dipping prow.
"Track them!"
ordered Ironwald. Bjorn spun around to the Sensorium operators.
"Belay that! Keep close sensor sweep!"
One of the command staff, a woman with flame-red hair and iron-cast eyeballs, swiveled to look up at him.
"We have boarding torpedoes incoming. 9.
Godsmote cursed.
"They were screening them."
"Guns to port!" ordered Bjorn, glaring at the gunner. The gunner was already in action, coordinating the close-range cannons, filling the danger zone with a dense thatch of crackling las beams. The boarding torpedoes exploded in a ragged line, the flashes of their demise lighting up the Hellridder's scorched armor plates starkly.
"Did we get them all?"
Bjorn demanded, grabbing a cable-mounted pict screen and swinging it round. His answer came in the form of 5 heavy hits somewhere far below, punching like bullets through leather. The ship shivered as its skin was broken.
"The only gap in our void shields,"
breathed Godsmote appreciatively, as he looked at the glowing impact markers.
"What a name!"
Bjorn unlocked his axe from its backstrapping and flicked the disruptor field into blue, glimmering life.
"You have the bridge, shipmaster,"
he said, his voice already descending into a battlefield growl as he addressed the senior officer on the bridge.
"Run those gunships down. Then look for cover from Ogve's battle group."
Then he turned on his heels, beckoning to the pack as he did so. His movements were loosening, gearing up for the close work he'd been bred for.
"Come, brothers," he snarled. "We have snakes to skin."
Shiban looked down at the excavation site. He would have to speak to Hasek about it, but needed more information. All he had at the moment were half-formed suspicions, none of them convincing.
"Khan!"
The hail came from the far end of the site, a few meters from Shiban's vantage point and down in the pits carved by his warriors. A dozen of them still laboured at the lava face, drilling into the semi-cooled and glowing rock with plasma weapons and heavy chain blades. They had found a few more elements from the slain White Scars patrol, fragments of armour and jet bike components. Above them, the sky glowered like a hot oil sleek. Shiban scrambled down the slope. Time was short. If they didn't turn anything up soon, then he would have to call off the operation and return to the Calgian.
"Tell me you have found something useful, Chell," he said,
approaching one of his warriors stooped at the foot of a slope of semi-cooled lava. Chell turned towards him.
"Perhaps."
He held up the mangled remains of detonation charge casings and a few shrapnel fragments.
"These were buried further up."
Shiban looked them over. He had used similar devices himself many times. They might have been used to collapse the walls of a lava channel, redirecting the flow. Perhaps the patrol had used them prior to their final battle. It was impossible to tell for sure. The pieces were little more than blackened shards.
"And this,"
said Chell, extending his gauntlet. Shiban took up a metal disc, less than half a palm's width. It was heavy, ridged at the edges. He turned it over, then back again. One side was blank, and the other had a hawk's head engraved on it. The workmanship was not sophisticated. It reminded him of tribal ritual images from home, although the style was not recognizably Chogorian. The surface was pitted and tarnished, and he couldn't identify the metal from touch alone. Whatever it was clearly robust to have survived the heat.
"Where was this?" Shiban asked.
Chell pointed up the slope.
"Where we found the last body. The Auspex nearly missed it."
Shiban looked back at the medal. It seemed innocuous. The dull light of Femus reflected from its mottled silver face like an echo of old blood. His skin, insulated beneath the ceramite of his gauntlet, pricked with sweat.
"Seen anything like this before?" he asked.
Chell shrugged. His body language gave away his doubtfulness. He wanted the excavation over, and saw no purpose in digging more ground away from the bodies of slain brothers. Shiban turned to the rest of the squad, holding the medal up.
"Any more of this?"
No answers came. They gazed at it blankly, their demeanour much the same as Chell's. Shiban closed his fist over the medal.
"So be it. Not much of a return?"
He glanced up the slope to where the hunchbacked outline of the Stormbird waited for them. As he did so, his comlink crackled into life.
"Khan,"
voxed Jochi.
"Transmission from the fleet."
"Relayed."
Jochi hesitated.
"It might be better if you come back up. They want us back. Everyone, back to Chondax, no exceptions. Something has agitated them.
Shaban felt a chill. That sounded familiar. He remembered how the Kargan had stood amidst the ruins of the Greenskin fortress on Chondax, bending his head to listen to some troubling tidings from his Keshig. Something has agitated them. But that was some time ago, and he couldn't say that he would be sorry to see the back of Femus.
Understood. Ready the Kaljan for transit.
He cut the link and turned back to the squad.
We are done here, brothers. Our next assignment, heavens willing, will be more rewarding.
They started to move out, and Shaban gazed over the site one last time. It was a poor graveyard for those who had fallen. He looked down at the medal again. He liked nothing about it. Something about the way it had been made offended his aesthetic senses.
Hateful world,
he muttered, trudging back up the slope to where the Stormbird waited to take them back to Chondax. Bjorn jogged down the Hell Ridder's transit corridors, closely followed by Godsmote and the others. The 6 wolves were followed by 2 10-strong units of Karl shipguards, each wearing carapace armour and hefting a heavy autogun. The clatter of massed bootfalls echoed messily in the confined spaces. This far down, the capillaries were narrow, poorly lit, and hanging with cables. Bjorn's glowing axe lit the way in stark, pale blue. Its energy field rippled and snarled, already eager to tear into ceramite. The weapon's name was Bloodbringer, and he carried it in his right hand, his left still being an unfinished matrix of gears and metal spurs.
One-handed,
he thought grimly. This will be interesting. Godsmote loped close by, carrying a chainsword in his left fist and a bolt pistol in the right. His armour looked devilish in the flickering blue light.
"They're close,"
he said. Bjorn grunted. He didn't need to be told that. He could hear it from the bolt clashes and screams up ahead. The boarders had worked fast, not bothering to fight their way up to the bridge, but heading down as quickly as they could, going for the sub-light engines. If they stopped Hellridder moving, then they'd have killed it as surely as if they'd let off charges in the heart of the warp engine ducts. It was a decision that Bjorn might have made in their place. Fighting another legion was an unsettling experience. They thought like he did, were as quick as he was, and almost as familiar with the layout of his vessel. It was like fighting a mirror. The Thousand Suns had been different. They'd already been half-beaten once the Space Wolves had made planetfall, and their defense had been desperate and messily, confusedly defiant. The Alpha Legion had no such disadvantages. They were in better shape than the Wolves, better resourced, and with the advantage of the initiative. They had come looking for this fight, for reasons that even Russ hadn't fathomed with any precision.
We understand so little. They hold all the cards. How has this been allowed to happen?
Bjorn reached the end of the corridor and burst through the doors into a massive, half-ruined vault. Octagonal walls soared up into the darkness, enclosing a shaft over 100 meters high. In the center stood a principal power relay for the subwarp drives, a hulking spire of pipe-webbed ironwork and glowing plasma conduits. It jutted up into the roof space in a grotesque thrust of industrial majesty, wreathed in forks of electrical discharge that sent streaks of lightning dancing across the chamber. Bjorn's helm display gave him 5 targets, each in scale-patterned power armor, each knee-deep in corpses and charred engine components. The Engineerium defense crew were down to a few dozen mortal warriors, hunkered down behind whatever cover they could find and firing furiously.
"Yoda!"
roared Godsmote, thundering across the pipework floor towards the closest Alpha Legionnaire. The pack fanned out in his wake, aiming with precision, adding to the furious volley of shells already ricocheting off the enemy's power armor. Bjorn was faster. He raced across the chamber, veering around piles of debris and swaying through the bolts loosed at him by the legionaries. 2 shots connected, one glancing off his pauldron, the other cracking his vambrace. That made him stagger, but not lose speed.
"Haido Rush!"
he bellowed. Feeling spittle laced the inside of his helm. This was his ship, his environment. Everything about it, the shouts of guttural Fenrisian from the warriors, the stink of oil, brazier coals and blood-wet pelts, the savage aspect of the raw, unfinished ironwork, was home ground. Such things were important. He crashed straight into combat, trading blows with Bloodbringer and knocking the first Alpha Legionnaire back a pace. From the corner of his eye, he caught Earth tearing into another. Angvar had fallen back and opened fire with his bolter.
"This is no place for you,"
Bjorn snarled, working his axe blade with fury, giving the legionary no time to do anything other than parry.
"Traitor!"
The enemy said nothing. No taunts, no jibes. His masked helm was blank and unmarked. He fought expertly, swiftly, countering the axe blade with a disruptor-shrouded gladius. When the weapons clanged together, the energy fields snarled and spat, sending throbbing vibrations down Bjorn's arm. Blood raged thickly around his system, fueling a hot burn behind his eyes. He hated the warrior before him. He hated his silent efficiency. He hated his brazen effrontery in coming to his ship. And above all, he hated the lack of explanation.
"Why are they doing this? Why are they here?"
They clashed again, blades ringing from the impact. Both swung with equal strength. Bjorn's hatred was the only difference between them, and in the end, that made the difference. His blows were fractionally wilder, fractionally harder to predict.
"All Father!"
he roared, as Bloodbringer plunged down a final time, cutting through the legionary's last hasty defence and biting deep into armour cables. The energy field tore through them, issuing a hiss of escaping gases, swiftly mingled with an aerosol spray of blood. Bjorn dragged the blade in deeper, severing the warrior's neck in a froth of mingled gore and coolant. The Space Marine crumpled, gasping for a breath that would now never come. By then Bjorn was already moving, leaping over the twitching corpse and seeking new prey. Godsmote and the others were busy with their own fights, locking the enemy down on the chamber floor amid the echoing clash of hard weapons fire. The last Alpha Legionnaire had broken free of the battle, racing over to the power spire and leaping up at it, lit gaudily by flickering blades of arc lightning. Bjorn went after him, mag-locking his axe and sprinting to the base. The two of them clambered up the filigree of pipes, racing up it like rats on a hawser. A bolter-blown rupture in the spire's outer shell yawned above them, revealing a glowing grill that seethed and fizzed with barely contained energy. Forks of plasma lashed against the edges, silhouetting the approaching legionary and licking against the moving shadow of his power armour. Bjorn pulled himself higher, hampered and made weaponless by his single functioning hand. The legionary was almost at the rupture, poised below the lip with his fist clutching a brace of crack grenades. A full detonation could take the whole chamber out, dragging half the engineerium with it and leaving the Hellridder crippled and drifting. Bjorn halted, planting his boots solidly. Braced, he retrieved the axe from his back, hefted it, then threw. The axe flew end over end before thunking solidly into the Alpha Legionnaire's back. The edge pierced deep into his backpack, cracking open the protective housing that covered the suit's power cabling, and the lines shorted with a burst of crackling discharge. The legionary spasmed as if paralyzed, suddenly inert and twitching. His grenades, unprimed, fell from his outstretched hands. Bjorn hauled himself upwards, clambering level with his enemy. Robbed of a weapon, he curled his hand into a fist.
"Get down!"
he snarled. The Alpha Legionnaire could do nothing to avoid the blow. Bjorn's gauntlet slammed into his helm mask with the force of a forge hammer, hurling him away from the spire's flank to crash down upon the deck. Bjorn leapt down after him, driving his armoured knee into the legionary's stomach as he landed. Then he punched again, and again, smashing the warrior's face until the eye lenses were shattered, and his head lolled back in a thick slough of blood. Bjorn ripped the helm free, exposing a ruined and pulped face within. One eye had been torn from its socket, and was little more than a well of bubbling blood. The legionary's breaths came in a wet rattle.
"Why?"
Bjorn hissed. The Alpha Legionnaire looked barely conscious. His one functioning eye focused weakly on Bjorn, and something like a weary smile flickered across his bleeding gums. Bjorn felt his rage flare.
"How long were you planning this? Olenor? Before?"
The legionary coughed up more blood. His eye lost its focus.
"Do not die!"
roared Bjorn, grabbing him by his charred scalp and rocking his head back and forth.
"Why are you here? Give me a reason!"
He wanted to hurt him, to pour out some of the agony of betrayal, to inflict damage upon those who had ripped the Imperium open. The legionary lost his smile. He didn't laugh, or spit defiance, or promise vengeance. He just lay there, slowly dying, his ruined face resigned. It was then that Bjorn smelled it. The faint tang of nerve toxins, fast-acting, already in the blood. The warrior hadn't planned on being taken alive.
"I hate this legion."
Bjorn lowered his helm towards the legionary's face, as if inviting a confidential whisper. He could hear the last breaths of his victim, soft and untroubled.
"Tell me, brother, just one thing."
Bjorn spoke then as one warrior to another, desperate to extract something, anything concrete.
"Why are you doing this?"
At that, the dying legionary looked regretful, as if he wished he could do better, but protocol restrained him.
"For the Emperor," he said weakly.
Then his eye rolled upwards, and the thin breath stopped. Bjorn stared at him, baffled. Only slowly did he register that the chamber around him was silent, save for the growl and crackle of the power spire operating at full pitch. The fight was over. Godsmote strode over to him, limping badly. His bolt pistol had been discarded, and his chainsword was plasma-scorched.
"I don't like the way they fight," he rasped through damaged augmenters.
Bjorn said nothing. He clambered to his feet. Godsmote looked down at the battered corpse on the floor.
"Are you sure you need 2 hands?"
he asked, knocking his helm to try to get his vox filters working properly again.
"For the Emperor," murmured Bjorn.
Was that a joke? His comlink activated.
"If you've finished," came the shipmaster's voice, "you may want to get back up here."
"Status," ordered Bjorn, starting to walk.
"The fleet's falling back," said the shipmaster. "Taking heavy fire on all fronts. They have more guns than us."
He paused then, as if unwilling to go on.
"And the Hrafnical. I think they've crippled it."
Bjorn started moving faster.
"Do not fall back," he ordered.
Russ had been on the flagship.
"Hold course until I get there."
A sigh came over the Vox, as if the shipmaster had predicted such a command.
"And what course would that be, Lord?" "Direct for the Hrafnical," Bjorn growled. "If it goes down, we go down with it."
Chapter 6. Above the serenely cleansed orb of Chondax, the darkness of space was beginning to fracture. One warship after another burned in close from the jump points, gliding to a halt in high orbit above the white world, each one as immaculate as the planet below. At the center of the gathering, hung the Sword Storm, as ornate as the old palaces of the Khitan emperors. Its hull bulged with the modified engine coils that made it just about the fastest thing in the Imperium's many battle fleets. Like all White Scar's vessels, it was kept in spotless condition, scoured and cleansed by armies of crawler cherubs, until it glowed in the velvet void like a jewel. Beyond its escort perimeter waited other cruisers, the Chinzar, the Lance of Heaven, the Ko Fian, each one attended by a flock of smaller craft. Other Fifth Legion task forces were spread across the galaxy in scattered bands, but only here, on Chondax, was the core strength of the Legion mustered, and it was a formidable sight. Trying to get her head around the rapidly coalescing formations, Ilia hurried down the spinal corridor of the Sword Storm, heading from the main operations chamber toward the command bridge and strategium. Halgi strode effortlessly beside her, matching her frantic pace with easy, languid strides.
"Do we have word of the Uzan?" she barked into her vox-speed. "What about the Kaljan?"
Responses came back in delayed bursts. Her liaison officers were getting much better, but they still found it difficult keeping account of the straggling set of Legion assets.
"Kaljan is incoming," came an answer at last. "Nothing yet from the Uzan or the Hawkstar. We will keep trying."
Ilia spat out an old Terran curse, and Halgi chuckled.
"You have done well," he said approvingly. "I think Kargan will be pleased."
"He is never pleased," muttered Ilia. "Everything has to be faster, faster, faster. That's all he thinks is important. But there's more to deployment than speed."
"There is?" asked Halgi, looking interested.
"Any more information on what this is all about?" asked Ilia. "I could really use it."
Halgi's dark face was apologetic.
"You know as much as I do, Zu. Some treachery has been enacted. I heard talk of wolves of Fenris, which, if I am honest, would not surprise me."
Ilia stopped walking for a minute. She was feeling a bit lightheaded. The past few hours had been a non-stop flurry of orders and counter-orders with no respite. Ahead of her, she could hear rapid footfalls as ship crew hurried to their stations.
"Just what is it with you and the wolves?" she asked. "Every time they're mentioned, you go quiet."
Halgi gave her a wary look.
"Seriously?" said Ilia.
"Oh, for me, there is no issue," said Halgi nonchalantly. "Their reputation goes before them."
"There's more to it."
Halgi paused.
"I am not sure it is easy to explain in way you will understand."
"Try me," said Ilia testily. "I've lived with you all for long enough."
"All legions have reputations," Halgi said awkwardly. "Some overlap. The wolves boast of it. We have difficulties in past because of it. Others assume that we were the same. They see ritual marks, the scars, and make judgment."
Halgi winced as he spoke, as though he were ashamed of it all.
"We are not savages. We do not wish to be seen as savages."
Ilia laughed.
"You're jealous?"
Halgi looked stung.
"That is not what I said."
"It was what you meant,"
smiled Ilia, shaking her head in amusement. The scars were still capable of surprising her.
"I would never have thought it. The Emperor's perfect killing machines, and you're still capable of envy."
Halgi turned away from her and started walking again, looking irritated.
"I told you. Hard to explain."
"You explain perfectly," said Ilia,
trotting to keep up with him.
"But what worries me is what happens next. If they've committed some crime, what are you going to do? Go after them? You're right about one thing. They've got a reputation."
Halgi halted then and turned on her. His expression became uncharacteristically dark, like the sun filtering behind a cloud bank.
"Listen to me,"
he said firmly.
We may not be executioners, or world-eaters, or the perfect, but we are what we are. We have never demanded respect from anyone, and if they know nothing of us, then that is their loss, because we know about them. We are faster. We move faster. Kill faster. They are brothers. But if Russ has committed crime, then the Kargan will swat him aside like ragged dog he is. Have you ever seen our Primarch fight? That is perfection.
Ilya stared back at him, startled. Halgi almost never raised his voice, but now it shook with fervour. They resent it so much, this disregard, she thought, and yet they will not change. But then why should they? She bowed in apology. I was not speaking seriously, Halgi. I have offended you. I'm sorry. Halgi shook his dark-skinned head dismissively.
The fault is mine. I should not be troubled by it.
Ilya looked up at him thoughtfully. The sigils and devices that had once seemed so alien to her, tribal marks, jagged-edged Brotherhood kill tallies, were now a part of her own life. If she stayed with the Legion much longer, then she might even come to understand their mindset. A bit longer still, and she would start to share their resentments. So, will it come to that? She asked, seriously this time. Will the Khan take on the wolf? Halgi started walking again.
Loyalty matters, he said flatly. If War Master orders it, how could he not?
The Harafnikal wallowed in a torrent of incoming fire, slewing amidst a silent cloud of las beams and torpedo trails. The mighty gun still returned volleys, lighting up its gunmetal flanks in flashes of sudden brilliance. The corpses of a dozen vessels circled it like moons around a planet, their shells hollowed out by the vast explosions that had ended them. The flagship was pulling back, towards the beleaguered core of the Space Wolves fleet now, its escorts gone and its shields flickering out. A typically rash plunge into the heart of the battlesphere had brutalized its magnificent outline, despite the carnage it had caused on the way in. It was isolated, out of position, exposed. Those Alpha Legion warships that had withstood its initial charge were now returning fire in organized volleys, staying at long range and peppering the crippled beast with lance strikes. Bjorn watched the carnage through the real-view blisters on the Hell Ridder's bridge. Every impact on the flagship's broken hull felt like a strike at his own heart. He'd seen boarding torpedoes loosed, just as they had been against his own frigate. The Alpha Legion's skill with those hell-damned things was phenomenal. "Bring us in close, shipmaster," Bjorn commanded. The Hellridder wasn't the only ship burning towards the crippled Harafnikal. Attack craft from both fleets had scented blood and were racing into position. The Alpha Legion warships came in waves, ramping up the volume of incoming fire. The Wolves' vessels responded with increasing desperation, hurling their already damaged hulls into the path of the withering barrage. "We won't last long in this," replied the shipmaster. His voice betrayed no fear, just a blunt openness to the facts. "That is understood. What's the Harafnikal status?" "Void shields are down, though it's still got power and lances. We've tracked repeated boarding impacts." Bjorn looked out at the incoming ranks of Alpha Legion warships, most of which outgunned the Hellridder by an uncomfortable margin. His ship might divert some fire from the flagship for a while, but he guessed it would be a painfully short respite. "They've landed hundreds," observed Godsmote, looking at the sensor readings streaming in from the flagship. Bjorn nodded. "That's the fight we need to be in." He licked his tongue along his fangs, feeling a faint acid tang. "This seems to be the day for torpedoes. Time to show them how good our aim is." He turned to the master. "Wait until we're away, and then take the ship into the Alpha Legion firing line and do what damage you can. You know what that means?" The shipmaster looked up at him, his grizzled, Fenrisian face defiant.
"The hand of Russ be with you, Lord."
Bjorn bowed respectfully. "Until next winter." Godsmote, Eönvald, Angvar, Earth, and Ferrith were already itching to go. Bjorn could sense their kill pheromones, as rich and animalistic as predator musk, and they fed into his own. "Time to hunt," he said. The torpedo chamber was far below the bridge level, surrounded by thick adamantium bulkheads and lit with red combat lamps. Each boarding pod lay at the head of a circular launch tunnel, ringed with protective rune carvings. A larger vessel would have carried whole banks of hull rippers or Kaistus rams, their prows tipped with clusters of magna melters and their chassis capable of carrying an entire squad into combat. But the Hellritter had the minimum complement for its class. 10 slender tubes, each one kitted with a single melter-burst prow and reinforced impact zone. The torpedoes were less than 6 meters long in their launch berths, and had room for a lone, power-armoured occupant.
"Holy hell!"
swore Godsmote, looking doubtfully at his coffin-like receptacle. "They're minimally guided once launched," said Bjorn, clamping his axe to the front of his breastplate and lowering himself into the torpedo. "Try to get a lock once you're in the flagship. If we can muster, so much the better. If we can't, just kill everything you find." The pack clambered into position and shackled down their restraint cradles. Warning lights began to throb angrily, and the last of the launch crew scuttled free of the chamber. Bjorn lay back in his capsule, feeling the growing vibration of the device's thrusters. "Journey well," he said, his parting order as the coffin door closed over him. Locking bolts slid shut with a cascade of clangs. Bjorn heard his breathing hot and heavy in the dark. He clenched the fingers of his hand, feeling confined. "This is how dreadnoughts must feel," he thought. "Poor bastards." The thrusters behind him keyed, rising quickly to a dull roar. He heard blast hatches slide open, followed by the rush of escaping air. The torpedo trembled like a living thing. Bjorn's helm display, interfacing seamlessly with the capsule's onboard systems, gave him a countdown. "Here we go." The torpedo blasted down the tube. Bjorn slammed back against his harness, his whole body thrown up against the rear bulkhead. He had an impression of immense straight-line speed for a few seconds, then a wild change of trajectory as the torpedo swung down and towards the reeling behemoth of the Hrafnical. Gritting his teeth against the colossal pull, he studied the sensor readings tearing down the interior of his rattling helm. He saw the glowing points of the other torpedoes following him down, spiralling through burning zones of lasfire. The flagship loomed up with horrifying speed, a huge block of glowing wire frame against a black void field. He braced for the impact. And then it came. A burst of melter detonation that made the torpedo shudder, followed by a massive explosion that hurled Bjorn hard against his restraints. Even in power armor, and protected by the torpedo's outer shell, the impact was ferocious, wrenching him forwards and nearly causing him to black out. The tube ground onwards for a few more meters, shivering as it carved its way through solid hull casing. A second later, and the torpedo's locking bolts withdrew with a hiss. Shaking his head to clear it, Bjorn thumped the restraint cage's release mechanism. His capsule opened up, and he clambered to his feet, unlocking his axe and sweeping it around him. Debris slewed past, caught in the howl of the rapidly depressurizing ship atmosphere. He leant against it, fighting through the maelstrom, his armor dragged at by guttering flames. The metal decking around him was twisted from the melter impact. He had to clamber up through the wreckage before finding surer ground, all the while fighting against the roar and rush of racing oxygen. The lumens had shattered on his way in, and his helm's night vision was a smear of movement. Only once past the next bulkhead along was he able to seal a blast door behind him and halt the depressurization. He was inside the Hrafnical, somewhere down in the lower decks. He activated Bloodbringer's disruptor field, flooding the confined space with ice-blue luminance. "Report!" he voxed over the pack-wide comm, Blink summoning locator runes for the others. Nothing came back. No locators, no responses. His display looked damaged, a criss-crossed maze of feedback and half-resolved target locks. He clanged the haft of his axe against the side of his helm, jolting the signals and forcing a quartet of fresh target locks to swim across the display. "Skitch!" he spat, frustrated, pressing on down the corridor and opening up another slide door. On the far side was a supply depot, its ceiling lost in the distance and its shadowy walls soaring up on either side. Towers of transit crates reared away in every direction, locked together by hulking metal scaffolds. Chains hung down from the roof space from inert cargo loaders, themselves suspended from the chamber's summit on heavy metal rails. Ahead of him, the darkness was broken by muzzle flares and explosions. Throttled cries echoed down the narrow paths between the towers, swiftly cut off. He smelled the familiar odours of combat. Physaline smoke, blood, human fear. "Where is my pack?" He started to run down the canyons, cursing the junk swarming over his tactical display. He sprinted straight ahead, eventually breaking into an open space beyond the first wall of stacked crates. A lifter had been brought down ahead of him in a tangled mess of broken metal and severed chain links, bigger than a warhound titan, even in its ruin. For a moment, Bjorn saw nothing else. No bodies, no targets. Then, the tower to his right blew apart in a welter of burning plasteel. A warrior in pearl-grey armour flew across the plasteel deck plates in front of him, broken limbs rolling, skidding to a halt and leaving a long slick of blood in his wake. Bjorn whirled around, hackles up, wondering what could cast aside a fully armoured space marine with such disdain. Then the enemy stepped from the shadows, and he understood perfectly. The Khan stood in his private meditation chamber, high up on the terraced shoulders of the Swordstorm. Before him rose a many-faceted, crystal-flexed dome, looking out into the void beyond. He watched his ships suspended in the blackness, lined up ready for action, every one of them poised for his command. Many thousands of souls crewed those ships, both space marine and mortal. Each one alone had the potential to annihilate worlds. Together, their power was almost incomprehensible.
Has this much power ever been concentrated in so few pairs of hands? He wondered. The entire galaxy entrusted to 18 brothers. The peril of it is obvious.
The Khan's proud aquiline face lowered towards his ornate breastplate gorget.
My father knew the risks. He must have done. Why is he silent now?
He turned away from the observation dome. Artifacts lined the walls around him, ancient flintlocks, sabres, mauls, and halberds. His boots sunk into a thick fur rug. Books from 1,000 worlds, and from the span of 10,000 years, lined hardwood shelves, lit up by the soft light of a real fire. His movements were quietly powerful, like a tiger prowling back and forth in its cage. His cloak rippled all the way to his ankles, brushing against the ivory and gold of his battle plate, and shrouding the scabbard of his Dao blade.
Magnus,
he brooded, staring into the flames.
My good friend.
He remembered their initial encounter on Ullanor, meeting on the Triumph Plain, with the last blood of the slain greenskins still stinking in the air.
Greetings, brother, Magnus had said,
grinning across his strange, ruddy face, striding down from his lander with his rouged and cartouched cabal in tow.
You were actually fighting here, they say.
The Khan bowed.
In the system. Horus took the core world.
Magnus clapped his big hand on the Khan's shoulder.
Of course he did. How are you? You look leaner than you were, if such a thing were possible.
The Khan gave an equivocal shrug. Magnus was a little taller than him, a little broader, with his florid scarlet mane and decked out in flamboyant ornamentation. He looked like one of the Quo golden emperors the Khan had killed.
I dislike these gatherings, the Khan said,
looking out over the plain at the gathering masses. Thousands of Legion battalions had already made planetfall, and the polished stone expanse milled with the heavy equipment of 6 different legions. The air was thick with engine fumes and kicked-up dust. Above them, low in the atmosphere, hung the massive shadows of bulk landers.
You and I both, agreed Magnus. Will we have a chance to speak?
The Khan drew closer.
I hope so. The Angel is here. We need to confer. About the libraries? You must have heard the rumors.
Magnus smiled sadly.
There are always rumors. Russ can shout his ignorance as much as he likes. I think the rest of the Imperium is learning to ignore him.
It is not just Russ.
Worry less, said Magnus. There will always be suspicion of the gifted. We have to manage it, to explain it. Trust in enlightenment.
You forget, brother. I am not gifted.
Are you not?
Asked Magnus, smiling shrewdly.
If you say so.
They will destroy what we have built.
Angron, Mortarion, Russ.
None of them rest easily with it. If we do not guard what we have won.
You forget one thing.
Which is?
Our father, said Magnus fondly. He set this thing in motion. Can you imagine him letting the attack dogs ruin it? Mortarion and Russ will be given their chance to fulminate. I have seen it. Our only task, my elusive friend, is to remain true to reason.
The Khan looked into Magnus's one eye, seeing the trust in it, the faith.
You are wise in so many ways, he thought grimly. But you are a scholar, not a warrior, and you do not truly see the danger.
A reckoning will come, the Khan warned.
He turned to one side, gesturing for Yasugai to approach.
This is my counselor, Tagutai Yasugai, master of storm magic in our legion. It would be wise to nominate counterparts, an alliance between the like-minded.
A cabal? Asked Magnus.
A conversation, said the Khan.
The Crimson King regarded Yasugai for a moment. His lone eye glittered in Ulanor's foul sunlight, as if probing deep into the unseen.
Mighty, he said at last,
his voice properly respectful.
You would have found a place by my side, had you been born under Prosperine skies.
He motioned for one of his entourage to join them, a tall figure wearing ruby power armor and carrying a staff of ivory.
Zadyin Aga Tagutai Yasugai, said Magnus, speaking the Korchin with perfect inflection. This is Arzek Ahriman. I think you and he might get on.
Ahriman bowed, as did Yasugai.
I am honored, Weathermaker,
said Ahriman, his voice as cultured and subtle as all his kind.
Honor is mine, said Yasugai,
less fluently, betraying the poor command of Gothic that plagued so many of the 5th Legion. Magnus looked back at the Khan, still in good humour.
"So there we are," he said. "Your conversation is established. Now, must we linger on this dust-clogged plain all morning, or does the Imperium's munificence here extend to something to eat?"
The Khan remembered how Magnus had behaved then, the smiles a little forced, the bonhomie a little relentless. Magnus had been worried about something on Ullanor, and his attempts to disregard it were not successful. He was no dissembler. The truth shone from him like light from a star, pure and naive. Ullanor was the last time they had spoken. It was strange, too strange, to think of that massive soul lying under the crude, hacking blades of the space wolves. The Crimson King had been so consummately powerful, so steeped in the rich arts of heaven, the very stuff of the Veil. If he had truly fallen, then the galaxy had become a warped and confusing place.
"Kagan,"
came a voice from the open doorway. The Khan turned to see Quan Sha standing before him. The Keshig master was already in battle armour, a hulking suit of blast-scorched Terminator plate, covered in the trophies of his unmatched combat record.
"I need more," the Khan told him. "More information. I will not attack my brother without confirmation."
Qingzha bowed.
"The Star Speakers receive more visions."
"Do they confirm it?"
"Some do."
The master spoke haltingly.
"Others do not. We have contradictory interpretations."
"Explain."
"Some tell us what we already know. Leman Russ has turned rebel, driven by hatred of Magnus. The War Master orders us to bring him to judgment. The 20th Legion may already have engaged them."
"Alfarius's snakes," said the Khan contemptuously.
"But we have other reports," said Qingzha. "Just listen to this. They say that the War Master has turned renegade and taken many legions with him. We are commanded to return to the throne world and stand beside Lords Dawn and Russ to defend it."
For that the Khan had no words. He stared at Qingzha, feeling the blood coursing hard in his temples.
"Madness," he said weakly.
Thoughts raced through his mind in quick succession, each one half-formed and pregnant with possibilities. It had begun on Chondax, right at the end, the first inkling that all was not well. There had been no detail then, no authentication, just a stray star-speaker vision of dubious provenance. It should have been easy to dismiss, to put down to the warping power of the Veil. But it hadn't. It had worn at him, unravelling his sleep.
"The War Master stands upon a precipice."
It had been hard to know what to make of that. Should he have recalled the Legion to find out? What did it even mean?
"Madness," he said again.
"Indeed," replied Qingzha calmly. "Every Star Speaker in the fleet is having a different dream. Bazadian Aga are working to uncover the truth."
"The truth?"
The Khan laughed hollowly.
"Which truth?"
He felt his hand instinctively reaching for his blade, and pulled it back.
"I need more. Why has the darkness lifted only now?"
Qingzha bowed in apology.
"Every effort is being made."
"Is he dead?"
demanded the Khan, frustration mastering him momentarily.
"That is the first task. I need to know if Magnus lives. Tell them that,
Nothing can be divined from Prospero. It seems likely that— Not good enough,
roared the Khan, balling his immense fists. He felt fury welling, not the wholesome rage of the battlefield, but a choked, impotent rage of ignorance.
I have the strength of the Legion arrayed before me, ready to strike. The Ordu is assembled, and yet none can tell me who the enemy is. Tell them, if they cannot interpret correctly, then I shall come up to their spires and hammer their dreams into order for them.
Quinjar weathered the storm, standing silently while the Primarch raged.
It will be done. Quickly,
insisted the Khan, giving in to the urge to grasp the hilt of his dhow.
I give them 12 hours. We will not remain in this backwater while the galaxy burns. Wherever this war is, we will find it.
A low chime sounded from a large pedestal writing desk in the far corner of the chamber. A hololith flickered into existence over the varnished surface, and the old scar-latticed face of Hasik Noyan Khan crackled into life. The Khan swung to face it.
News?
Of a kind,
replied Hasik, his voice wavering with static.
Ships are materializing on the edge of Augur Range. No response to our comms, and they appear to be deploying for attack.
The wolves?
Asked the Khan.
Or more of ours?
Neither,
reported Hasik, his normally flat voice punctuated by uncertainty.
Alpha Legion vessels.
Quinjar's eyes narrowed. The Khan almost felt like laughing. Nothing made sense. After years insulated from the rest of the galaxy, locked in a campaign that had promised little glory and much routine hard work, every certainty seemed to have been twisted into a comical level of incongruity.
Our warriors are trained by this game. They learn to see threats from all sides.
Hold position,
ordered the Khan. Try to talk to them, and do not fire unless fired upon. Some witchery is at work here, and I will not be dragged into it without knowing why. I will join you shortly. Until then, you know your craft.
Hasik's hololithic head bowed, and the link guttered out. Quinjar raised a quizzical eyebrow.
I would offer counsel, Kargan, he said, if I had any.
The Khan clasped his gauntlets together. No patterns emerged. His tactician's mind, far more acute than Guilliman or Dawn ever had the grace to recognize, fell into its familiar run. Analyze, project, counter, surprise.
We must be light on our feet here, Kashiga, he murmured. We are like blind men fighting the sighted.
Despite everything, he felt the first stirrings of enjoyment kindle in his soul. He looked out at the star field beyond the chamber viewport, weighing options, balancing likelihoods. This was what he had been born for, not the running down of greenskins, but the great game, the clash of powers.
Do you remember, Ja? He said. You, Yasugai, Hasik, and me against a whole world. 100 empires, each with 1,000 blades. It has been too long since we had a real challenge.
Quinjar looked unsure.
Then who is the enemy now, Kargan? He asked. That is all I need to know. They are all the enemy, said the Khan, striding to the doorway that would take him to the bridge. They always have been.
Chapter 7. Bjorn spat blood as he ran, crashing into a line of empty crates and scattering them across the floor. By instinct he lurched to his right, just evading a hurricane of shells that screamed over his dipping shoulder. He reached cover, of a sort, the wreckage of the cargo lifter, and flung himself into the shadow of the mangled cockpit. The enemy came after him, crunching through the remains of 5 dead space wolves. Its massive feet clanged dully against the deck, its huge clawed fist rotated, and its steaming assault cannon clunked as another magazine was shunted into the chamber. A Contemptor, Bjorn thought ruefully. This was a short boarding action. The dreadnought towered over him, lumbering after him with the remorseless certainty of some gigantic saurian on the prowl. Twin rear smokestacks gouted oily smoke as it stomped through the wreckage, shrouding a chassis that hummed and sputtered and hissed with mechanical activity. In the space of a single heartbeat, crouched behind the flimsiest of protection, Bjorn assessed his options. Decision made. He burst back out, powering clear of the lifter debris even as the Contemptor's assault cannon opened up again, shredding through the wreckage in a storm of firepower. Sprinting up one of the lifter's half-crushed claws before it was blown away, Bjorn gained some height, just enough to see the Contemptor's glowing eyes flash back at him. "Hjolda!" he bellowed, almost laughing at the absurdity of what he planned, then hurled himself through the air. He sailed clear of the assault cannon's fury and collided with the dreadnought's shoulder. Bjorn swung his crackling axe-blade, slicing deep into the casing of its armoured hood, lodging himself halfway up the torso. The Contemptor swung wildly, nearly dislodging him on the first attempt. Bjorn pulled himself higher, scrabbling clear of the whirling power claw. He landed a punch hard into the Contemptor's helm, then another, hammering at it with his half hand. His fist's unfinished mechanics shattered quickly, but he smashed one of the slanted eyepieces and let slip a growl of satisfaction. The Contemptor lurched round again, wrenching Bloodbringer loose. Bjorn was swung clear and tumbled through mid-air. He crashed to the ground 3 meters away, just managing to keep hold of his blade. He twisted around, only to stare right into the barrels of the assault cannon. "Skit off!" Bjorn roared defiantly, bracing himself for the shell rain that would end him, determined to keep his eyes open. But then a volley of mass-reactive bolts slammed into the dreadnought from over to its left, blazing against its armour plating and dousing it in a rippling curtain of mini-explosions. The Contemptor's assault cannon barrels slewed to one side, knocked clear by the barrage, and unloading less than a metre from where Bjorn lay. "Fenris!" came Godsmote's frenzied war-cry. "Fenris Faire Mord!" 3 of his pack had made it, charging towards the Contemptor and loosing a hail of kicking bolter fire. Bjorn leapt to his feet, scrambling out of the path of the still-firing assault cannon and flinging his axe at the dreadnought's damaged head. The blade scythed towards the target, but the Contemptor angled away. Bloodbringer lodged fast on its upper carapace, spitting harmlessly. Bjorn drew his bolt pistol and fired with the others, darting from one crumpled mass of cover to the next, as the hangar rang with the hard bang of bolter rounds. All 4 of them emptied their weapons at the target, swamping it in a blaze of detonations. It kept coming. They damaged it, but it kept coming, wading through the firestorm just as it had been designed to do. The assault cannon swung round in a ruinous arc, smashing clear what remained of their scant cover. One of the wolves, Ironvald, Bjorn thought, was too slow leaping clear, and was knocked onto his back by the impact. Godsmote was bludgeoned aside almost as an afterthought. His armour split down the breastplate. They couldn't bring it down. They couldn't get close enough, and they didn't have the weapons to hurt it at range. "All-Father!" Bjorn roared, charging in close again, hoping against hope to somehow get a zero-range shot into its more vulnerable cabling before the hell-damned thing's claw ripped him away. He never got the chance. None of them did. The gale came from nowhere, as if the chamber wall had been punched out to the void. The force of it knocked him sideways, flooring him once more. His vision reeled and his helm cracked hard against the deck. He heard what sounded like thunder breaking, followed by the actinic crackle of energy weapons igniting. With a lurch of recognition, he realized the rush was not that of decompression, nor was it natural. The winds that howled across the chamber had the ice-rimed redolence of Assaheim. Bjorn lifted his head, groggy from the impact, to see the Contemptor facing a new foe. Despite everything, he couldn't resist a crooked grin at that. The game was over. The Wolf King had arrived. Shaban brought the Kaljian up into 1/3 speed, keeping a close eye on the tactical scanners clustered around his command throne. The bridge crew worked at their stations, while Jotchi, Chell, and the others of his legionary command retinue stood in a loose semicircle close by.
"Keep this heading," he ordered. "Do not exceed this speed."
The Kaljian had only just arrived at the muster, one of the last to respond to the summons, before being ordered right back out on fleet perimeter patrol as part of Hasik Noyan Khan's response to the Alpha Legion approach. Orders from the centre had been clipped. Shaban guessed that was because they had no idea what was going on. He certainly didn't.
"They'll be in visual range soon," observed Jotchi.
Shaban could hear the doubt in his voice. The Alpha Legion were an unknown quantity. They hadn't responded to communication requests and had just hung back on the edge of the system, quietly accumulating more warships across a wide sweep of local space.
"Maintain the line, Master,"
warned Shaban, noting a minor deviation in their trim, respective to the vessels on either side of them. The White Scar's response had been almost painfully proportionate. A thin line of attack craft spread out within a lance strike's range of one another. The bigger warships of both fleets remained at the rear, brooding on the edge of detection. Everything had changed so quickly, garbled in a flurry of contradictory astropathy and secure combursts. Russ of the Wolves had gone rogue, or the War Master had. The White Scars were ordered to reinforce the Alpha Legion at Alexis. They were commanded to return to Terra. Ferrus Manus had killed the peacock Fulgrim. Mars was in open revolt. Some of the warp-translated messages bore chronomarks from months previously. Some had been sent, it seemed, only hours ago. Shaban had reported his findings from Femus immediately upon entering communications range of Chondax, but he had no doubt that they had sunk into the morass of briefings without trace.
"Why do they vox nothing?" asked Jotchi.
He'd complained of the same thing 3 times already, vocalizing what the entire crew was feeling. Shaban smiled wearily.
"This is the Alpha Legion, brother. Their gift is to be irritatingly obtuse."
Ahead of them, a thin line of glowing dots became visible through the real view ports. At first they seemed like little more than a few extra stars. Then they became steadily brighter. A pinprick glimmered on his retinal display, indicating that Hasik's orders had been updated. Shaban blinked to activate them.
"No response from 20th Legion Command. Attempts to make contact continue. First wave of ships incoming on planar trajectory. Do not escalate situation. Do not fire unless fired upon. Maintain perimeter integrity. Do not permit incoming craft to penetrate within range of core fleet. Stand by for further instruction."
Shaban drew in a deep breath. Those orders had altogether too much of a whiff of contradiction to be entirely helpful.
"We are being targeted,"
came a report from one of the bridge's sensorium crew.
"Pinpoint the source," Shaban replied. "Gain a lock and prepare main lance. Do not fire until I give the command."
The Kaljian crept forwards, moving far slower than he generally liked to power it. Everything about the frigate had been designed for sudden, violent movements in the heat of battle. Nudging along at such meagre velocities exposed the rough edges of the engine design.
"We were told the Alpha Legion had engaged the Wolves," said Chell thoughtfully. "Or was that just another scry glitch?"
Shaban couldn't give him an answer. Either the 20th Legion had a suspiciously large number of operational warships, or something had gone awry with a Star Speaker's auguries. Both were possible. He felt tense. This was not the sort of encounter he enjoyed, a cagey, stepwise testing of boundaries.
"What do they want?"
asked Jochi again, watching warily as the closest Alpha Legion vessels drew even closer.
"It does no good to speculate," said Shaban. "They desire to keep us guessing, so I suggest we do not indulge them."
The lead Alpha Legion vessel emerged from the void, advancing as part of a line of warships in the mirror image of the White Scar's own deployment.
"Just like us," thought Shaban.
Everything was similar. The ships, the weapons, their configurations. The Alpha Legion had sent lesser craft ahead, leaving the behemoths clustered at the rear. The symmetry of the advance was eerie.
"Energy spikes?"
Shaban inquired, scrutinizing its growing profile.
"Nothing, Khan,"
replied the sensorium operator. By then Shaban could make out details of the vessel's hull on the magnocular viewers. It was blue, a deep indigo blue, and marked with the chained Alpha device of the 20th Legion. Marker lights flickered along its serrated flanks, blurry behind the interference of active void shields. It came forward steadily, neither hurrying nor dawdling. Something about the brazenness of its approach was annoying. The whole Alpha Legion presence smacked of arrogance, of a knowing superiority.
"They understand what has happened while we have been absent. Of course they are arrogant."
"Any break in their formation?" Shaban asked.
"No, Khan."
"Any break in ours?"
"None."
He felt his fingers itch to drum along the armrest of the command throne. Every warrior instinct screamed at him to act, to seize the initiative, to transform the uncertainty into something he could take control of.
"It has stopped, Khan."
Shaban glanced down at his throne's tactical hololith projection. The line of Alpha Legion warships had come to a standstill, strung out in a vast holding pattern.
"Full halt,"
he ordered. All across the White Scar's fleet, the other advance vessels did the same. The two fleet vanguards hung in the void, both immobile, a wall of ivory and gold, staring at a barrier of blue and copper. Silence descended across the bridge, broken only by the movement of fingers over consoles and the click, click, click of servitor motors working.
"So what now?"
asked Jochi, staring gloomily at the forward viewers. Shaban pressed his fingers together, bridging them in front of his face, his elbows resting on the command throne.
"We see who blinks first," he said.
Leman Russ slammed into the Contemptor, roaring a war cry that made the distant ceiling tremble. He carried the Frostblade Mialnar two-handed, its toothed length spitting and shimmering with barely constrained energies. His ruddy, helmless face blazed with the fury of the God-marked, and his blonde hair flailed around him like a corona of winter sunlight. Bjorn caught the look in those sky-blue eyes just for a second, and felt even his war-seasoned hearts misgive him. The Wolf King in combat was like an avalanche crashing down a mountainside. The aura of murder he projected was incredible. The air hummed with it, a wall of soul shock that crashed like a bow wave across everything in his path. The Contemptor swung around to meet the threat and was blown away. Russ charged through assault cannon shells in a hail of armor-deflected impacts. He smashed hard into the dreadnought, hacking wildly. Mialnar took out the cannon in a single swipe, severing the multiple barrels and sending them clattering. Rocked, the Contemptor lashed out with its claw, aiming for the Primarch's throat. Russ evaded the chokehold and crunched his elbow into the dreadnought's helm. Then the blade jammed down again, clanging from the Contemptor's ravaged carapace.
The war machine staggered away, and Russ surged after it, his blades sweeping in haymaking arcs that cleaved through ceramite and smashed armor glass. It was not artful. It was not elegant. Every blow was brutal with primal potency, and the end came quickly. Russ hewed down, smashing open the Contemptor's torso below where Bjorn's axe blade was still lodged. Its shell cracked open with a wet schlick, exposing bubbling amniotic tanks within. Russ piled in, switching to a one-handed grip so that his gauntlet was free to seize the enclosed flesh. The final scream was sickening. A thin, barely audible shriek of agony from the sliver of once warrior that still endured within the Contemptor's innards. Russ wrenched the meat chunk free, dragging a tangle of feeder tubes and neural bundles with it. Fluids, blood, tank nutrients, and engine lubricants splattered across his gold-rimmed armor. For a second, Russ held the Contemptor's mortal elements before him. The creature was meagre and dripping, a sordid collection of barely viable organs. Something like a lung trembled wetly on strands of sinew. A lone eye stared out from a pulped cranial mass. Russ drew the remnant closer to him.
"You should have stayed dead."
Then he twisted his fist closed, throttling the last life from the Contemptor's erstwhile occupant, and casting the corpse matter to the floor with a damp, gory slap. Only then did Bjorn notice other souls. Lord Gunn was there, as were more than 50 warriors of On. The noise of bolter fire echoed across the cavernous chamber as more infiltrators were hunted down.
"You," said Russ, looking at Bjorn accusingly. "What are you doing on my ship?"
Bjorn clambered to his feet, feeling awkward and superfluous.
"The shields were down. We thought—"
"I know they were down," said Russ disdainfully. "I brought them down."
The Wolf King's face was rigid with outrage.
"I thought he might meet me face to face. I thought I might get a reason. Not his way, it seems."
He spat on the floor in the direction of the downed Contemptor.
"Just this filth, and they give us no answers before they die."
Bjorn stared at the dreadnought cadaver. He remembered the final words of the Alpha Legionnaire he had killed on the Hellridder.
"For the Emperor."
"Then are the voids operational?" Bjorn asked. "Is the ship secure?"
Russ stalked over to the Contemptor's empty chassis and yanked Bjorn's axe free.
"It's always been secure. Think I'd risk the Hrafnickel just to blood Alfarius?" He paused. "Actually, I might. But I didn't."
Russ threw the axe back at Bjorn, who caught it with his right hand.
"We're pulling back,"
Russ announced, glancing over at Gunn.
"Clear the rest of the filth from the lower levels, then report to me on the bridge."
Bjorn saw, with a lurch of humiliation, that he had never been needed. The whole episode had been pointless. He thought about the Hellridder, and how in hell they were going to get back to it, if it even still flew.
"But you,"
said Russ, turning back to him with a thunderous look on his bloodied face,
"you can come with me."
The sky was too dark, as if the stars had been snuffed out by some gigantic hand. The earth was bone-hard, as black as onyx, crystalline and glinting dully in the light of a single moon. Dust drifted across the landscape, pooling for a moment, then stirring again. The Khan fought something. Hard to make out what it was. The view was blocked by his swirling cloak. He moved fast, so fast, faster than Yasugai had ever seen him move before. The Dao blade darted out, catching what little light remained and spilling out across that strange black land. Yasugai caught his breath. Watching the Khan fight was like watching pure energy, like the forks of heaven lightning that formed his emblem. The clouds above parted, revealing nothing but empty void. Dust kicked up from the Khan's boots, hanging in the air before puffing away into nothingness.
This is the land of the dead, Yasugai thought. Has he died? Surely I would know.
Jagatai was a lone shard of light in the infinite darkness, defiant, beautiful.
You told me you had no gift. I did not believe you then, and do not now. This is not the fighting of a mortal creature.
The Khan pressed his attack, wielding his blade in both hands, his movements blurred by speed and precision. It was impossible to follow the pattern of the Tao. The point flickered on the edge of sight.
Why are you here? Why are you in this place?
The thing he fought was massive, a shroud of null light that seemed to suck vitality into its maw. Something about it was eternal, measureless and immortal.
Death? Do Primarchs die? What kills them?
The Khan fought on. He was alone. The empty world stretched away from him, its horizons empty, its skies empty. Even the wind was listless, the last gasps of 1,000,000 extinguished souls. When the Khan fell, Yasugai woke. The Stormseer jerked out of his sleep. The single blanket of his cell's bunk was soaked in sweat. For a moment he remained locked in the memory, transfixed by the vision of the Primarch slumping to his knees, lost amidst the black land, defeated. His breathing was ragged, and he could feel both his hearts hammering. He opened his palms and saw the glossy sheen upon them, cooling fast in the chamber's chill.
"Lumen,"
he croaked, and the light in the chamber rose. On the far side of the room was a metal washstand, enclosing a basin and a steel cup. He got up shakily and padded over to it, running water and splashing it over his face. Then he drank, draining the cup twice. Its contents tasted like water always tasted on Voidcraft. Thin, briny, sterile. Yasugai looked at himself in the mirror above the washstand. He saw his face creased with age, crisscrossed with tattoos and clan marks, his bald pate raw from where the crystalline hood jutted against the skin. He thought he looked pale. His skin was bleached by the harsh light, casting deep shadows under his eyes.
I look like a monster.
He rubbed his face with his hands and stood up straight. The chamber hummed with the low grind of warp engines. The sickle moon was deep into the ether, and the going had not been easy. The chronometers had whirled frantically ever since breaking the veil, warning them that the jump would be a wild one. Yasugai leaned against the wall, feeling the vibrations of the metal against his sweaty skin. The whole ship groaned and creaked, as though buffeted by physical winds, though he knew that they were worlds away from anything physical. He remembered talking to Ahriman about it when the two of them had been on Nicaea together. Even that hellish place of volcanoes and heat-shimmered air was preferable to the raw flux of the warp.
You say there is nothing bad in, what you call it, Great Ocean?
He had asked, hesitant in his broken Gothic. Ahriman had smiled softly. The chief librarian's power was obvious in every gesture. Like so many of Magnus's protégés, he was suffused with it, stuffed full of it, saturated and soaked in it. The Thousand Sons tried to be modest, but deep down they knew perfectly well that they were the most gifted. It lent them an indefinable air of understated superiority, and it was that, more than anything else, that made the others hate them.
"There is plenty bad in it," Ahriman had replied, "just as there is in the world of the senses. But in its wholeness? No, I do not think so."
Have you ever travelled with Navigator? Yasugai had asked him. Seen things they do?
Of course.
And you not see their faces?
Their faces?
Yasugai had struggled for the words.
Screaming, clawing at ship.
Araman had laughed then, not in mockery, just in amusement. It was the quick, warm laugh of an intelligent mind, one used to taking delight in the world around it and finding nothing to fear.
I think perhaps you were dreaming. Void travel does make one dream. Void travel does make one dream.
Yasugai rubbed his eyes. He'd not had an unbroken cycle's sleep since leaving Trigoris, and though he coped with the lack well enough, it made his mind feel dull and cloudy. Every snatched hour or so had been plagued with nightmares. Lately he'd had the same one over and over. The Khan in the land of the dead, duelling with some vast creature of null light, alone under a starless sky. The dreams of the gifted were never random, but Yasugai was too old to be fooled into thinking that they were ever literal. If he was being told something, then interpretation, the proper interpretation, was everything. Still, it was hard to see the Primarch driven to his knees. He activated his Vox speed.
Commander, the ship feels unsettled. Is all well?
Lushan's voice, when it came, had a barely perceptible undercurrent of tension.
The navigator has been having difficulties.
Warp storms?
That, he tells me, fails to capture it.
Yasugai reached for his robes.
I will be with you shortly.
Yasugai went quickly up the corridors and gantries towards the bridge. As he went, his mind failed to clear. The ship's atmosphere felt muggy and close, as if a huge, humid thunderstorm were on the cusp of breaking around them. All around him, crew members went about their business, bowing as he passed them. They looked as haggard as he, worn out by the business of piloting a ship through the turmoil. Yasugai had never accepted Araman's theory of the benign ether. The white scars treated it warily, dipping into the shallows to extract the powers they employed over the elements, never probing deeper. Such was the cautious heritage of Trigoris, the legacy of the old seers of storms who had birthed their powers in the Ulav Mountains. The Zadian Aga had always treated with the powers of heaven, but they had never trusted them. Yasugai knew that other Librarius brotherhoods thought the Stormseers dull and unimaginative for that. Yasugai didn't mind the slights. He knew what benefits their limitation brought. Despite Araman's gentle taunting, he also knew that he had not been dreaming when he had seen those screaming faces and clawing fingers. The warp was not benign. It never had been. That was why the Librarius had been created. Not to extend the Legiones Astartes' control of warp powers, but to limit them. Nikeia. Such a disaster. Yasugai reached the bridge, and a pair of meter-thick blast doors slid open to welcome him. The scene beyond the doors was a picture of controlled anxiety. Crew members in white tabards hunched over display screens, their fingers dancing across consoles. Massive iron shutters covered the real-view ports, shuddering. The whole bridge, an amphitheatre crowned with a bronze-edged dome and centred on Lushan's control throne, filled with the creak and snap of alloys under stress. Several cogitator stations had blown and were crawling with worm-like flickers of electrostatic.
Things are bad, then, said
Yasugai, spotting Lushan standing amid a worried-looking huddle of drive technicians. The armour-clad ship commander smiled grimly.
If you had not made contact, I would have been forced to wake you. The Geller fields are losing strength.
That is indeed bad. What can you do?
The navigator says we should drop out of the warp. He is very insistent.
Yasugai pursed his lips. Above him, suspended from copper-lined chains, hung a large status screen. Most of its indicators were already red. Another flickered critical while he looked at it.
"Where are we?"
Yasugai asked.
"I asked him a few hours ago," said Lushan. "He started shouting. I do not think he knows."
Yasugai nodded.
We knew this would be difficult. So, let us take the navigator's advice. It sounds as if he could use the rest.
As you command. Lushan looked hesitant. I was trying to get a fix on our position before committing to real space.
As he spoke, a deep resounding clang sounded from the decks below. The whole structure listed, as if bouncing from something vast and unmoving beyond its outer limits. Yasugai looked up at the warp shutters. It would be a trivial matter to peer beyond them, to stare into the seething non-matter that boiled beyond. He was tempted to, just to see the ferment that made their progress so painful, the entire galaxy gripped by warp fissures in a way that couldn't be natural.
If we remain in this, the ship will be torn apart, Yasugai said. Trust him. The navigator sees what we do not.
Lushan bowed, and moved to bring the Sickle Moon's subwarp engines online. As he turned away, Yasugai suddenly felt a prickliness ripple across him, a cold shudder playing over his skin.
"How is our combat readiness?" he asked.
Lushan looked surprised at that, and a little affronted.
"We are fully prepared."
"Good. Place the ship on alert before we break the veil. I will need my armor."
"Have you sensed something?"
Yasugai's gaze remained fixed upon the shutters. They were clattering like gur fabric in a plains gale, warning of the growing turmoil outside their fragile protective skin.
"Do Primarchs die? What kills them?"
"Standard procedure, Commander,"
he said, moving to send commands to the armory servitors.
"Ensure all the crew do likewise."
Chapter 8. It was hard to maintain a sense of self-importance on the bridge of the Hierarchical. Surrounded by Gun, the high rune priests, and the heart of the Legion command, Bjorn kept his mouth shut and his eyes down. There had been more fighting before they'd made their way back. Alpha Legionnaire operatives had been landed in numbers throughout the lower decks, some decked out in their own colours, others in passable replicas of Fenrisian livery. That hadn't helped them. The Vilka Fenrika could smell their own. Damage had been done, sometimes severely, but the entire ship had been placed on alert prior to the temporary drop in shields, and so it was contained. Perhaps Alfarius had known that all along, and the boarding parties had been just yet another feint. He could hardly have riled Russ more by doing so. The Wolf King raged and cursed all the way back up to the command levels, ripping apart any enemy troops in his path with brutal excess.
"Angron faced me,"
he had raged, flinging the broken bodies of the legionaries away.
"Magnus faced me. What was it? Why would he not come?"
The anger had been real, the kind of anger that had been building for weeks in the aftermath of Prospero. But for all that, Bjorn detected a false note to it, just an echo of something that did not quite ring true.
"Did you really expect him to teleport over? Would you have done it, in his position?"
In any case, the Hierarchical had eventually been secured, its shields restored, and Russ's retinue returned to the cavernous bridge. Once the Primarch was back in full possession of the tactical situation, his mood did not improve. The Alpha Legion maintained the superiority they had enjoyed from the start of the encounter. Their ships had gone into battle undamaged, fully equipped and more numerous. The Wolves had blunted their advance with a typically ebullient countercharge, but the momentum was now failing. Dozens of warships had been destroyed. Even the biggest were taking heavy damage. Slowly, like a pair of hands creeping around an exposed neck, their sphere of command was shrinking. Bjorn kept out of the Primarch's eyeline, slinking into the shadowy margins of the bridge space. Though he tried to block it out, he could not help but overhear the incoming glut of droning servitor reports on the priority comm. "Losing void shields." Losing void shields. Adopting ramming course and speed. Engines overloaded. Yarnkel is gone. Yarnkel is gone. All ships in zone Tra-Fif pull back to contingency. Incoming swarm on Heimdall. Losing hull integrity. Losing hull integrity. Core breach detected. Heimdall is gone. No amount of Void War genius would reverse the losses now. A desperate gambit had been attempted, and it had failed. They all waited. For a long time, despite more voxed reports of damage and destruction, Russ said nothing. Every time a vessel destroyed notice flickered up on the view screens, he winced. The gesture was unfeigned. This Primarch cared about his legion as much as any other, perhaps more so. Bjorn thought that Russ looked strangely old then, as though the years had suddenly piled deadening weight upon his brawler's shoulders.
"That's enough," Russ growled at last. "We'll get torn to pieces if we stay in this."
He drew in a long sigh, flexing his gauntlets with frustration, as if they alone could turn the tide.
"A beat for the nebula. Rendezvous with the reserves and withdraw to the deeps. The dust will at least blunt their senses."
Gunn nodded.
"It'll be hard to pull clear of this." "We'll be the rear guard," said Russ flatly. "The flagship goes last, no matter how much it hurts us." His eyes flickered towards the duty communications officer, a grey-robed Carl hovering at the rear of the command retinue. "Ensure that Terra gets this message. 6th Legion engaged 20th Legion at Alexis. Taken heavy damage. Retreated to cover of Inner Nebula. Will attempt to regroup and hold them there. Calls for reinforcement go unanswered as of Chronomark 108007. Will maintain engagement until further orders received." The officer took in the information with a blank stare, committing it to memory for transmission to the choirs. "Why are we facing them alone?" Gunn asked irritably. "The warp has been turbulent, Lord," replied the comms officer. "In truth, I do not know if anything we have sent has been heard, but we will keep sending it, hoping for something." "Shondax," murmured Russ. All eyes turned to the Primarch. "We cannot be far from the 5th Legion campaign," Russ went on, his eyes narrowing with sudden revelation. "Why have our messages not reached the Khan?" The officer gave him an equivocal look. "The storms have been unnaturally acute in that region. I doubt that anything has penetrated." "Keep trying," urged Russ. "Concentrate your efforts there." He looked at Gunn. "A strange one, Jagatai, but I've never seen a sword handled better. He hasn't fallen. He can't have done. Why did I forget him?" Bjorn watched the doubtful expressions on the others' faces. He didn't blame them. The white scars of all the possible legions were the least likely to inspire confidence. He had never seen them fight, and he knew no one who had. By reputation, they were almost as mystic as the Thousand Suns, enthralled to their arcane caste of storm-seers, and beholden to no one but themselves. The officer bowed. "If they can be reached, they will be." "And if we're dependent on them," muttered Gunn, "then we're truly neck-deep in it." Russ shot him a warning glance. "He is my brother, Gunnar. Watch what you say." "They were all your brothers," thought Bjorn. "And look how that turned out." The deck trembled, the Hrafnical taking another heavy pounding along its prow. That ended the conversation.
The lords of the wolves moved off, ready to begin the retreat that would take from them open space and back into the rusty embrace of the Alexis shoals.
"Go warily,"
Russ called out after them, half in jest but mostly in earnest.
"We will live to skin them yet."
Soon Bjorn was alone with the Primarch on the bridge's lowest tier. Alone that was, except for the two colossal wolves that prowled at his feet.
"Did you want, my lord?"
he asked cautiously, watching the yellow eyes of the nearest beast as it regarded him steadily. Russ stirred out of his thoughts, seemingly having forgotten that Bjorn was there.
"Of course I do,"
he said. The Primarch turned to look up at the massive armor-glass viewports, each of them a picture of fire-streaked turmoil. The Hrafnical was just one island amidst hundreds, each aflame, each moving to a deadly dance of thrust and counter-thrust.
"Much work to do,"
he said, his voice deep, almost mournful.
"Watch and learn, one hand. This is how a Primarch faces defeat."
The sickle moon shuddered for a final time, as if relieved to be dropped out of the warp gales and easing back into real space. Its fractured Gellerfields rippled clear of the outer hull, skittering with half-doused energies as the barrier fell. A second later, the sub-warp drives kicked into life, their mechanical hammering replacing the dull, massive throb of the warp engines. Yasugai rolled his shoulders as the last plate of his power armor was drilled into place. Its weight reassured him, as did the familiar hum of its servos and the oily aroma rising from the freshly serviced joints. He held his skull-topped staff loosely in one hand. His crystalline hood fizzed a little as the implants took, sending a frisson of static across his bare scalp. The crew, even those of the Legion, struggled not to sneak glances in his direction. Yasugai smiled a little at that, knowing how strange and magnificent a Stormseer looked when fully arrayed in the battle plate of his order.
"These fanciful costumes we wear."
"The warp shutters up,"
ordered Lushan, seated in the command throne.
"Bring us to quarter speed. I need location readings as soon as possible."
The iron barriers swept open with a series of loud slams, exposing the void once more. A few stray straggles of warp essence ran down meters-thick armor-glass panes, glowing and multi-hued, before gusting away to nothing.
"So where are we, Commander?"
Yasugai asked quietly, staring up at newly exposed stars. He couldn't shake the skin-prickle sense of foreboding that had dogged him since waking. Lushan, wearing his helm like the rest of the Legion contingent, didn't reply immediately.
"I think,"
he began, then trailed off as more readings came in.
"Is that a ship?"
"Confirmed, Commander,"
replied Ergil, his sensorium officer.
"A destroyer, 16th Legion profile, though with unknown markings."
Yasugai blink-clicked a link from the Sickle Moon's tactical cogitators to his helm.
"That is attack speed, Commander." "I noticed," said Lushan, "and its void shields are up."
"May I suggest we do the same?"
Lushan turned to him quizzically.
"It is a Legion vessel."
"Do as I say."
Lushan turned back to his throne-mounted console.
"Power all weapons! Raise shields!"
"Lunar Wolves warship closing to within main lance range," reported Ergil. "We are being targeted."
"What in hell?" muttered Lushan. "Pull away from it! Vox them! Ask what they think they are doing!"
The Sickle Moon swung round, rolling over on its axis and thrusting powerfully. The whole vessel shook as the engines ramped up to full power and kicked the ship into a sharp dive. Yasugai watched the enemy vessel carefully as it approached. It was a brutal-looking ship, blackened by scorch marks along its prow and with las damage mottling its flanks. It was bigger than the Sickle Moon, with a much larger weapons array. "We're being voxed, Commander," announced the comm servitor.
"Relay it," ordered Lushan.
"5th Legion warship," came the comm burst. "Declare yourself or be destroyed." Lushan shook his head in disbelief.
"What are they doing?"
Yasugai's gaze remained locked on the incoming vessel. He opened his mind to the ether, just a fraction, like inching a door ajar. He felt warlust bleeding from it, a blind, obsessive warlust he'd never sensed before from a Legiones Astartes deployment. And something else.
"These are the sons of Horus, Commander," Yasugai said. "Best not to rile them."
"Enemy lance is priming, Commander," reported Ergil.
5th Legion warship, evasion will get you killed. You know the situation, declare yourself.
"Vox them back," replied Lushan, sounding angry now. "Ask them what they mean, and tell them to power down the—"
Before he'd finished, the void briefly lit up. A lance beam seared past, missing the aft decks by less than 500 meters. The scarred profile of the enemy warship continued to grow, racing after them on full burn.
"They know we are faster once we reach full speed," advised Yasugai. "They will not let us pull away. Talk to them."
Lushan turned on him.
"And say what?"
Another lance burst screamed across the void between the two vessels. This time it hit, slamming directly into the Sickle Moon's engines and making the void shield shriek and crackle. The frigate bucked wildly, corkscrewing away from the impact. Banks of warning lights, already blinking red from the damage taken in the warp, went into overdrive.
"Can we get a broadside away?"
demanded Lushan, rocking in his command throne as the bridge decking shook.
"That will not help," observed Yasugai. "They outgun us handsomely. I suggest another course of action."
"Broadside prepared," reported a gun servitor flatly.
"Fire at will,"
Lushan ordered it. He looked up at Yasugai.
"Believe me, if you have something to add, I will take any suggestion."
More las-bolts and lance beams crisscrossed the void, flickering and dancing in the strange, ruinous silence of intership batteries. The Sickle Moon took another direct hit, making the strained void shield shimmer like oil flung across water. Yasugai's eyes narrowed beneath his sloped visor. He could sense something unusual from the vessel, something strange in the collection of psyches locked within its adamantium hull.
"This will not be solved by lances," he said,
his mind working to decipher what he had sensed. More impacts rang out. A spar from one of the bridge's upper galleries came down in a crash of broken steel struts, weakening the dome above them and sending cracks shooting out across the armor glass. A second later, and the void shield over the bridge shattered in a rain of sparks. Warning klaxons blared, accompanied by the blood glow of emergency lighting at floor level.
"You are not sure about us yet," thought Yasugai,
beginning to understand part of what he had felt.
"You too are uncertain."
"Teleport loci detected,"
announced Ergil. Lushan pushed himself to his feet, hefting his bolter. The 6 other white scars stationed around the bridge did likewise.
"No, not this way, Commander,"
ordered Yasugai, planting his feet firmly and bracing the heel of his staff on the deck.
"We need answers. Let them come."
Lushan hesitated for a moment, weapon ready, torn between his psycho-conditioning and a direct order from a Stormseer.
"Multiple void shield failure,"
came Ergil's voice again.
"They are inbound, Commander."
"As the Zadyin Aga commands,"
voxed Lushan to his troops, his voice thick with reluctance. Then he looked at Yasugai as if to say, "Over to you." 12 ozone bangs radiated blast shocks through the bridge atmosphere, crackling and solidifying into space marines in dark power armor. They swung out of their teleport zones and scattered across the deck with their weapons trained.
"Stand down!"
roared a monstrous voice from a war helm, deafening in its artificial amplification.
"Surrender the ship!"
"Do not be foolish," replied Yasugai calmly in Gothic. "Please, put weapons away."
12 muzzles immediately locked onto him.
"Stormwitch!"
shouted one of the boarders. All 12 weapons opened up in that instant. A drum of bolt shells followed up by the furnace rush of a flamer's discharge. Yasugai raised his staff, and the projectiles exploded in front of him in a shower of spilled force. For a brief moment he was wreathed in a wall of noise and seething fury. Then it ripped away.
"This is foolish," he said,
his voice as placid as though he were still alone on the Altac. The 12 invaders charged toward Yasugai, leaping across railings and swerving around console stations, firing all the while. He slammed his staff down, and spears of lightning burst along its length, outshining the weapons fire and bathing the bridge in gold. He closed his free fist, and the enemy's bolt guns shuttered. The flamer exploded with a vast, booming roar. The bridge swelled with the roll and crack of thunder. Gathering storm winds surged over the gantries, tearing mortals from their feet and sending even the power-armoured legionaries staggering. One of the invaders managed to get within fist range, fighting through the swirl of gold-laced gusts. Yasugai gestured with a finger, and the Space Marine, tons of thick ceramite muscle and dense mechanics, hurtled away and slammed into the far wall, crunching into the bulkhead stonework. Another fought his way close, gripping a glowing sword and bracing to swing. Yasugai gave him a tolerant look, as if indulging the enthusiasm of a child, then inclined his head by a fraction. The sword-bearer's head snapped back. Spikes of gold lightning cracked into him, knocking the Space Marine to the deck and locking him down. By then, only one of the boarding party remained on his feet, a huge figure in ornate artificer armour, carrying a crackling thunderhammer. He pushed his way through the maelstrom, leaning against the swathes of coruscation and making progress towards Yasugai by sheer force of will. He got within 3 meters. Then Yasugai turned on him and opened his fist. More lightning, as vivid and earth-breaking as the storms of Trigoris, snaked into the hammer-wielder's chest. He flew backwards, crashing through a balustrade and collapsing down into a servitor pit, with his entire body enclosed in spitting, spidery energy. Yasugai rose into the air, gently floating upwards, buoyed by swirling, ether-summoned winds. His cloak snapped and rippled around his armour, his totems and bone tokens clattering against his breastplate. Tongues of elemental fire licked at him from the deck below. By now, the entire bridge was a picture of destruction. White Scar's legionary and enemy alike cowered behind whatever cover they could find, their weapons useless. Yasugai descended smoothly over the hammer-wielder, dipping like some mythical angel of Terran legend towards the prone figure. The howl of the wind died, shimmering away as suddenly as it had been summoned. The 12 Space Marines of the boarding party remained locked in place, tied down by glowing strands of etheric energy. Yasugai stood over his victim.
"Perhaps you explain colours of your armour?" he said.
Now that the storm had passed, things were a little clearer. The Space Marine at his feet was no son of Horus. His massive battleplate was dark green and trimmed with bronze. Sigils of fire ran around his breastplate, curling up to an artfully designed gorget of iron and ceramite. His voice, even filtered by a gilded vox grill, was unusually sonorous.
"If you wish to kill me, witch," the Space Marine growled, "then do so. I shall not plead for my life."
Yasugai frowned under his helm. The words troubled him, though not as much as the manner in which they were spoken.
"I have no intention of killing you," he said. "If eyes do not deceive, you are a salamander. I know of no quarrel between your legion and mine."
A pain-tight laugh broke from the salamander's helm.
"Who you know of? Are you serious?"
Yasugai looked out across the bridge. 9 of the ether-shackled Space Marines were salamanders, all of them wearing heavily battle-damaged warplate. The others looked like iron hands, Their night-black armour and obvious augmetics gave them away. Yasugai fell to one knee, lowering his head closer to the salamander. The ether webs dissipated, freeing the captives. Lushan's white scars edged into the open, their bolters still functional and trained on the newcomers.
"There is much you do not know, Salamander," said Yasugai softly. "I sense it before you attack. If you are certain we are enemy, you would destroy us in the void. You risk boarding action. For some reason, you take your vessel from War Master's Legion, and you try to do same to ours. Perhaps you are mad, but I sense nothing but confusion in your mind."
Yasugai reached up to his own helm, twisting it free and locking it to his belt. The unfiltered air of the bridge tasted like ashes.
"I am named Tagutai Yasugai," he said. "That is beginning. Tell me your name, and we make progress."
A hesitation. The big salamander breathed noisily through his battered helm, evidently still in pain from the forces that Yasugai had unleashed upon him.
"Zeven," he said at last. "Captain. 34th Company."
Yasugai nodded.
"Good. Listen, Zeven. Everything I tell you will be truth. Every word. You extend same courtesy to me. We have been blinded, hidden from Galaxy. What has happened to you? Why is Ether in agony?"
Zeven didn't respond at once. He seemed to be trying to decide just where to start.
"You know nothing of the massacre?"
he asked, warily, as if the question was so stupid that he was opening himself to ridicule. Yasugai extended a hand to him, offering to help him stand.
"The massacre?" he asked. "No, we do not. Please, now, tell us everything."
"Thoughts, Kagan?" asked Quinja.
The Khan grunted. He had plenty, though few he wished to share. The Alpha Legion cordon remained intact, its smooth unity broken only by minor adjustments to the twin defensive lines. Every move that the Scars had made had been reflected by Alpha Legion warships, in what had become a bizarre game of mirrors. The Khan stood on the command bridge of the Swordstorm with his Keshig around him. His dhow felt heavy at his belt.
"They seem to want us to move first," he said.
Quinja turned to the view screens. Dancing locator runes reflected in the slanted lenses of his Terminator helm.
"They are between us and the nearest jump points, but we can break out if we choose. Zhao enacted at speed, prepared with a limited full-front engagement to draw them in."
The Khan nodded in agreement.
"I detect weakness there,"
he said, gesturing to a position 2/3 of the way along the largest Alpha Legion formation.
"They have attempted to bolster it with bigger ships, but that does not disguise the problem." "It would have to be rapid," said Quinja, "just as we did on Elixir."
The Khan pondered the options.
"And then what? We break the line, disrupt their patterns, and then what do we do? Destroy them?" "Of course." "They have offered no threat." "These are not the actions of a friend, Kagan."
That could not be denied. Despite that, the Khan still resisted making an order. Mere hours ago, the shape of the reported rebellion within the Imperium had been simple. Russ and his savages defying orders once more. Now it had become complex. Far more complex. He remembered his last words to Horus on Ulanor. He remembered the War Master's winning smile, the easy manner. "You call, I answer." Every fibre of him screamed for an alternative. The War Master had been wronged, somehow driven to desperate actions that had earned him the censure of jealous brothers. If Horus had indeed been forced to take up arms against Russ, then the Alpha Legion were clearly his allies. Were they waiting to see if the White Scars would give them some sign? If so, what would that be? Was there a hidden signal, shared by the rest of his brothers, but somehow hidden from him? It would not be the first time that such a thing had happened. His mistress of star-speakers, a bone-thin Chagorian woman named Qian-Tzu, approached.
"Kagan," she said, bowing low.
"If there is nothing new to report, do not trouble me,"
snapped the Khan, his gaze remaining on the hololiths.
"I grow weary of rumors."
The star-speaker did not hesitate. Like all her kind, she was used to delivering uncomfortable truths to warrior kings.
"I have orders from Lord Dawn."
The Khan turned to her.
"And?"
"I interpreted them myself," she replied. "The meaning is clear, its origin unambiguous. We are ordered to return to Terra. We are ordered to ignore all other claims to our fealty, in particular those of the War Master, who has been declared traitor, along with any legion answering his summons. We are commanded to make the swiftest possible passage to the throne world, where further instructions and further explanation will be given."
Quinjar nodded, satisfied.
"At last, something concrete."
The Khan remained unmoved.
"When did you get these visions?"
"Less than an hour ago. More are coming in all the time, and they are of the same nature."
"The interference has cleared, then?"
"It appears so."
"Then, my Kagan," offered Quinjar, "we have our orders."
The Khan shook his head.
"No, we don't."
His Keshik guard said nothing. They would not have dared.
"Do you not see what has happened here?"
the Khan said, walking over to the lip of the command balcony and staring coldly up at the real-view blisters, beyond which the 20th Legion ships waited.
"Do you not see why those ships have been hanging there? Saying nothing, doing nothing?"
He felt the old stirrings of resentment again, the chill anger of the unregarded sun. A price had to be paid for his inclination to freedom, for skirting along the edges of communication. The Scars were always the last to know.
"They do not want to fight us," the Khan said. "Nor do they want to join us. They want to cause us doubt. They want to keep us here and to tie us up in questions. And why? Because they know the veil is lifting, and that messages are only now getting through the ether."
He turned back to his lieutenants. Clarity had finally dawned, some welcome certainty in the wake of so much doubt.
"They are the manipulators,"
he said, his voice growing in strength.
"They wanted us to hear from Dawn. They kept us here until they could be sure we picked up his message. The Alpha Legion desire us to return to Terra. That is their purpose."
For a moment no one responded.
"Even so," said Quinjar haltingly, "should we not—" "No!" roared the Khan, long-burning anger suddenly bursting free. "I will not take direction from anyone, not even from a throne world that only now that its legions are tearing one another to pieces, deigns to remember that it has 18 warrior sons at its service."
He whirled around to face the startled bridge crew, his cloak rippling.
"You are nobody's slaves," he said,
his voice low but firm.
"You are the Ordu of Jagatai. We take orders from no one. We take no one's word. We are on our own, just as we have always been. And if there is truth to be found in this, then we will find it for ourselves."
He turned his gaze on Quinjar.
"Give the order," he said. Zhao, just as we discussed.
Then he turned back to the void, peaceful for now, but about to be lit up by the unified blaze of starship engines.
"Take your stations," he said grimly. "It is time we reminded our brothers just what we are capable of."
Chapter 9. Torgun slipped into the meeting chamber in the bowels of the Star Sphere, going as quietly as his recently refitted power armor would allow. He had not had time to make the preparations that he would have liked, but the sudden flurry of orders and deployment plans had left no time for anything else. He activated the lumens, lighting up the only other occupant of the chamber.
"Torgun Khan,"
said Hibu, bowing.
"Hibu Khan,"
Torgun replied in the Chagorian manner, closing the door behind him.
"A strange time to do this, brother," said Hibu. "Did you know about Russ?" asked Torgun. "Tell me, if you did. We should have no secrets." "I did not. We knew it would be something, though, and the Wolf King was as likely as anything else."
Torgun shook his head.
"I never would have. I didn't think it would be them. Something told me it would start with one of the others. Kurz, perhaps."
He drummed his fingers together, trying to still the agitation he felt.
"We should go after them now. I don't understand the delay."
Hibu chuckled, tinny through his helm-vox.
"Look out of the viewports. We have guests."
"That worries me.
Are they with the War Master? Are they with the Wolves? What the hell are they doing?" "The Alpha Legion has engaged the Wolves. I do not think the encounter was friendly." "Then we must leave the system," blurted Torgun, whirling to face Hibu. "This is the moment. Why else were we meeting if not to force this?"
Hibu reached out, resting a gauntlet on Torgun's forearm.
"Calm yourself. Your agitation is unseemly." "Unseemly? This is a delicate time. You do not seem to appreciate quite how delicate."
"I appreciate it more than you, I think." Hibu's voice was firm.
"When the time has come, we will know it. I will be told of it." "How?" demanded Torgun. "How are you getting this information? We do not discuss it in the lodge. You need to be more open with me."
"When this is over," said Hibu, "when we have negotiated this difficulty, I will show you. I have been meaning to in any case. But listen to me. This is not the time. These are the stone slips that start the Avalash. If we move too soon, the position will be ruined. Tell me, do you love Terra? Do you love the Imperium?" Torgun could have struck him.
"You know I do,"
he said, shaking off Hibu's hand. "Then show some discipline." Hibu looked at him levelly. "For now, we make no move. We follow orders. We coordinate just as we always have done. In the meantime, you could spend some time with more Chagorians. You stick out like an Ogryn in a beauty parlor." Torgun fought to control his irritation.
"I was not meant for this legion,"
he muttered. "Horseshit," snapped Hibu. "You told me the story before, and I said the same then." He drew closer, his voice lowering. "There is no fate. You are a White Scars legionary. You can accept that and play your part in what is to come, or you can sulk in the margins and accomplish nothing." Involuntarily, Torgun's mind shot back to Luna, to the transfer hangars, then to his first glimpse of the 5th Legion troop lifter that would take him out of the solar system for good. He remembered catching sight of the lightning strike sigil, and how juvenile it had looked to him then. Gold, white, and red. Childish colors.
"They believe in fate," said Torgen. "All of them, preached at by the weather magicians. The pattern of time, the will of heaven. They would walk into damnation happily if one of them commanded it. That is what I will never understand. Do you know we are laughed at by the other legions? Laughed at?" He shook his head. "It needs to change, brother. It can be changed, but only if the war must—" "Hush," said Hibbu, holding a warning finger up. "Not here. Not outside the lodge." He drew in a deep, weary breath. "We will wait for the Kargan's ruling. He will either go after us or play for time here." "And what of the Alpha Legion?" Hibbu snorted. "Who knows? They're up to something. But there's such a thing as being too obscure." Torgen's helm display suddenly flashed with a priority order burst. From Hibbu's silence he could tell that the other Khan had also received it. "Zhao pattern fleet movement. Enact in T-4. Take stations. Go swiftly. Go surely. For the Warhawk and the Emperor." They looked at one another. "Seems the Kargan agrees with you," said Torgen, moving quickly towards the door. "Indeed," said Hibbu, following him. "The Alpha Legion. I wonder if they know what's about to hit them." Torgen laughed hollowly. There were some things that he could appreciate in his Legion brothers. He'd never doubted their ferocity, their velocity, their flamboyance once given their head. He remembered how Shiban had been in the canyons of Chondax. For all his irritation at the Chagorian Khan's constant pulling ahead, he'd been a little envious of his joy in battle. "Laugh when you are killing." Torgen had told him that. The advice had been out of character, but sincere enough. He wondered where Shiban was now, and what part he would play in the coming maneuver. "Well, if they don't," Torgen said, moving quickly down the corridor and towards his station, "they're about to find out." Every starship in the service of the Imperium was different. The secrets hidden within their reactor hearts were jealously guarded by the lords of the Red Planet, and shared with no one outside the privileged circles of the elect. Only the Legion's tech marines had any profound understanding of the processes that propelled the vessels and kept them from disintegrating into the void, and even they were not made privy to the deepest secrets. Thus was the dominion of Mars over its creations assured. That did not mean, though, that each legion became powerless occupants of ships over which they had no control. Every Primarch asserted various preferences during construction. Korax had worked obsessively to make his vessels as stealthy as possible, Vulcan to make them durable, and Fulgrim to make them beautiful. Primarchs had ways of circumventing standard Imperial command structures. They could bend rules, uncover hidden data cores, and suborn Mechanicum Magi. So it was, as the Great Crusade progressed, that each legion fleet slowly took on the character of its master, through an endless program of refits, retrofits, and base modifications. In the case of the White Scars, only one change was ever requested, and only one metric was ever improved upon: speed. 5th Legion Tech Marines spent decades boosting reactor power feeds and finding ways to hone maneuverability far beyond the tolerances that each standard ship class had been designed for. The endless pursuit of velocity came with its costs. Gunnery captains had been heard to complain of reduced lance range, and it was well known that a White Scars ship would not carry as many troops or drop ships as the equivalent vessel in a standard fleet. But such factors carried little weight in a legion drenched in the wild riding tradition of the Chagorian plains. Understanding orders from the Kargan, the Legion had never shown off its drives, modified capabilities outside of active war zones. Since so few of the other legions had ever fought alongside the White Scars, this specialism had not become widely known,
except for a few speculative reports here and there of strangely elongated engine housings, extravagant thruster formations, and oversized fuel lines. It all made for a ferociously fast set of warships, from the largest behemoths to the most slender of system runners. The Calgian was no exception. The frigate gradually picked up momentum, coasting out towards the screen of waiting Alpha Legion escorts.
"This is a standard, Zhao,"
Shiban reminded the bridge from the command throne.
"Full fleet, enacted on a single command from the Swordstorm. You have your vectors and know your craft. Do not disappoint me, brothers."
He caught the expectant happiness on the faces of those working at their stations. The taut atmosphere of guess and counter-guess had been banished, replaced by a more familiar pleasure in doing what they were good at. It was infectious, and Shiban found himself smiling. The White Scars had always been a harmonious legion, free of the mordant temper of some of their counterparts. Low spirits did not suit them.
"And do not outpace the leaders," he warned.
All across the vast battlefront, White Scar's escort craft moved as one, sweeping towards the encircling Alpha Legion forces in a unified screen. Interfleet communications were shut down, and incoming bursts blocked. The enemy had had their chance to make themselves understood. Anything that they said now would be disregarded. Behind the first wave came the cruisers, shining pure white against the well of the void, their huge engines already burning hot. They pulled together, forming a tight battlesphere in the wake of the more strung-out vanguard. Shiban watched, as one by one they raised their forward void shields, making the space around them glisten and blur. Still far ahead of the Calgian's position, the Alpha Legion reacted. They maintained the integrity of the cordon, warding the routes to the nearest suitable jump points and keeping the White Scars corralled within the vicinity of Chondax. As they had done ever since arriving, each ship of the blockade matched the movements of its White Scars counterpart, maintaining a gigantic mirror image across space. Shiban studied the tactical data watchfully. The two fleets were evenly matched. The Alpha Legion had clearly known just how many ships to bring to achieve their purpose. That alone was cause for some suspicion, especially if rumors of them taking on the Wolves were true. Just how many battleships did they possess? Had they been poised all the while for this, waiting for the veil to lift? He remembered Femus, the medal, the bodies. His helm display suddenly glowed with fresh orders.
"Begin first phase."
The Calgian picked up speed, shunting power to its main lance and withdrawing it from the rear void shields. On either flank of the vanguard, other ships did the same. Shiban felt his primary heart begin to beat harder, just as it would have done if he were in the saddle, sighting his prey.
"That's the target,"
he ordered, isolating a counterpart Alpha Legion destroyer on the forward scopes and marking it with an engagement rune. The gap between the fleets closed. The Alpha Legion formation reacted just as a blockade ought to react, maintaining a rigid web across the widest area of space, each node backed up by a second rank of warships held in reserve. Their movements remained cagey, as if they wished to do nothing more than hold the impasse for as long as possible. Shiban admired the discipline of the formation. They were well drilled.
"It won't help you."
The two vanguards closed to within lance range. For the first time, Shiban noticed incoming Vox requests from the enemy on the Sensorium array, and ignored them. It was too late now. The first stabs of lasbeams flickered out, initially along the Chondax trailing edge, then rapidly spreading down the line.
"Open fire,"
ordered Shiban calmly. The Calgian's forward lance opened up, spitting a beam of coruscation directly at the target. The enemy void shields splashed with a corona pattern of static, and the ship reacted, ducking out of line, rolling away, and returning a volley of broadside lasbeams. Spearing bursts peppered the Calgian's dorsal void shields as the Alpha Legion ship thrust round to bring its own lance to bear.
"Fire again, then pull away to 452,
ordered Shaban, giving it no time to gain a clear shot. He felt a faint tremble of deck strain as the Calgian came about. All along the front, similar battles broke out. White Scar's ships probing the line, and Alpha Legion ships resisting them. It was a classic containment pattern, designed to hem the 5th Legion formation in and prevent isolated ships from running the cordon. The standard breakout response was a full-scale assault on the containment net, aiming to drive it back through a massed volume of concentrated ship-to-ship fire. Such an order was not taken lightly. The result would be ruinous for both sides, and only hotheads like Russ or Angron enjoyed taking such risks. The Alpha Legion clearly judged that the Khan was not so cavalier. In this, of course, they were entirely correct. Shaban's helm display updated again.
"Second phase."
The White Scar's vanguard began to drift spinwards, pulling clear of their jump-point trajectory and dragging the centre of the engagement back towards Chondax's gravity well. It looked almost careless, as if aimless commanders had launched a half-hearted breakout without the commitment to see it through.
"Not too quickly,"
warned Shaban, watching closely as his crew let the Calgian's focus drift a little too low of the combat plane. It had to look lazy, but taking a critical hit now would cause him problems. The intensity of lasfire picked up. The Zhou Jia took a heavy blow to its shield generators and had to compensate with a ferocious return thicket of lasfire. An Alpha Legion corvette with the marker Beta Caliphon misjudged a forward move and blundered into a wall of plasma, shattering half its void shield coverage. For all that, the engagements were muted, probing, restrained. No torpedoes were launched. No gunship wings were unleashed. The two walls of minor warships grappled in a bizarre half-embrace of limited ferocity.
"Third phase."
The drift became more pronounced.
"I think we can afford to move a little faster,"
observed Shaban, watching with satisfaction as the White Scar's line began to crumple inwards. 7 fast-attack frigates withdrew completely, slipping out of contention with their prows charred and their void cover flickering. All across the engagement zone, 5th Legion positions began to collapse, withering in the face of steady, professional pressure from the enemy. White Scar's vessels dropped formation, protecting their own flanks and leaving holes in the offensive wall. As if fighting a strong headwind out on the Altac, the vanguard's momentum faltered. Shaban stared at the forward scope intently, watching for the Alpha Legion response. They brought their capital ships up in support of the first wave, prudently applying pressure where they saw weakness. The net closed tighter, pulling together a little more. In doing so, they brought more guns into range, but their rigidity began to suffer. They were cautious, but not too cautious. The Calgian bucked as it took a direct hit, the void shields flexing like drumskins before the energy was absorbed.
"Return fire,"
came the query from the gunnery station.
"I have a lock."
"I think not," said Shaban, holding for the next order phase.
"Just run us back and rotate to give them a new face.
Maintain las volleys, but make it look sloppy." As the Calgian rolled backwards, veering away from the bulk of the incoming fire like a poorly crewed smuggler's rig, Shaban couldn't help wondering what Torgan was making of it. Back on Chondax, the Terran Khan had hated feigned retreats, never adopting them while in command of his own brotherhood. He had been a strange one, Torgan, uneasy with the things that made being a warrior of the 5th Legion the finest, most profound joy in the galaxy. Shaban, for all he had tried, had never really understood him. He briefly considered where Torgan might be now, and his helm display suddenly gained another rune, immediately blink-clicked into a time-stamped order activation. Shaban felt a spike of adrenaline, coupled with a rush of pure pleasure. The Zhao was underway. Here we go. "Stand by for fleet-wide switch," he commanded, priming the bridge for action. The chrono started to tick. Ilya could hardly believe what she was seeing. She and Halji had been suffered to remain on the Swordstorm's command bridge, but soon found themselves shunted to the margins as the Khan's retinue had taken their spaces around the throne. She looked over to where the Primarch sat, surrounded by luminous hololith projections, his austere face locked in concentration. None of those around him, the huge warriors of his Keshig, the ship commanders, the Strategios and Zadyin Yaga, gave away the slightest discomfort at the mauling their fleet was taking. "What's going on?" she hissed to Halji. Her adjutant turned to look at her, his expression hidden behind a blank ivory face mask. "What do you mean?" "Has everything I've been doing here been wasted?" she asked, consumed with frustration at the prospect. "The supply process was perfect this time. We had everything assembled ahead of schedule. We could have held them off indefinitely, and now this. You convinced me, Halji, that your people knew Voidcraft." "We do." "You've got a strange way of showing it."
"Are you watching carefully, Zhu? Do you see what he does?"
"I see him throwing away a tactical position and getting his ships killed."
"Have not lost one yet."
"Damn you! You will soon." Ilya felt like rushing up and hammering her fists on his thick helm to knock some sense into him. "Does he not care? Is this just one more game to you all?" Halji remained good-naturedly unmoving.
"Everything is game. But no, he cares very much. Keep watching."
Ilya turned back to the projected tactical image. It looked terrible. The half-hearted engagement was drifting into incoherence as the first wave of 5th Legion vessels was forced back in upon itself. Any structure to the advance had dissolved, lost in a maze of confused withdrawal lines. The Alpha Legion cordon, represented on the hololith by a bleak front of stolidly spaced blue lights, pushed back remorselessly. She felt her pulse rate quickening with anger. She had worked so hard to instill some sense of discipline into them, to make them take their logistic responsibilities seriously, to ensure that every warship they possessed was properly equipped and knew its function. It was a shambles. She shuddered to think what would have happened if the enemy out there had been something properly terrifying, like the wolves. "I see nothing." Before she had finished speaking, the Khan issued a command at last.
"Now,"
he said simply. Even on a bridge crowded with warriors and busy with 100 different activities, his low voice somehow carried to all corners.
5-second mark.
Ilya saw the order burst go out to every warship in the fleet, transmitted directly to the ship commander's helm displays. Above her, suspended on bronze chains, a pict screen switched over to a countdown timer. 5, 4. "What was that command?" asked Ilya. 3, 2.
"It's important that this is synchronized," said Halji. "You should hang on to something."
1. There was no time. The deck suddenly kicked violently, as if something huge had detonated somewhere deep in the Swordstorm's immense hull, and a roar filled the bridge's airspace. Ilya staggered, clattering into Halji's immobile armour and banging her forehead painfully against the ceramite. He reached down to steady her, and she pushed him away, embarrassed. "We're racing," she noted, shocked, watching the fleet spread suddenly contract. Throne of Terror. The Swordstorm had kicked into full attack speed. The acceleration was incredible, an almost instant switch from dawdling quarter power to a thunderous, booming, barnstorming charge. It should have been impossible. It should have taken whole minutes to key the main drives up.
"As I said, Zhu," said Halji. "Keep watching."
Ilya found her feet clumsily, grabbing hold of the edge of a balustrade railing and forcing herself to look up at the tactical hololiths. Everything had changed. The fleet's formation had morphed in an instant, suddenly switching from an aimless drift pattern into an arrowhead shock assault of astonishing precision. Every ship had moved, every one of them, all at the same time. They were now in new trajectories and in perfect concert, suddenly leaping from semi-committed holding patterns into a single attack vector. Ilia felt her mouth begin to hang open and snapped it closed. She had never seen ship mastery like it. The best Imperial naval officers could not have performed such a maneuver in less than 5 minutes, and it would have required hundreds of course-correction warnings and hours of preparation to bring off. The White Scars had done it, as one, with no extraneous prompting, in 5 seconds. By then, Halgi was laughing.
"Oh, we call this Zhao," he told her. "The chisel. It is invigorating."
Ilia stared up at the real viewports, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The White Scars deployment was now a single spearhead. Escorts shot out, pulling together into a single mass and punching a hole through the cordon. Their sudden burst of speed and concentrated lance strikes wrong-footed the Alpha Legion vessels in their path, and 3 bronze-prowed destroyers were overwhelmed almost immediately, lost amidst a whirlwind of plasma and exploding torpedo trails. Other enemy ships reacted, swinging about to plug the gap, but all too slowly. It took precious seconds to swing their lances around and push power to their idling engines, by which time the big 5th Legion bruisers, the Qinza, the Lance of Heaven, the Kuo Fian, had charged into the fray, thundering up the line forged by the runners and flooding the area with a blistering circlet of destructive las power.
"How are you doing this?"
breathed Ilia, watching the burning shells of Alpha Legion warships hurtle past. More White Scars destroyers screamed through the wreckage, corkscrewing and diving like plunging pods of cetaceans. Everything was aimed at a single point. The flanks were discarded, surrendered to the enemy, as every 5th Legion asset in the battlesphere shot into close formation and boomed up to top velocity.
"The weakness is there," said Halgi,
motioning to a location 2/3 of the way along the Alpha Legion's second rank.
"A slight one, but enough."
He nodded in warm appreciation of what was taking place.
"We raced to get there first, and that would be honor worth remembering in verse."
The bridge of the Swordstorm hummed and rattled as though it might shake apart. Warning lights glowed angrily along diagnostic displays, cheerfully disregarded by the bridge crew. The Alpha Legion's second rank swam towards them horrifyingly quickly, already glittering with distributed lasfire and hastily loosed torpedo batteries. The encircling Alpha Legion cordon was now compromised and fractured, its constituents struggling to respond to the lone column of ships that burned its way through their heart. Their capital ships were even slower, unable to take advantage of modified engines or the Scars' almost preternaturally skilled crews.
"A ruse,"
Ilia said, annoyed with herself.
"You wanted them to relax."
Halgi nodded.
"There is advantage to being underestimated, and being fast."
Despite herself, she laughed then. It was the first time she'd done so since the muster orders had come in.
"What is happening to me? I'm learning to love this stupid Legion."
The Swordstorm pulled up to the forefront of the Chisel formation, propelled by its monstrous, raging engines and surrounded by a swarm of racing escorts. Bulky vessels of the Alpha Legion's second rank tried to bar its path, sliding into a hurried defensive formation with what now looked to Ilia like ponderous clumsiness.
"Those ones are big,"
she said cautiously.
"They look like battle barges," agreed Halgi. "But Kargan does not think they are. One Legion cannot engage this many without some improvisation. They do not have the ships. Let us see."
Ilia found herself gritting her teeth as the Swordstorm barreled into range. Its gigantic lances flared briefly, filling the void with the thrown light of a bounded supernova. All around it, other White Scars warships launched forward-facing barrages, vomiting las beams and plasma bolts and torpedo salvos in a vast, intense column of pure destruction. The explosions were instant. Palls of spiraling immolation, crashing out in swathes of igniting promethium, flooding the cold vaults of space ahead. Ilia saw a massive Alpha Legion vessel collapse entirely, falling away sharply as its engines imploded. Another 3 targets took horrific damage to their forward void shields, sloughing badly amid sheets of rippling orange and neon yellow. Return fire was sporadic and insufficient, clattering and raking down the armoured prows of the racing White Scar's vanguard and causing little damage.
"They're not battle barges," said Ilia. "What are they, then? Bulk troop carriers?"
"It matters not," said Halji. "We are out."
He was right. The chisel had hammered its way through the cordon, breaking it open at its weakest point. The entire formation, tight-knit, long and slender like a throwing javelin, raced out into open space. The Alpha Legion struggled to regroup in its wake, pulling ships from the far-flung cordon formation like an octopus clutching its many limbs back to itself. They hadn't lost critical numbers of ships, but the sudden attack run had blown their formation wide open and destroyed the cohesion that they had so painstakingly built. The White Scar's run did not slow. If anything, free of the need to maintain a barrage of lasfire, it accelerated. The orb of Chondax fell rapidly away aft, mediated by the glowing corpses of a dozen burned-out warships.
"So what now?" asked Ilia. "Do we finish them off, or go for Russ, or Terra? What's the plan?"
Halji looked over her shoulder, up to where the Khan still sat on his throne. The Primarch's expression had not changed. No satisfaction, no elation, just the habitual aquiline fierceness, the solid concentration. His flagship hummed with the release of fearsome energies, powering into the open void like a loosed arrow.
"I do not know," Halji said. "My guess, knowing the Warhawk's mood, none of those things."
Chapter 10. Sometimes it was better not to know. Yasugai had often argued with Ahriman over the point. The Thousand Sons in general had never accepted that knowledge, any knowledge, should remain off-limits. "All is good," the chief librarian had told him once. "The more, the better." But the old weather-makers of Tregoris had always resisted plumbing the depths of their craft, choosing to remain on the surface of it, honing a set of skills that they knew rested on deeper, more dangerous truths. That had always struck Yasugai as wisdom, not cowardice, for the sages of his homeworld had made a virtue of restraint.
"Everything has its perils,"
Yasugai had warned Ahriman.
"You are too cautious," Ahriman had replied. "Does anyone even know what gifts you have?"
"Perhaps not. But why should I care?"
"Because it matters. How you are perceived."
"You are perceived as dangerous. Does that not matter?"
Ahriman had looked rueful.
"You understand us. Do you think we are dangerous?"
Back then, Yasugai had not wanted to reply.
"Sometimes I do," he had thought.
Now, in his chambers on the Sickle Moon, he felt sick with knowledge, like he had ingested something poisonous that had got into his blood. The scale of it was hard to process, let alone come to terms with. Zavan had explained it all in careful detail, omitting nothing. There were some details, of course, that even he didn't know, including the fate of his Primarch.
"We do not know what happened," said Zavan. "I think I would know, somehow, if he had died. But perhaps not."
The Salamander's legionary spoke slowly, deliberately, inflecting the syllables of Gothic with a rich, nocturnian burr. His words held no self-pity, nor anger, just a deep, calm defiance. Yasugai's response to the news had been different. Numbness followed by a desperate sense of failure. He had sensed disturbances in the fabric of the universe for so long. Perhaps he ought to have known, or guessed, or moved to investigate sooner. That mood soon passed. Treachery on such a scale was unimaginable. He could not have known. No one could.
Horus, the War Master, the beloved son.
He looked up. He shared his chamber with 3 others, Lushan, Zaven, and a dour Iron Hands legionary called Bion Henrikos.
You are telling me what happens next,
Yasugai said, forcing himself to keep asking questions.
At first, it was only us, said Zaven. My squad broke back into orbit on a captured 16th Legion lander. Our own ship had been destroyed, so we were forced to dock with one of theirs and take it over.
Yasugai smiled despite himself. Zaven's deadpan delivery could be quite amusing.
Just like that? You take over Sons of Horus frigate?
Zaven looked at him blankly, his dark features hard to read. He did not smile much, and his blank red eyes made following his expressions difficult.
It was challenging, he said in his rumbling bass voice. But they were not expecting us. Ever seen the Sons of Vulcan fight, White Scar?
I have not, said Yasugai, though have heard is formidable.
We took the ship, said Zaven simply. It was called the Grey Talon. We renamed it the Hesiod. That is the sanctuary city of our homeworld.
I have heard of it.
Zaven nodded in satisfaction.
Then we became renegades. We tried to make for Nocturne, but the navigator had been injured. She died soon afterwards. The strain of fighting the warp storms, perhaps, or maybe her mind had turned. I do not think she had expected to see the things she witnessed.
Henrikos, the Iron Hands legionary, let slip a low growl through his dark metal faceplate. Unlike the others, he had not taken his helm off.
None of us did.
And what of you?
Asked Yasugai.
Survivors fight on, here and there, said Henrikos.
His voice, unlike Zaven's, was acid with bitterness. Yasugai could understand why. He clearly had no doubt over his own Primarch's fate.
Scattered. Some of us found each other. We seek out survivors, added Zaven. There are only 16 of us, but we hope to add more. Then we can strike back.
Yasugai caught a strange look on Zaven's face then, something like hunger.
And now you find us, the Stormseer said,
making the salamander's thought explicit.
A warp-capable ship with living navigator.
Zaven nodded.
Henrikos is a master of ship systems. He has found a way to track warp wakes at distance, so we knew just where you would be translating.
But why attack?
Lushan asked. He was still irritated. The Sickle Moon had taken significant damage after an already battering warp passage.
We have learned to be careful, replied Zaven. For all we know, every legion has turned to the War Master. If you had been a Blood Angel ship, or Ultramarines, we would have done the same.
Yasugai nodded with understanding.
And we are White Scars, he said. Easy for you to believe we are renegade, yes?
Zaven said nothing, but Henrikos grunted mordantly.
Since you said it, yes.
Yasugai smiled.
At least, then, we are honest with one another.
You use warp-born powers, said Zaven,
as if by way of explanation.
That, we have learned, is a sign of the enemy. They do not follow the edict, and it cost us on Istvan.
Yasugai placed his hands together. Every piece of information he was given from that damn planet was painful to hear. Such things were exactly what Ahriman and he had warned would happen if the Librarius was disbanded.
I follow commands of my Primarch, Yasugai said. If he orders me to stop using gifts, I do so. But the Khan is out of contact for a long time.
He gave Zaven a half-apologetic look.
In any case, he will take no notice of edict. None of us will. The gift is part of who we are, has been for a long time. Imagine if I tell you to put away your flamers, or you, son of Medusa, your metal hand. Would you do it?
You sound like one of Magnus's sorcerers, spat Henricus.
I think, replied Yasugai, they speak better Gothic.
Zaven laughed, a rumble that spilled up from his enormous barrel chest.
And what are you doing out here, Chogorian? You are a long way from home.
Are we? Our ship lost bearing a long time ago.
We can help with that. What is your course?
Chondax, replied Yasugai. My Primarch is there, though I do not know if he is aware of massacre.
He will be by now, muttered Henricus. The whole galaxy will be. Soon we will see Horus's bastards falling on worlds like locusts. Everything is open to them. Every defense destroyed.
Zaven raised a warning hand, but Henricus kept going.
Do you not see how futile this is? We can fight for a little longer, but Ferrus is gone. Vulcan and Korax are gone. It's just stalling for time. We have discussed this many times, brother, said Zaven tolerantly. And? You think there's some way to turn this around? You're a fool. I'll kill as many of them as I can and spit in their faces every time. But I'm not stupid enough to think it'll change anything.
Henricus swept his metallic death mask around the chamber, as if daring someone to contradict him.
Vengeance, a little satisfaction, a share of pain. That's all that's left.
Zaven shot Yasugai an exculpatory look.
Bion and I have somewhat different perspectives on the war.
I see, said Yasugai. What is yours?
Victory will come, Zaven replied calmly and without hesitation. I do not know from where, but it will come. We must be patient.
Yasugai admired the sentiment, though from what he had been told he found it hard to share in it.
I hope you are right.
Then are you with us? asked Henricus. We could use some of that... what do you call it?
Weather magic, said Yasugai.
Stupid name.
The Iron Hand's legionary flexed his damaged shoulders.
Hurts when it hits, though.
I have to get back to my Primarch, said Yasugai,
directing his words to Zaven.
I have dreams, visions. He is in danger.
Zaven looked back at him equivocally.
That will be hard, and we have our own work.
Would you not fight better joined with another legion? One intact and dangerous, and full of spellmakers like me?
Would your Khan accept us? I know nothing of him.
Few do, but I speak on your behalf.
Yasugai smiled then, as warmly as he was able to in the circumstances.
If you come with me.
Zaven looked tempted but cautious. He rested his chin, as black as burned embers, on his steepled gauntlets.
It has been a hard road, he said. At times, in the deep of the void night, I was tempted to ask for guidance. You know, in the old way, like we were taught to forget. I never did it, for we long since stopped believing in gods and monsters. Maybe we should not have been so quick to forget them.
Yasugai nodded.
Both are real.
I wonder, though, what I thought might come of such guidance had I pleaded for it. Would I be shown some sign, some way back? Would I stumble over Vulcan's trail?
Henricus shook his head irritably.
Foolish. But something has occurred now. You have fallen into our path.
though you know less than we do. What am I to make of this? Was it fated?
I do not believe in fate, said Yasugai.
Luck, then?
Even less.
Zaven raised a black eyebrow.
Then what do you believe in?
The Khan,
said Yasugai, as unhesitatingly and firmly as Zaven had spoken earlier.
Help me find him. Something can still be saved.
Henrikos snorted disdainfully, but Zaven was no longer paying any attention to him. His ebony head nodded slowly, his thoughtful gaze never leaving Yasugai.
We shall see, he said. We shall see.
The Khan rose from his throne, and his retinue stood back to let him pass. He walked slowly to the edge of the command dais, below which the full expanse of the flagship's bridge stretched away from him in terraced rows. The galaxy's star field glittered on the other side of the armor-glass observation dome, a uniform screen of infinite space. He felt the familiar urge stir within him, to power into the unknown, to range across the void as he had once ranged across the grasslands of home, beholden to no one, as free as the hunting raptors that rode the high airs.
And yet, even the Berkut are tamed, he thought to himself. They come back eventually, summoned by the bells of their master.
None of his command staff spoke. They remained silent as the entire White Scars fleet powered further from Chondax, leaving the Alpha Legion behind like a bad memory. A pursuit had not materialized yet. Even if it did, the Khan doubted that the enemy had anything fast enough to catch them. For all that, he could sense his crew's burning questions. Qing Jia wanted to turn around, to finish what had been started, to board the Alpha Legion ships and demand answers. It was a tempting proposition. Perhaps Alfarius was on board one of those ships. The Khan smiled grimly. It would be nice to drag that dissembler to his knees and rip the helm from his face. That would have been a mistake. The Alpha Legion had their combat weaknesses, but they were no fools. He would learn nothing from them unless they wanted him to have it, in which case it was useless. He folded his arms across his chest and stared up at the stars, just as he had once done in the long night chill of the Altak. The stars were his first memory. He still had fragmented recollections of muffled voices, and not Tregorian voices, shuffling around a casket in which he slept. He had dreams of whisperings in the dark, a rush of sudden indescribable speed, a whirl of dark stars and pearl-white skies, a sense of being momentarily suspended over an abyss of infinite howling depth, while greedy eyes regarded him with both fear and covetousness. Years later he had come to understand what those visions were, confused recollections of something he had not the faculties to understand at the time, dreams of unearthly powers at once more powerful than imagination and weaker than the sickliest human newborn.
The denizens of heaven are nothing without us,
Yasugai had told him many years later.
They may only act through us. That is their great secret, and their great shame. We do not have to listen. We can go our own way.
The Zadyin Aga had always understood the relationship between the realm of the senses and the realm of dreams, and the Khan had always trusted what they said of it. There are two great errors, a long-dead sage of Kai had written in scrolls still preserved in Kumkata. First, to pretend that the path of heaven does not exist. Second, to follow it. Perhaps Russ had tried to snuff out the gifted forever. The Khan could well imagine Horus taking a stand against it. He was a noble soul, the noblest of them all. Sanguinius, too, had always been pure of purpose, and the third member of the triumvirate. From the very start it had been the four of them, the Khan, Magnus, Sanguinius, with tacit approval from the one who would one day be War Master. It was they who had laboured for so long to channel and protect the arts of the Psyker within the legions. Now, if he was to believe what he was being told, one was dead and one was missing. And what of Horus? Which story was the truth? That he was the defender of those wrongly slain by the wolves, or that he threatened to level the Imperium to its foundations? The Khan had never much cared for the Imperium, but truth, that was important, as was loyalty.
That is the difference between the warrior and the butcher. Which one are you, brother? I know which I am.
Kagan!
He turned to see Jianzhu, his mistress of astropaths, looking up at him, her sightless eyes like milky orbs of glass in her withered face.
More from Dawn? He asked.
From Russ, she replied. Distress calls from the Alexis Nebula, demanding immediate assistance. The wolves are under attack from the Alpha Legion. He asks his brother to remember the bonds of fealty between Primarchs and come to his assistance with all the speed you are renowned for. He ends with his thanks.
The Khan turned to his retinue, smiling coldly.
Did you hear that? He asked. The Wolf King complimenting us. He must be desperate.
Qingzha looked at him steadily.
Will we go? He asked. And if we do, who shall we fight for?
Jemulan Noyan Khan, whose presence was a glittering hololith projection from the star spear, shook his head.
The Space Wolves have always been renegades. Either we leave them alone, or we do what we have been asked and destroy them.
They're fighting the Alpha Legion,
said Hasik Noyan Khan, also a projection.
Refresh my memory. Were we not just fighting them ourselves?
The Khan crossed his arms, his hawk-like face still playing with the remnants of wintry amusement.
Who knows what the Alpha Legion were up to, he said. Perhaps they too have their renegades.
Then what is your order, Kargan?
Pressed Qingzha, ever eager to be given license to cut loose.
The fleet is armed and ready.
The Khan rested his chin on the gold-limbed magnificence of his gorget. The atmosphere in the bridge seemed to thicken, curdling with anticipation. All faces remained fixed upon him.
Send this message to Russ, he said finally,
lifting his heavy eyes towards the mistress of astropaths.
Tell him that we have received commands from Dawn to return to the throne world. Tell him that we cannot ignore them, much as we might like to.
He closed his eyes, shaking his head, changing his mind.
No lies. Tell him that we could ignore Dawn's order, but we will not. The truth is not obvious to us. We need time to uncover it.
The Khan uncrossed his arms and rested his right hand on the hilt of his dao.
Tell him that we have received disturbing news concerning Prospero, which we hope is false. Finally, tell him that, when the full picture is drawn, we hope we will fight beside one another again as brothers, as we were meant to. Then wish him a safe winter, or whatever it is they wish one another when they have finished speaking.
Jianzhu bowed and hastened away to begin the sending. Once she had gone, Qingzha was first to speak.
Then we are heading to Terra?
He asked, disappointment evident in his voice.
That is the question, said the Khan,
turning away from the retinue and gazing back up at the starfield.
Summon the navigator. I have course instructions to give him.
Russ took the news in silence, gripping the thick fur of the two Fenrisian wolves that prowled at his feet. Bjorn watched him, noting how the Primarch's ice-blue eyes glistened with suppressed emotion. The viewports of the Hieraphonical's bridge were almost opaque with rust-red dust. The entire fleet hung in the depths of the nebula, sunk amidst the shifting clouds like fish in a reef. The aftermath of Prospero had given them time to learn every nook and shaft of the immense stellar nursery, its gravitic variances, its sensor-defying baffles. Now their warships skulked in its depths again, recovering, rearming, and waiting. Somewhere far above them, the Alpha Legion still probed and patrolled, sending void charges spinning blindly at them, prowling across the cloud margins like circling jackals. They would discover the fleet's precise location soon enough, but the respite had staved off destruction until then. It had been a ruinous, terrible retreat. Only Russ's presence had prevented it from becoming a rout. He had held things together seemingly by sheer force of will, orchestrating lightning counterthrusts, flanking moves, sudden fallbacks, all with the aim of getting as many ships into the heart of the nebula as possible before devastation overtook them. Bjorn studied him carefully. Something of the ebullience the Primarch normally displayed seemed to have been kicked out of him. He looked bruised, almost resentfully so, as if his faithful duty had been rewarded with nothing more than a face full of ashes.
"Until next winter?" Russ asked. "He really said that?"
The Star Speaker nodded.
An attempt at politeness, I think.
Russ snorted. Bjorn moved a little closer, ignoring the thrumming growl of the Primarch's wolves. "So, we're on our own," he ventured. Russ nodded, not looking at him, his face tight with preoccupation.
"We are."
"They have always been unreliable."
"They have."
Bjorn felt awkward. It was hard to witness a Primarch's self-doubt. Russ seemed to sense it, and stirred himself.
"You know why I wanted you close to me, One Hand?" he asked.
Bjorn shook his head.
"You're young. We can all see times are changing."
Russ fixed him with those penetrating, frosty eyes.
"Let's be honest. We knew that something was wrong before Prospero. We're used to spectres on Fenris. We never believed the myths my father tried to tell us. Now that it's come at last, we can't feign surprise."
One of the wolves nuzzled against Russ's thigh, pushing its blunt-fanged head along the ridged ceramite, as if to comfort its master.
"I never asked him what he had in mind for us once the crusade was over," Russ went on. "I never asked him if we would be needed. Hardly matters now. If this madness can't be stopped, there will never be a time when we are not needed."
Russ chortled emptily.
"The irony of it. Horus has given us the purpose we were beginning to lack. He's made us useful again."
Bjorn said nothing.
"You will inherit this," Russ said. "Look what a mess we have made of things. Me and my beloved brothers. You will have to pick up the pieces."
"Horus caused it," objected Bjorn.
"And why did he turn?" asked Russ sadly. "Do we know? Has that story been told?"
He shook his shaggy blonde head.
"Remember how this happened, One Hand. Remember it all. The Legion will need you to keep the knowledge alive."
"You will not leave us," said Bjorn, almost as if by asserting it he could be sure it were true.
"I will one day," said Russ bleakly. "You, I am not so sure. Your weird is unclear to me."
Then he moved himself, rolling his shoulders as if to throw off a cloak of lethargy.
"But enough of this. We have work to do."
He glanced up at the nearest view screen. The vast profile of the Fenrisava crawled across the view field, its back scorched and half broken. The Haraphnicol itself would not look much better.
"The Khan be damned," said Russ. "He's always gone his own way, and we can manage without his swordplay. We've never needed help before. It was a mistake to ask for it."
He grinned. Something of the old bravado was returning.
"We'll be back,"
he said, grabbing the nape of the nuzzling wolf and ruffling it affectionately.
"This is the lowest point. We'll sharpen our claws and blades."
The feral's smile intensified.
"Trust me," he growled. "They haven't seen the last of us."
Part 2. Glass and Embers. Chapter 11. Shaban waited outside Hasik Noyan Khan's chamber, absently turning the medal over in his hand. He'd come over to the Chinzar on a fleet transport during one of the brief drops out of the warp. On the trip across, he had watched the emblem of the Horde of the Stone, a blunt mountain outline ringed by fire, grow steadily larger as he had neared the docking levels. The Horde was Hasik's Legion division, comprising over 20 brotherhoods. The Chinzar itself was a fine ship, a long, lithe, spare-jowled predator. One day, if the fates allowed, Shaban could see himself commanding a similar vessel. Rising to the position of Khan had been an honor. To ascend to Noyan Khan would gild that further. Maybe in the future. He would need many more kill marks on his ritual sash first, and the scars that went with them. A chime sounded on the console, and the doors slid open. Hasik was standing on the far side, out of armor, his sun-wrinkled face smiling.
"Shaban," he said. "Back with us again. How are you?"
Shaban bowed.
"Well, Noyan Khan, and you?"
"Well, the better for leaving Chondex."
Hasik ushered him into a large room with roughly plastered walls. It was decorated with Trigorian hunting talismans, and Quo ceremonial spears hung in racks. 6 viewports along the left-hand side of the room were shuttered against the ether. Hasik strolled across a hide runner towards 2 low-slung wooden seats, slatted and bound in the old plains manner. He sat in one and gestured to the other.
"You reached the fleet just in time," he said. "Any later, and you'd have been fighting through them to get to us."
Shaban sat, the medal still clutched in one hand.
"Why were they even there?"
Hasik shrugged.
"We don't know. This isn't like the old wars."
"Evidently."
Hasik regarded him.
"Being Khan suits you, Shaban. Yasugai always spoke well of you."
"He is generous."
"Not always. How was the work on Famous 4?
"Foul."
There was little point in hiding the truth.
"For a long time I wondered why it had taken so long to purge. Once I got there, I stopped wondering."
Hasik chuckled.
"The task is always completed, though."
He leaned back in his chair.
"Why did you wish to see me?"
"About Famous. There were things that concerned me."
"Oh?"
"I was told the delay in compliance was down to the Hain," said Shaban. "They did fight hard, but it felt wrong. The whole planet felt wrong."
"It was a difficult campaign."
"No more so than many others. I asked my brotherhood to look harder."
"And what did they find?"
"Bodies," said Shaban. "Buried, with legionary blade wounds and no sign of greenskins around them."
"Legionary blades? You are sure?"
"My apothecary made a careful study. He is sure. I was going to ask you if you had received any similar reports."
Hasik placed his hands together.
"None at all."
Shaban nodded slowly.
"That is a shame. I had hoped to find some explanation."
"Other than the one you have? Tell me what that is."
"No, I do not have one. There were no other deployments on Famous. We were alone with the Greenskins."
Hasik thought for a moment.
"But you think there were others?"
"No."
Shaban shook his head, still caught between several half-worked theories.
"I do not know. My first thought was strife between brotherhoods.
Then the Alpha Legion arrived at Chondax. It crossed my mind that... But why would they? Well, that Legion's actions are never obvious, Hasek sighed. Perhaps even to them. Have you consulted others?
Outside my Brotherhood, no.
Hasek nodded. I authorized all deployments to Phoebus. I can look again at the casualty figures. Zu Ilia keeps complete records these days. But you came here for more than that.
Shiban opened his fist.
It may be nothing. We found this on one of the bodies. I have never seen it before.
He handed Hasek the medal. The Noyan Khan held it up to the light, turning it slowly.
Well, this is a Chagorian mark, Hasek said, noting the hawk's head. Silver? Not pure, surely. Did you analyze it?
We did not have time.
Hasek handled the medal carefully, as if something about it made him uneasy. Shiban understood that. He'd felt the same way.
Leave this with me, said Hasek. The Zajin Aga may wish to see it. And please, remain on the Chinza.
What do you think?
A battle token? Perhaps. In any case, you were right to bring it to me.
Shiban felt relief. It had been hard to decide whether to raise the issue at all.
One thing, added Hasek thoughtfully. Do you have Terrans in your Brotherhood?
None.
But you fought with them?
On Chondax, the Brotherhood of the Moon, under Torgun Khan.
Hasek nodded.
I see.
If I may ask...
I do not know. It might be helpful. It might not. I will make inquiries.
Shiban saw that it was time to leave. He rose to his feet and bowed.
Thank you, Noyan Khan. Please tell me if there is anything more to be done.
There will be, I am sure.
Hasek didn't rise. He toyed with the medal, turning it in his hand just as Shiban had done.
I will contact you before the next warp translation.
Shiban hesitated. He was pushing his luck.
I do not suppose...
I know where we are going. Of course I do. Though the Kargan has kept that knowledge close. You will find out soon enough.
Shiban nodded. More secrecy.
My thanks, Noyan Khan,
he said, bowing. The word-bearer's deep-void frigate, Vorkorda, dropped out of the warp, slipping from the ether as smoothly as a dagger into flesh. The sub-warp engines keyed into a steady pattern, propelling it from the jump point and towards Mael's distant green orb. Kal Zedej, sergeant of the Yesa Takdar embedded Karda and commander of the Vorkorda, strolled to the railing of the bridge balcony, watching the planet grow in size. It had a pleasing hue. Cool, he thought, beyond the ragged swathe of tumbling rocks that orbited it.
"Signal the outpost,"
he ordered, clasping the rail with his gauntlets.
"They are silent, Lord,"
came the reply from one of the serfs in the communications pit. Kal's eyes narrowed.
"All channels?"
"Nothing yet. I will keep trying."
The Vorkorda kept going, powering steadily closer.
"Raise the void shields,"
commanded Kal.
"Slow approach. Run a full auger sweep."
His crew worked silently and swiftly. He watched their bald and tattooed heads bowed low over cogitator stations, strained faces lit green and orange by the glow from the pict feeds. Long gone were the bridge uniforms they had once worn. Now they were in the flowing robes of the faith, lovingly stitched by acolytes in the lower decks, covered in the tiny gold-picked writing that warded them and concentrated their minds. Kal remembered a time when he would have risked censure for a display like that. It was preferable now. Allegiances had been flushed out, and the long years of secrecy were coming to an end. It was good to know who the enemy was, to fight him openly and use his weakness against him. The Pantheon smiled upon those who bore the truth with pride.
"Anything?"
he asked. "Silence. Nothing over the augers."
"Bring us in over it carefully."
The Vorkorda thrust closer, skirting the cartographed belt of drifting asteroids, scanning incessantly. A blip recorded on one of the sensorium feeds, followed by a crackle of static. "Relay 989, came the voice of an auger reader.
"Are they hailing us?" asked Cal.
"Standard low beam transmission recorded. No sign of activity." Cal blinked the feed from the sensors to his helm display. He saw the asteroid designated 78976-764 rolling slowly in the void, one face riddled with dark metal scaffolds. A communication spire was visible in the center, spiked and entwined like a minaret of lost monarchia. There was no sign of damage, but no lights either. He ran his filed teeth over one another. This would hold things up. It would keep him from greater things. There was no glory in this.
"Is the station shielded?"
"Negative."
"Then I will investigate. Remain in position. Notify me if anything changes."
Cal signaled the others. Ledak had been in devotions and was irritated to be disturbed. Rovell had been doing something secretive in the bilges with mortals, one of those things that stained his gauntlets red and made him morose afterwards. It was probably a good thing that he was being called away. They joined him on the teleportation chamber, an octagonal room clad in iron. The floor was sticky and coppery, and there were scratch marks on the lower walls.
"Is this necessary?" asked Ledak, his voice surly. "Essential," said Cal.
Rovell was muttering to himself and fingering his chain blade's hilt. Cal silently sent the command to activate the chamber. He could remember when teleportation had always been a clumsy matter of battle plate locators and pseudoscience. So much easier now that some superstitions had been cast off.
"By your will,"
he ordered, scanning the outpost floor plans. The chamber filled with a dense crackle, hot even through his power armor. For a few seconds he felt the familiar rush, the balmy sensation of weightlessness, the roaring in his ears. There were times when he envied those who had delved deeper into the mysteries and stared directly into the abyss. Then it was over, and the ether ripped away into tattered slivers around him.
"Dead,"
said Rovell. Cal looked around warily and agreed. The outpost's command chamber was empty. No lumens, no bodies. A few screens still fuzzed with static, throwing a flickering light across the otherwise pitch-dark space. He drew his bolter.
"Check for targets,"
he voxed, gently expanding the range of his proximity detectors. Ledak moved towards the center of the circular chamber. An empty throne swiveled loosely on a short plinth. Rovell stomped down to the perimeter pits. "Abandoned?" he speculated, sweeping his bolter muzzle lazily from side to side.
"We'd have been told,"
said Cal, moving down to the dual sliding doors and scanning the other side.
"Are you getting anything yet?"
"Nothing,"
growled Ledak, falling in alongside him.
"How big is this place?"
Cal remembered the floor plans. It was a self-sufficient station designed for long-term relay augmentation. Several dozen levels, a big power plant. Could take a while to sweep it.
"Not that big. Stay with me."
The doors hissed open jerkily, jamming halfway across. Ledak grabbed the near edge and yanked it, nearly ripping the metal clear of the frame. They entered the corridor, a long, segmented tube with a metal mesh floor. It was as empty and echoing as the command chamber.
"Getting nothing,"
complained Rovell, bringing up the rear.
"Nothing at all."
Cal turned on him, ready to reprimand. As he did, something flashed across his vision. A spectre, stark white, death-eyed, furious.
"What was that?"
he hissed, jerking around with his bolter. Ledak kept walking. "What was what?" He arrived at another dual set of doors at the end of the corridor.
"Stay where you are,"
ordered Cal. He suddenly felt like he did during battle. His hearts were pumping, flooding his body with hyper-adrenaline.
"I got something briefly."
But he hadn't. The corridor was empty, save for the three of them. Rovell paused, still standing astride the ruins of the first set of doors.
"Nothing,"
he said again.
"Enough of this,"
snarled Ledak, and hit the release on the second set.
"Do not,"
began Cal. The doors slammed open, flooding the corridor with light. In the fraction of a second it took for his helm to compensate, he saw something standing in the glare. Something immense and blocky. Then the space filled with bolter fire. Cal threw himself against the wall, returning fire blindly. He heard a throttled roar from Ledak behind him, quickly quelled. Suddenly his helm was filled with targets, more than 10 of them, swarming close. A bolt hit him hard, sending him crashing onto his back. He kept firing. From somewhere nearby he could hear Rovell roaring. His voice was bestial and strange, using words that Cal had never heard. Cal pushed to his feet and sprinted back for the command chamber, ducking through the pursuing storm of bolts before leaping over Ledak's body. As he staggered through the doors, he took a shell in the back, smashing him forwards. He hit the floor awkwardly, rolling to his left to keep firing. He saw the blurry outline of power-armoured warriors charging after him down the corridor, followed by the sharp stink of the ether. He raised his weapon to fire, watching as a target rune zeroed in on the lead attacker.
"Away!"
came a voice, seemingly from by his ear. Cal's bolter flew from his grip, clanging against the wall and rattling out of reach. He twisted around to see a white figure standing over him, outlined in flickering lightning. The figure's head was exposed, showing a pair of eyes blazing with gold. Cal tried to get back up, to push himself at him, to get his hands around his throat. He was blasted back, smashed against the metal. His helm clanked down as though magnetized, and he felt worm-like strands of etheric energy snaking across his armor. As he hit the floor, Rovell's ranting finally gave out. The white warrior lowered himself over Cal's outstretched body.
"I never liked Lorgar's dogs," he said,
his accent strange. Cal stared up blearily at a weathered face dense with tattoos. He wanted to speak, to spit curses at his killer, but his tongue would no longer move. As the last of the bolter echoes died down, others came to join the witch, some in Salamander's armor, one in an Iron Hand's augmetic shell. Cal raged at his bonds. The witch glanced coldly at him.
"Do not struggle. It's pointless."
The whole place reeked of warp energy. That surprised him. The faithless legions were meant to have renounced all that. The Iron Hand's legionary stomped up to the witch. His armor had been extended with a bizarre array of flamboyant mech additions. His shoulder plates bulged massively, each one humming with electrostatic charge. "The others are dead," he reported in a machine-thin voice. "This one?"
Not yet,"
said the witch, gazing at Cal like he might look at a rotten slab of meat. For some reason Cal's mind felt sluggish, and he found it hard to place the emblems on the witch's armor. Space wolves? No, too clean. He got it. White scars. Now that was a genuine surprise. The witch glared at him.
"I will prise open his mind," he said,
and Cal felt the first stabs of pain at his temples.
"Go swiftly,"
came a third voice, rich with the mournful timbre of Vulcan's sons.
"We should take this ship now."
"We shall do no such thing," said the witch. "Better to persuade."
He leaned in close, his golden eyes glowing.
"Now, you will listen."
Ilia waited outside, wondering if she had intruded, unwilling to retreat without being given a signal. She felt like a fool, hovering on the margins. Qingzha seemed oblivious to her presence. He knelt behind screens of translucent paper, robed in silk, surrounded by coils of incense smoke. His bare head was lowered before a hung scroll, blank save for a single Korchin character drawn in the ancient Chogorian manner. Ilya knew that he would have drawn the device himself, dipping a thick adu-hair brush into soot-bound ink and tracing swiftly over the paper. He might have done it 1,000 times, discarding each attempt until it became perfect. There was no arduous labour involved in such work. It was a sudden movement, dragged straight from the soul. It was either perfect or it was not. Once drawn, there was no way to improve or correct it. Ilya wondered whether Qingzha knew that she was there. It was hard to imagine that he did not, but Halji had told her once that meditation was an absolute thing. Perhaps even space marines let their guard down from time to time. So she stood in the shadows, breathing as quietly as she could, trying not to do anything to break the spell. After a long time, Qingzha's head rose. He stood in a single movement and bowed before the scroll. The gesture was curiously religious, like something that might have taken place before unity, though there was no iconography to draw upon. Just the scroll, the incense in its brass censers, and the layers of paper hanging in a perfect square from the dark walls of the isolation room. Ilya swallowed self-consciously as Qingzha pushed the screen aside and emerged into the open. His craggy face gave no hint of surprise. "Zhu," he said, "you are early." Ilya could have argued about that. She was not. She was perfectly on time, as ever, and he had no chrono, but chose not to. "I can come back." "No need. I am finished." She wanted to ask him what he'd been doing, but guessed that would have been impertinent. It might have been part of the warrior rites that had made Qingzha the most lethal swordsman in the Legion, after the Khan himself, or it might have been some hangover from the old days of Chogoris. Few of those who had been with the Khan from the beginning still lived. Most had died before the Emperor arrived, and others had attempted ascension when too old, disregarding what they had been advised by the Terran apothecaries. Qingzha had made it, as had Yasugai. Perhaps Hasik was another. "You have completed the fleet audit," he said. "I have." "The Khan wished to know the results." Ilya took a deep breath. 73% of Legion's assets were committed to the Chondax campaign. During the fighting, 5 Brotherhoods were sequestered for other duties, though none were able to leave. Of those not committed to Chondax, 12% remained on Chogoris, 6 on secondment with other legions, and 6 were unaccounted for. Qingzha nodded. "You are short by 3%. "No, your records are. I also did not allow for special deployments, such as those on Terra, on Mars, or with the navigator houses." "Well, tell me then, is this standard?" "You mean compared to the others? No. Most legions were deployed more thinly, led by Lord Commanders across a variety of fleets. As far as I know, based on the figures I saw 2 years ago, only the Space Wolves and the Blood Angels were more cohesive." Qingzha nodded thoughtfully. His expression was serene, as it was so often with the Scars. "So if someone wanted us out of the way, all of us as a legion, sending us to Chondax would have done the job well for them." "Is that what you think happened?" "We are still trying to make sense of the Alpha Legion." Ilya smiled wryly. "You could have engaged them back at Chondax." "It would not have given us answers." "But were you not tempted to? Just a little?" Qingzha shrugged. "The Khan was. I could sense it, no matter what he ordered. But we are past that now. He has more pressing concerns. Accompany me, please." He moved off, opening the door into a conventionally lit walkway. Ilya trotted alongside, struggling as ever with the oversized stride of Space Marines.
"There is a saying on Chogoris," said Kunja, "better to be ignorant than wise. Many of us agree with that. We do not concern ourselves with what the other legions do, so we were ignorant of what the rest of the Imperium was doing, and happy to be so. This is now the problem."
Ilya raised an eyebrow.
"You could not have known what was happening. Chondax was isolated for a long time."
"Yes, a strange chance."
"Such things happen."
"No, not this time. We were complacent. If Yasugai had been here, he might have warned us."
Ilya shook her head.
"You can't just isolate a whole subsector. You can't just orchestrate warp storms."
Qingzha didn't reply immediately. When he did, his voice was pensive.
"You were taught that humanity has moved beyond superstition. You believe it, just like you were meant to. There are no gods, you are told, and what looks like magic is just the growing power of the human mind."
He glanced at her, almost furtively.
"We, on the other hand, never stopped believing. On Chogoris, it is called the Test of Heaven. We have always known of it. How do you think Stormseers become powerful? Our cousins on Fenris work the same source, though they would never admit it."
He talked easily, fluidly.
"You do not know what the warp is. None of you do. The Emperor kept those truths hidden, and for all we know, he has tried to stamp out those who still understand them. The Khan never agreed with this. The two of them argued. This is the great question, Zu, the one they fell out over. Can you rest an empire on a lie?"
Ilya didn't like hearing this. Much of what the scars had told her had always sounded strange and uncomfortable, and she had learned to ignore the most esoteric of their views. But this sounded close to rebellion.
"I do not—"
she started.
"Listen," said Qingzha, halting and turning to her. "Just listen. The warp is not what you think. It is alive. It is dangerous. It can be used. We of the Fifth would not be told otherwise, and that is why we were never trusted, and why we have never been at the center of things."
"That's not how it is."
"It is why Nicaea happened. The Imperium is willfully blind, deliberately so. It has never wished to look at what holds it together."
"What does this have to do with Chondax?"
asked Ilya, growing flustered.
"One can orchestrate warp storms."
"Nonsense."
"It takes enormous power, or devices of ancient origin, but it can be done."
"Why are you telling me this?"
"You need to know the Khan's mind," said Qingzha levelly. "You need to know what the dilemma is."
"So what is it? Tell me now. No riddles."
Qingzha looked at her with perfect earnestness.
"When we are told that Ross has gone after Magnus, we can believe it. When we are told that Horus has become a monster, we can believe it. It is the warp, Ilya. It corrupts the finest. The greater the strength, the greater the corruption. Perhaps the Emperor himself has succumbed. Perhaps the War Master has. In either case, it means ruin."
Ilya looked into Qingzha's eyes and saw the steady certainty there. Whatever the truth of this, he believed it.
"Then what are you going to do?" she demanded. "You have a whole fleet here, burning through the void, and no one has told me where it's heading."
"I am trying to tell you. We are headed for the source, to the architect. Only one soul sees the warp as it truly is."
"Terra,"
said Ilya, relieved.
"So we are going to Terra?"
Qingzha looked at her, disappointed.
"No," he said. "Have you not been listening? We cannot go to Terra.
He rested a hand on her arm.
The Khan has only ever trusted one of his brothers. If Magnus lives, then all this can be salvaged. If he is dead, then the Imperium is finished for us. We are going to Prospero, Zu. The answers are there.
Chapter 12. Cal recovered himself.
Ledak,
he voxed. His tongue was thick, his head hammering.
Rovil.
He blinked heavily, clearing the mist across his eyes. He flexed a gauntlet. It worked. That was something.
Anyone?
He pushed himself to his feet. He must have fallen. He was disorientated. Everything around him seemed to move sluggishly. He blink-switched to the ship channel.
Status,
he rasped. The Vorkorda's communication operator's voice, when it came, sounded relieved.
We have been concerned, Lord. Your signal was lost. Is all well?
Cal didn't know. He felt nauseous. The space around him was empty and dark. He felt as if he'd forgotten something important.
I don't have a lock on Ledak or Rovil, he said.
They were with you on the transition. We no longer have loci for them. Cal started to walk. The metal walls around him were scorched and dented. He ran a proximity check and brought up nothing. He couldn't even detect the Vorkorda on the locator matrix. His skin prickled with uneasiness.
"Did you find anything over there?" queried the operator. "What?"
"The outpost, Lord. Do you require anything further?" Cal stopped walking. His head throbbed with pain, slowing his thoughts and making him feel sicker. He had definitely forgotten something. Why couldn't he think?
"There's nothing here. Nothing here."
A pause. "We await orders, Lord," said the operator haltingly. Cal felt like smashing his head against the wall. Anything to clear it.
"I'm coming back."
"Very good. I have a strong signal for you now. Lowering voids. You may transition with—
Wait!
As soon as the operator uttered the words lowering voids, Cal remembered. The white scar. The iron hand.
Wait!
It was too late. The ether surged around him again, raging this time, flaring crimson as he dissolved into it. In the fraction of a heartbeat, as his body hurtled between realms, he remembered it all. When he rematerialized in the teleport chamber, he was not alone. Cal's hands leapt for his bolter, but too slowly. The white scar's witch raised a finger, immobilizing him. In an agony of frustration, Cal could only watch as the witch reached for a curved dagger. He could only watch as the blade pushed against his throat, nestling at the junction between helm and gorget.
"How long you been corrupted?" the witch asked.
Cal found that his lips could move again. He stared defiantly back at the white scar's legionary.
"Since we knew the truth," he replied.
The witch looked at him bewildered.
"Truth? What truth drive you to this?"
"The only one."
"One truth?"
The white scar shook his head.
"How foolish."
Then Cal's lips stopped working again. He heard the klaxons of other teleportation chambers and the heavy clump of power-armored boots landing on metal. He felt the witch's power withdrawing from his mind like water running from a glass. He tried to speak again, to lash out, to get to his bolter. But the witch wasn't stupid. He pressed the dagger firmly, slicing clean through the armor seals. Cal felt the blade bite, parting his flesh and sinew with a hiss of faint disruptor charge, before his vision faded to black. Yasugai pushed the body aside and strode out of the chamber. Henrikos emerged from another opposite, followed later by Zevan and 3 salamanders.
"Disgusting,"
spat Henrikos. Yasugai looked at him quizzically.
"Sorcery,"
said the Iron Hands legionary by way of explanation, shaking his hands loosely as if trying to shed some contagion.
Sorcery was the root of it all.
No, said Yasugai, starting to walk. Not at all.
Zaven fell in alongside him. His hammer, held one-handed, crackled with a soft sheen of energy. He clutched a gold-limbed bolt pistol in his other gauntlet. Yasugai's eyes were drawn to the weapons. The sons of Vulcan knew how to make their tools beautiful.
He has a point, Zaven said.
The doors at the end of the corridor slid open, revealing 2 robed crew members hurrying towards the teleportation chambers. As they saw the Space Marines, their eyes widened, and they scrambled to get out of the way.
Iron Hands technology conceals our presence on station, said Yasugai calmly, bursting the crew's hearts with a single gesture. My Stormcraft gets us here. Even.
Not quite, said Henricus, ignoring the mortals as they slid glassy-eyed to the floor. Iron Hands technology is not forbidden.
They entered a wider corridor, lit red at floor level. The space reeked of blood, and daubed sigils ran glossily down the steel panels. More crew emerged, some accidentally, some drawn by the noise. Zaven dispatched 2 with shots from his bolt pistol. Yasugai silenced 4 more.
Only because is not fully known, the Stormseer replied. Just what really takes place on Medusa.
They passed an intersection, and Henricus paused to loose a volley of bolter rounds down a connecting accessway, plastering it with blood and tattered robes.
It's not the same,
he growled, swivelling around to finish off a couple of stragglers. By now, warning clarions had broken out.
I hid our signals with machines, just devices. You tap into prescribed powers.
Not prescribed to me.
As they worked their way closer to the bridge, mortal troops in heavier armour began to arrive, dropping into defensive formations at corridor junctions and laying down waves of projectile fire. Zaven pressed ahead, his armour deflecting the incoming rounds in a whirl of sparks.
Brothers, this isn't really the time, he said, lumbering into hammer range.
Henricus pushed to join him, taking glancing blows to his battle plate.
You might be right,
he grunted, working his bolter methodically. Yasugai came along in their wake, covered by the steady presence of the salamanders around him. The corridors echoed with bolter fire. The Word-Bearer's human troops were stubborn and committed, but no match for power-armoured opponents. They died in their dozens, clogging the walkways. None of them ran. None screamed for mercy. They fought on hopelessly. They were just like their masters had been.
They truly believe in this,
thought Yasugai, watching more of them thrown clear by Zaven's expert blows.
This is now their course.
One of the mortals broke through Henricus's assault, then, and ran at the White Scars legionary. He carried a lasgun, and his face was fixed rigid with determination. Yasugai regarded him for a moment before swatting him aside, barely watching as the man's body slammed into the wall and his weapon clanged to the deck. It was depressing to witness such fervour.
"Take ship swiftly," he voxed to the rest of the makeshift squad. "Go fast. No honour in this fight."
Torgun made his way steadily through the Star Spear's lower reaches. The ambient grind of the warp engines thrummed around him. The ship was travelling fast. Wherever the Kargan was taking the Legion, it was with his habitual speed. Torgun passed a few menials on the way down. They bowed and hurried on, barely looking at him. He reached the designated location and drew up to the slide door. He paused for a moment. As he lifted his finger to the entry rune, a faint chill passed through him, momentarily, like a fever shiver. He depressed the rune with a soft click.
"State nature of business?" came Nozan's voice.
"I can't say," said Torgun. He heard the faint whir of a vox detector confirming his identity, and the door slid back. Nozan wore his cowl. Behind him the chamber was dark and flickering, as though lit by candles.
It has been a while, said Nozan. And always a pleasure, said Torgun, pushing past him. The chamber beyond was fuller than usual. More than 40 figures stood in a loose circle, each wearing a cowl and long robes. The light was low, almost theatrically so. Torgun took his place. Something shimmered at the centre of the circle, like air displaced by a thruster afterburn. He couldn't focus on it. Every time he tried, his eyes slid away from it. None of the others seemed to be making the attempt, so he gave up. "Brothers," came a voice from the far side of the circle. Torgun recognized Hibu's accent. "The lodge is expanded. Members from across the fleet have joined us. For those new to this, welcome. The circle will keep expanding, faster now that matters are in motion."
Torgun listened carefully. He still didn't know what this was about. Lodge gatherings were normally small affairs, confined to a single ship. Perhaps this demonstrated that things were finally coming to a head. Secrecy. Secrecy. Surely the need for it would dissipate soon.
"It is difficult to do this while in the warp," Hibu went on, "though not as difficult as on Chondax, and we can all be glad to be rid of that world."
A few gruff chuckles. Torgun had to work not to peek under the shadow of the cowls around him. Why were they all still concealed?
"Now that the Kargan has taken us into the void, opportunities arise. Ones we have been waiting for a long time. Try to look at the light. For those new to it, trust me, it does become easier."
Torgun's eyes flicked back to the circle's centre. He narrowed his gaze, concentrating hard. For a moment, all he saw was a faint tremor of movement. Trembles, vibrations. Then something clarified. A column, less than a metre tall, hazy at the edges. It was translucent, almost transparent, but definitely there, like a pillar of glass, or maybe water held rigid before them. It remained hard to look at. Torgun felt his eyes sting and blinked away tears. A dim sense of nausea stirred in his stomach, accompanied by the awareness, somehow, of tremendous power boiling away close by.
"What is this, brother?"
came a voice from halfway around the ring of bodies. Torgun didn't recognize the speaker, but the tone was much as his would have been had he spoken himself. Uneasy, suspicious.
"Calm yourself," said Hibu. "The nausea is normal. It fades. This is no different to the art of the Zadjin Aga."
Torgun kept watching. Once he had started, it was hard to pull his eyes away. Slowly, shapes emerged at the heart of the glass pillar. He caught a glimpse of something long and sinuous, curling around an invisible axis like a flame. Then, more clearly, words emerged. Korchin script, glowing a dull silver, hanging in the body of the pillar and refracted as though under water. Torgun traced the meaning as the letters flickered in and out of existence.
Your course is known. Your destination is known. A meeting will be possible. Until then, work as you have been doing. Do not force matters. The War Master is aware. He approves.
Torgun felt his heart beating fast. At the mention of the War Master, the pulse picked up a little more. Hibu stepped into the circle, his face mostly hidden by his cowl.
"What of the Alpha Legion? We were not warned of that."
For a while the pillar remained empty. Then slowly more words emerged.
It is difficult. We do not have that information. Alfarius is...
There was a pause.
Unpredictable.
"Any instructions, then?"
You have them. Your course is known. Your destination is known. The meeting will take place. Until then, stay faithful. The truth will become apparent."
"Is it not already apparent?" asked another cowled figure. Torgun didn't recognize that voice either. It was hard, clipped, heavily Tregorian. "Things are finally revealed. We could reveal ourselves too. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I have nothing to be ashamed of." Again a long pause. Then the glass pillar glowed with movement again.
"I understand. No, you have everything to be proud of. But the War Master arranges this for a reason. Treachery is in all places. No legion is free of it. Not even his. The Imperium's fate depends on it. Your legion's fate depends on it."
What was producing the words? It almost had the character of cogitator spiel, churning out platitudes, though some of the phrases were clearly answers to questions. Torgun watched the lines of text as they spiraled and danced in the pillar, his eyes stinging a little less the more he read.
"Trust to this. Your Khan is as noble as he is powerful. He will see the cause for what it is. He will be shown the truths of Nicaea and the truths of Davin. We have every confidence. We have every confidence because of you all. Stay true."
The glass pillar began to ripple out of existence. The air around it closed in, swamping the fragile silver script. Torgun narrowed his eyes, trying to make out what remained.
"For enlightenment, freedom from tyranny, fraternity."
The last words were almost illegible.
"For the Imperium of man."
Then it flickered out. Torgun breathed in deeply, suddenly aware of how hard he had been concentrating. His skin prickled. A line of sweat ran down the small of his back. No one spoke for a while. Then the lights rose in intensity. When Torgun blinked, he saw reverse-colour impressions of the pillar on his retinas.
"What is that?"
asked one of the gathering. Hibbu pushed his cowl back.
"That is the nature of them, brother. Cryptic. Unfortunate, but necessary."
Others, following Hibbu's lead, removed their cowls. One of the speakers, the one with the hard Tregorian accent, kept his on.
"If we were to try less opaque forms of communication, we would be discovered," said Hibbu. "The star speakers rely on riddles themselves. Why should this be any different?"
"What is it, then?"
asked one of the brothers. Torgun knew him, Zhou Hutan, of the Brotherhood of the Hunter's Star.
"A conduit," said Hibbu. "A way of speaking to those we will join."
"They are already calling the War Master a traitor."
"And you know, Hutan, that this cannot be."
Hibbu turned to the others.
"Horus is the only one who ever treated the Kargan with the respect he is due. If we are forced to choose between a tyrant and a liberator, what would a true son of Chogoris do?"
Low mutters of approval ran around the gathering.
"The Warhawk will see it," Hibbu went on. "He will see the truth, just as we have done, when the time is right, and we are charged to deliver it."
Nozan nodded enthusiastically.
"The time is right." "For what?" asked Torgun.
His growing sense of unease had not abated. He looked around the chamber at 40 pairs of eyes.
"For whispering around weather magic?"
He glared at Hibbu.
"We do nothing but talk."
Hibbu smiled.
"For now. The Legion is not yet ready for more, brother."
He turned to the rest.
"I know you chafe at this, but believe me, words are more important than you know. Keep speaking to those who can be made to understand. Speak quietly, go carefully, so that our number will spread. Some will never be persuaded. We have been warned of this. If the other Khans order their brotherhoods to silence us, I wish for 100 of their warriors to already be our allies. Harmony will prevail. That is the outcome we should aim for. The Legion will be set on its course, and the Kargan will see that we have taken the honourable path.
Hibbu glanced back at Torgun, warning in his eyes.
In the end, he must choose. All we are doing is easing his decision.
I did not ascend in order to talk, said Torgun, disliking Hibbu's sanctimony. I joined to fight.
Do you really think you will not?
For a moment the two of them held one another's gaze. Eventually Torgun lowered his. He didn't even know why he was arguing. Something about the ritual bothered him, and made him irritable. His skin still prickled, as though static rippled across it.
So that is all, said Hibbu, addressing the rest. We will convene whenever we may before we reach our destination. Until then, stay in communion. Keep the fire burning.
He bowed, and the assembled lodge bowed in turn. One by one, talking amongst themselves, they broke away from the circle. Platters of food emerged from somewhere, slivers of grilled meats and chartazan pickles. The lodge meeting took on its more usual character, and a hum of earnest conversation broke out. Torgun saw Nozan heading towards him, and slipped away, hoping to avoid talking to either him or Hibbu. As he made his way towards a pitcher of something smelling alcoholic, a figure blocked his path. It was the Chagorian, the one who had kept his cowl up.
"You don't have to stay hidden here, brother," said Torgun. "Not if you don't wish to." "You are Torgun?"
Torgun raised an eyebrow. "And you are direct." The Chagorian pulled back the cowl. When he saw who it was, Torgun could not hide the faintest twitch of shock.
"I am told you know Shaban of the Brotherhood of the Storm," said Hasik Noyan Khan.
His tan, scarred face looked like weather-hardened leather. Torgun nodded, swallowing his surprise.
"We fought together on Shondax. He gave me this."
Hasik handed him a lodge medal. Torgun held it up to the light. It looked very much like the one he had been given years ago.
"He's a member?" "Not at all. He found it on Femus."
Torgun looked up into Hasik's steady gaze.
"Forgive me. You want to know what does this have to do with you?" asked Hasik,
placing a hand on Torgun's shoulder and guiding him to the wine pitchers.
"I like Shaban. He is one of the best in my Urdu. But things are moving fast now, and he has already made some noise, and I would like to stop that."
Torgun eyed him uncertainly.
"What happened on Femus?" "Nothing of our doing, to my knowledge. The snakes, perhaps. But here is the important thing."
Hasik leaned closer, and Torgun saw how deep his scar had been cut.
"I do not wish to see him harmed. Perhaps he can be talked to, like Hibbu recommends. When the choice is made, I wish to see him on the right side of the argument."
Torgun thought on that.
"I don't know," he said. "We didn't see eye to eye on everything. He's Chagorian, and I'm... You are a White Scars legionary. You are a warrior of Jagatai. This is all that matters."
Hasik fixed him with his penetrating stare. It was hard not to be overawed by his manner. He was one of the few who had been there from the start, who had fought with the Kargans centuries ago.
"Do this for me, Torgun. I will arrange it. Speak to him. I think he will listen. Those who fight together, they share a bond.
And if he cannot be persuaded?"
"He will be open to reason. I was."
Hasik poured a glass of wine from the pitcher and handed it to him. Then he poured one for himself.
"A long time ago, the Kargan told me the only enemy we had to fear was decadence. Each time he slit an emperor's throat on Chagoris, I saw him whisper the lesson to himself. Never rest, never grow fat, never sit on a throne, for it will become your coffin. When he told me that, I saw it was true, and I loved him more than ever, for I saw how ardently he believed it."
He took a sip, then smiled at Torgun.
"We do this for our souls," he said,
and not a shred of doubt existed in his warrior's face.
"When the time comes, you will make him understand."
"You know what they talk of all across the crusade?" Sanguinius had asked.
Ulinor's steel-grey atmosphere had hung behind the angel, making his rubescent armour shine all the more strongly. The Primarch lived up to his moniker, and his flawless face had glowed with honest amusement. It was not long after Horus's investiture, and the parade ground still swarmed with listless warriors. It would take weeks just to arrange the landers to convey them all to the fleet in orbit above. In the terrace overlooking the main processional, silken awnings sheltered 4 Primarchs from the worst of the kicked-up engine grime. There you could forget, if you tried, about the billions of soldiers all trying to find their way off-world at the same time. The Khan, sitting with his brothers, wondered idly who had been given the thankless task of orchestrating it.
"Tell me,"
said Mortarion, though the Khan could see that he was not really interested. The Death Lord had cut an isolated figure during the celebrations, uneasy in all but his own company. In that respect the Khan had some sympathy with him. Sanguinius leaned back in his throne, dangling a golden goblet casually in one hand.
"They place wagers on which one of us would win in single combat. There are odds. I have seen them."
Mortarion snorted. Fulgrim, the 4th of the gathering, laughed.
"That has been settled, has it not? Our brother Horus wins them all."
Fulgrim and the angel looked similar in some ways. They had the same sculptural faces, the same flamboyant armour. Where Sanguinius looked as though he had been born wearing gold-rimmed pauldrons, though, the Khan had always thought Fulgrim looked to be trying a little too hard. In the end, he guessed that Sanguinius would have been happy to cast off his trappings. Fulgrim gave the impression that he would rather die.
"That would seem to be our father's view," said Sanguinius. "It won't stop the common man making wagers."
Mortarion shook his pale head, and the tubes running from his archaic rebreather jangled against one another.
"Stupid."
Fulgrim gave him an amused look.
"Oh, why is that?"
"Because we were made for different fights," growled the Death Lord.
His filtered voice never seemed to shift from a sullen register.
"Come to Barbarous, Peacock, and see how long your feathers last in the smog."
Fulgrim's silver eyebrows rose.
"Perhaps I might, brother." "I would not recommend it," said Sanguinius. "I've seen those chem clouds. I suspect he would stand them longer than you, Fulgrim."
"Some of us had it easier than others,"
Mortarion muttered. Fulgrim looked archly at Sanguinius. An awkward silence fell.
"You should not regret that,"
said the Khan. The other 3 turned, as if surprised that he had a voice.
"The hardship."
Mortarion glared at him sourly. His pallid flesh almost matched Ulinor's overcast, humid skies.
"I don't regret it," he said. "I could regret that only some of us gained our father's favour, though. I could regret that."
Sanguinius took a sip of wine from his glass, serenely unconcerned.
"Brother, you should be pleased for Horus."
"Why?"
Mortarion's expression was pinched.
"Because he was found first. Had the longest to work with his legion. If it had been you on Chthonier, if it had been me, we might have been in his place now."
Fulgrim sniffed.
"Speak for yourself. Being War Master is not the only accolade."
Sanguinius laughed. "No more talk of your Palatine Aquila, brother. You will only make him more jealous."
"I'm not jealous. Not of Horus, nor of you,"
scowled Mortarion, missing the humour in Sanguinius's voice.
"You don't understand the problem."
Fulgrim leaned forward, clasping his long hands together. "Which is?"
"While he was leading us," said Mortarion, "we fought to gain even a glance or gesture from him. That was acceptable, for none of us are his rival. Nothing in the galaxy is his rival. Now we will fight to gain a glance from Horus. But Horus is not the architect of this. He is just one of us. It will lead to trouble."
Fulgrim shot a tolerant glance at Sanguinius.
"He is jealous."
The Khan shook his head. Fulgrim could be irritatingly stupid.
"No. He speaks the truth. It should never have happened."
Sanguinius looked at the Khan thoughtfully.
"I thought you, of all of us, would feel joy for Horus."
The Khan shrugged.
"He is the best of us. I begrudge him nothing, and I have told him so. But it should never have happened."
"So, should it have been you?"
asked Fulgrim acerbically. Mortarion snorted again, but Sanguinius said nothing.
"I wouldn't have taken it," said the Khan.
"Of course you would have,"
said Fulgrim. The Khan shook his head.
"I have no use for another title. My people give me enough."
Sanguinius smiled.
"My brother, I think you are the most inscrutable of us all. I know what Rogel wants, and I know what Roboute wants. But even after so long, I have no idea what you want." "He wants to be left alone," said Fulgrim. "To shoot off into the stars and hunt down Xenos on those delightful jet bikes. They're devilishly fast. I heard from a contact on Mars, Jagatai, that you do strange things to your ships."
The Khan shot him a heavy-lidded stare.
"I heard you do strange things to your warriors."
Fulgrim's slender face briefly flared with anger, but Sanguinius laughed.
"I wonder which one of you would win in a duel," the angel mused. "I would like to see that. You both handle a blade like gods." "Name the place, brother," Fulgrim said to the Khan. "I'd even travel to Chogoris, if you built a palace to keep the dust from my armour."
The Khan felt the insult. It stabbed at him deeply, but his expression never changed. They could never know, none of them, how much their closed fraternity rankled him.
"You would lose," said the Khan.
Fulgrim grinned, but there was something fragile in it.
"Oh?" "You would lose because you would treat it like a game. Like you treat everything. And I would not. You would lose because you know nothing of me. And I know everything of you, because you shout it from the turrets of your battlecruisers. My prowess remains unknown. You have some reputation as a swordsman, brother, but I make no boast when I tell you I would leave you choking on it."
Fulgrim's cheeks flushed. For a moment he looked like he would go for his blade. As ever, Sanguinius's calm smile soothed the moment.
"Now I regret bringing this up," he sighed. "In the cause of peace, shall we put this stupidity behind us? We are not at war, and never likely to be. And that is truly a blessing."
"Who'd have thought it?"
said Mortarion to the Khan, a shrewd glint in his rheumy eyes.
"You do have your pride."
"As do you."
"Then what would be the wager on us, brother?"
asked Mortarion.
"What would you pay if we fought?"
The Khan sighed.
"No. I grow tired of—"
"Tell me, Mortarion insisted. Or do you only consider the odds with sword dancers?
The Khan stared back at him. As he did so, he realized that of all his 17 brothers, Mortarion was the only one who, like him, had remained on the utter margins during the Great Crusade. Even Alfarius had played more of a role at the centre. The Death Lord was as mysterious to him as the warp. Intriguing. "I don't know," he said truthfully enough. "It would be interesting to find out." Mortarion laughed then, but what could be seen of his expression was crooked. His whole face seemed arranged for dourness, as if levity risked cracking it.
"That it would," he said. "But we have nothing to fight over, you and I. So breathe easy."
"No?" asked Sanguinius, seriously this time. "Not even the Librarius?" The crooked smile faded.
"That's different."
The angel took another sip of wine. "How so?"
"You've not heard the news, then. Our father has taken the matter in hand. I know you take your creation seriously, but you must know it couldn't be suffered to go on."
Fulgrim looked intrigued. "What do you mean, taken in hand?"
"There will be a reckoning."
The Death Lord shot a wry glance at the Khan, as though revelling in some secret knowledge that would become public very soon.
"I'll be there when it happens. I hope you will be there too. Some fights are too important to be left to advocates."
"Your mind is not on this, Lord."
The Khan stirred himself. He had no idea where the memory had come from. Ulanor impinged on his thoughts ever more frequently. It was becoming a problem. He bowed in apology to Ilia, who sat opposite him. The candles were burning low, and the Go board was half populated with a straggling, inconclusive game.
"No,
it is not," he admitted. Ilia reached for her glass.
"We can play some other time. I'm getting better, though, don't you think?"
The Khan rolled his shoulders absently. They were tight and needed movement to loosen them.
"You are learning."
Ilia sat back in her seat.
Qingja told me where we're going.
"Did he?"
He also wanted to know if the white scars were typical.
"In what way?"
Legion cohesion. Singular deployment.
The Khan scratched the back of his neck.
"Chondax did that to us. I'd rather have let the Khans follow their own course."
You could have done.
"Not anymore."
He reached for his own drink and took a swig. Fermented Adu milk, not a popular choice, even in his own legion. Ilia looked at him seriously.
Lord, do you remember when I met you?
The Khan nodded.
Horus was there too, she said. I don't know if you were expecting him. If so, it was unkind not to warn me.
That had been the last time they had spoken before the veil had fallen.
I remember how you were, the two of you, so I understand a little of the decision.
The Khan raised an eyebrow.
"Do you?"
Maybe not. But I did think you were like brothers. I can see how you might not want to believe, well, that...
The words dried up. The Khan watched her struggle for a while.
"This is not about emotion, Zu," he said. "If Horus has committed crimes, then I will hunt him, just as I would Russ or Alfarius."
We have orders from Terra, said Ilia, getting to the heart of it. If things are unclear, surely we follow those first.
The Khan took another sip of milk.
"Do you have family?"
None living. I had a brother.
"Suppose you received notice of a dispute between your father and your brother. Suppose you could not verify which one was in the right. Suppose you had a difficult relationship with your father.
You had to choose. Would it be right, if nothing else were known, for you to side with one or the other? Do they not both have a claim on your loyalty? Ilya's grey eyes did not flicker.
What is difficult about the relationship with the father?
The Khan paused. You share different beliefs.
Significant ones?
Over the destiny of mankind.
That is fairly significant.
Yes. Ilya shrugged.
Terra is where my loyalty is. I swore oaths to the Departamento. For you, this is about strife within the family. For me, it is about where the orders come from.
Orders are not important, the Khan said. Oaths, on the other hand, are. We shall see who has been keeping theirs.
Why? What do you hope to find on Prospero?
I hope to find my brother.
And if the rumors are true?
Then at least I will know who to believe. Ilya hesitated.
But what do you think?
For the moment the Khan said nothing. The outcome of the game on the board before him was still unclear. It could go either way. Some strategies were yet to play out, including the one he had launched at the very beginning.
I would know if Magnus had died. It would take a lot to convince me he was gone.
He finally reached for a token and placed it on the grid. It didn't change much.
But we shall be there soon, he said. Then the answers will come.
Chapter 13. The word-bearer's ship took a long time to subdue. None of the crew laid down to be taken prisoner. They just kept fighting until the end. When their las carbines and autoguns gave out, they reached for curved knives. When those blunted, they clawed with their hands and teeth. There was something particularly pathetic about watching a mortal try to dent ceramite with fingernails. Their fingers would shred almost instantly, leaving nothing on the armor's surface but long stains. For Zaven it had been a monotonous task, cleansing that ship. He had none of Henricos's fury to drive him, just his old dedication to performing his duty diligently. He looked into the faces of those whom he had killed, and saw ruined lives behind their eyes. Even as his bolter kicked or his gauntlets ripped, he wondered what must have taken place to fuel such zeal. Hundreds died before the end. The bridge levels were cleansed first, after which the long purge down to the bilges began. Servitors, who would work on no matter who was in charge, were left alone. Senior mortal officers were taken alive and handed to Henricos, who fitted them with cortical dampeners. After that they were acquiescent enough, though the slack expressions on their faces were unsettling. After Henricos had taken control of the Vokorda's drive system, they blasted clear of the outpost on Merle and back out into the void. The rendezvous with the Hesiod and the Sickle Moon passed off smoothly. The three ships made their way into the trackless depths and hung silently, invisible to all but the most powerful long-range augurs. It would have been good to head back into the warp straight away, but the Stormseer needed answers. That, after all, was why they had waylaid the Vorkorda in the first place. So Zaven stood with the Sugai and Henricos in the bowels of the word-bearer's vessel. The vast chamber around them was perfectly circular, a vertical shaft that soared far above their heads. Words ran around the walls in unbroken screeds of flowing runes. Zaven could not read what they said. He doubted many could. The light around them was lambent and uncomfortable, and it had no obvious source. Obsidian black walls flickered as though licked by tongues of flame.
"What makes this different to the others?" asked Zaven.
"It's the biggest," said Henricos. "That makes it the most powerful." Yasugai nodded. His expression was bleak.
"I can sense it."
Zaven stared at the object of their attention. A giant machine rose up before them, over 20 meters high and more than 30 across. Its surfaces were covered in oily conduits and pipework. Grills glowed with lurid shades, green, orange, blood-red. It hummed and growled, sending plumes of smoke spiraling up the shaft above, and organic splatters of dark liquid stained every opening. The floor around it was covered in bones. Whenever Zaven moved, he crushed another one.
"Can you access?" asked Yasugai.
Henrikos looked up at the machine. Zaven could hear the whir of his ocular implants running scans.
"Maybe," he grunted. "Give me time. I don't understand a lot of it. They've bastardized some of the units with things I don't recognize. Is that sweet soul of iron? That's blood. They're cooling it with blood."
Zaven winced. It was hard to comprehend just what had happened to Lorgar's legion.
"How long will you need?" he asked.
Henrikos turned to him and laughed harshly.
"A few days? A lifetime?"
Yasugai placed a reassuring hand on the legionary's shoulder.
"Do what you can, brother. I am grateful."
Henrikos almost recoiled from Yasugai's touch before relaxing. He was still tightly wound. Putting the Iron Hands legionary in charge of a mechanical task was a good idea. It would keep his analytical mind busy, preventing him from brooding on other matters. Zaven turned to Yasugai.
"Then must we?"
Yasugai nodded.
"Lead on."
The two of them left Henrikos alone in the circular shaft and made their way along the bloody, stinking corridors outside.
"Never suspected this,"
said Yasugai as they walked, gazing around him at the filth scrawled on the walls.
"You?"
Zaven shook his head.
"I served with them once, years ago. Good fighters, but I never liked them."
"I thought salamanders liked everyone."
Zaven chuckled.
"Too pious for me. And their Primarch. I should not be disrespectful, but—"
They started to climb, back up into levels where the lighting worked more reliably. Mortal serfs in rebreathers and wearing White Scar's livery saluted as they passed.
"Perhaps we should have asked more questions," said Yasugai.
"Well, now is the time to start."
"I fear so."
They reached their destination, a pair of heavy blast doors, riveted and multi-panelled. 12 guards stood outside them, each in carapace armor and carrying a blunt-muzzled las carbine. They saluted as the two space marines approached, and the door's hydraulics wheezed into life. The chamber on the far side was tiny, just a few meters in diameter. The walls were covered in white ceramic tiles, and a harsh strip lumen hung from the ceiling. A vertical metal frame stood in the center, onto which was shackled a word-bearer's legionary. Adamantium bands pinned him at the wrists, ankles, neck, and lower torso. He was out of his armor, wearing a harsh smock that reached his knees. Snatches of ritual script had been tattooed into his flesh, running down from his neck to his feet. He glared poisonously at them as they entered. The doors shut, sealing the three of them inside the chamber. For a few heartbeats they stood looking at one another.
"Well,"
croaked the legionary, and a line of thick blood ran down from his broken lips.
"Your name?"
said Yasugai.
"Take it from my mind."
"If I could, do you think I ask you?"
The legionary smiled.
"Ledak, 256th Company. Yesser Takta."
Zaven leaned against the wall. Every chamber on the Vorkorda smelled disgusting, like long moulded organs, but these small rooms were the worst.
"What was your mission?" he asked.
"Ledak, 256th Company.
Yes, Takta.
Yasugai sighed.
We have ship. You are far from help. Talk, and we keep you alive.
Ledak kept smiling. Zaven noticed that his teeth had been filed to points. That must have taken hours.
Do you not want to live, Ledak? He asked.
Ledak kept smiling.
What was your mission? What was your heading?
Ledak, 256th Company. Yes, Takta.
Zaven pushed himself from the wall and drew closer.
Why not unburden yourself, brother?
He sighed wearily, looking directly at the legionary's bloodshot eyes.
Ever since Istvan, it has been nothing but running or fighting. I'd like to know why, before I do any more of it.
Ledak stared back. For a moment it looked like he wanted to speak. His face shone with energy, like a preacher about to explain the secret of salvation to a potential convert. Then the light went out. Ledak shook his head, bumping up against the metal rods on either side of his temples.
Ledak, 256th Company. Yes, Takta.
Yasugai grabbed him by the throat, pushing the slabbed cheeks up and forcing blood vessels to the surface.
Speak!
Zaven drew in a long breath. The whole business made him feel soiled. He had just about grown used to killing his erstwhile kinsman in the heat of battle. To see one so close, wretched and vulnerable, that was different.
Can you not do something with his mind?
Zaven asked Yasugai. Yasugai, still clutching Ledak's throat, shook his head.
It does not work like that.
But the other one, on the station.
He was not prepared. It was deception, and a weak one.
Yasugai looked at Ledak darkly.
Azek could do it. I have not his art.
Ledak managed to leer back somehow, with his face half crushed by Yasugai's gauntlet. A glint of victory shone in his eyes. Yasugai pulled his fist back then, letting Ledak's head fall forward, and punched him hard, breaking his nose. Blood spotted across the tiles, and Ledak reeled groggily. Yasugai punched him again, and Zaven heard the crack of more bone fracturing.
Is this necessary?
Zaven asked, glancing uncertainly at Yasugai. Ledak was a traitor and a killer, but still one of the Legiones Astartes. The Salamanders had never stooped to this, even with Xenos, and a word-bearer's legionary was far closer to home.
We have no time, Zaven, said Yasugai.
The Stormseer's lined face gave away his own unease, but there was steel in his golden eyes.
We come here for information, not for another ship. He will know fleet movements, plans. You have better idea?
Zaven looked back at Ledak. The legionary was smiling still, though his filed teeth were black with blood. Yasugai withdrew his fist and clasped his gauntlets together. A pearl of electric blue light kindled between his fingers. He opened his palms, and lightning leapt from his hands to Ledak's face. Crackling spears lodged fast, jutting into Ledak's eyes and sparking across his exposed skin. The smell of crisping flesh filled the chamber. Ledak screamed, writhing in his bonds, spasming and jerking. Yasugai kept up the pressure for a few seconds, pouring on more pain, letting the lightning dance across the legionary's body before halting abruptly. Ledak slumped, breathing hard. He looked disorientated. A large chunk of his left cheek had burned away, exposing the sinews beneath. Wisps of smoke rose from his body.
Do not do that again, said Zaven.
Fleet movements, Yasugai told Ledak. Communications. These things can save you.
Ledak's face hung forwards. He looked to be having trouble focusing. He blearily stared at Yasugai, then Zaven.
Ledak, 256th
56th. Come.
Yasugai unleashed more lightning. The screaming was wet and gargling this time, hampered by a throat that was being burned away. It seemed to go on for longer. That was enough. Zaven drew his bolt pistol and trained it on Yasugai.
"No more, brother," he said quietly.
Yasugai turned, shocked. The lightning died out, and Ledak's charred face slumped again.
"You draw your weapon?"
asked Yasugai, incredulous.
"Do not make me use it."
The White Scar's legionary hesitated, as if wondering how many enemies he truly had in the chamber.
"We have no time. They know deployments. We need to know."
Zaven nodded.
"We will discover them. Henricus is working on the machine."
"You think they would not do this to us?"
"That is my point, brother."
Zaven held the pistol steady.
"You have seen what is on this ship. You have seen what they have become. You were as disgusted as me."
Yasugai shook his head in frustration.
"We need to know. Cannot fight without information. Cannot locate Legion."
"I agreed to join you," said Zaven steadily. "I will fight with you to find your Khan. I will die to do it, if it takes the war to the enemy. But we both have our Primarch's example, and when I see him again, I will not look Vulcan in the eye and tell him I forgot my vows."
For a moment Yasugai looked defiant, as desperate as a cornered animal. The thirst for knowledge, for more speed, burned in his every gesture. Ledak coughed then, choking up blood and bile. His face was ruined, a mess of muscle and raw fluids. If he had been a mortal, such wounds would have undoubtedly killed him. Yasugai looked at his handiwork, and the fervour left his face. He lowered his gauntlets. His golden eyes betrayed a brief sense of horror, as though he were seeing the contents of the room for the first time.
"You shame me," he said. "For a moment."
Zaven holstered his weapon.
"I have lived with it for longer. That is all. At the start, I too would have done it and not cared."
He looked at Ledak's open sores.
"Become like your enemy, though, and he has your soul."
"Something Vulcan said?"
"It is something he might have done."
Yasugai drew in a deep breath. He looked tired. Zaven guessed that expending his power on the station and during the etheric teleportation had drained him badly.
"We need to know,"
Yasugai insisted. Zaven pressed the rune to open the doors.
"We will, Weathermaker."
"Time is against us," said Yasugai.
"Trust in Henricus," said Zaven, ushering him from the chamber. "I have learned to. Iron Hands are a strange breed, but believe me, they never give up."
He glanced back at the prisoner hanging from the shackles.
"We all have that in common still, at least."
The jet bike tore down the tunnel, roaring like a living thing. Shaban drove it hard, tilting over in the saddle to avoid the obstacles as they rushed to meet him. The space around him was tight, just a few meters wide in the sharpest sections, and spiteful with lethal polyps of metalwork. The machine shuddered beneath him. The drives thundered, the exhausts flamed. A bulkhead swept up out of the dark, and he angled hard. A crossways strut followed it, and he ducked low. The proving ring on the Chinza was 5 kilometers long, over 2 kilometers on the straits, sandwiched between a pair of fearsome hairpin corners. It was little more than a void between engineerium zones, left empty by a legion that valued its fast attack speeders. Mastering a jet bike required hours in the saddle, and the skill could be forgotten, so the battleships maintained training circuits in their depths. Shaban leaned forward, adjusting his weight fractionally, tipping the nose to avoid a tangle of piping before gunning the power to pull clear again. Iron-dark engineering elements blurred past. He might have been speeding through the heart of some forgotten metallic world. The bike responded well. It was the last of those that had borne him on Chondax, and the refitters had done a good job of dragging the dust from its filters and cleaning the blood from the ploughshare fairing. It took him a while to catch the sound of his pursuer. Down in the proving tunnels it was hard to hear much over the echoing growl of his own steed. Shaban smiled and depressed the throttle. Locator runes sped by on his helm display, flickering outlines of red against a blurred backdrop of raw black. He saw the signal trailing him, a few 100 meters back, but closing. Try harder. The end-course switchback approached at speed. Shaban hurtled into it, refusing to brake until the very last moment. The jet bike chassis quivered, barely containing the enormous power booming from the drives. Only when the corner apex surged into visual range did Shaban jab on the air brakes. The inertia threw his body forwards. He felt the blood rush to his head. A heavy metal beam straddled the way ahead, and he rolled to one side to slide under it. Beyond that, the tunnel pulled sharply left, twisting hard round under the foundations of immense engine housings. For the first time he heard the hammering of combustion other than his bike's, the grind of fusion reactors blazing away far above. In a second he was round, skidding tightly through the confined airspace before kicking the engines into full burn again. He had nearly taken it too fast. The jet bike's compensators whined at full pitch. The right flank grazed the tunnel's inner wall, sparking in the dark. He laughed out loud, picking up speed. The noise was exhilarating. He could hear nothing but the resounding beat of engines, and smell nothing but exhaust smog. He glanced at his helm display. Still being tailed. Impressive. Shaban boosted under a skeletal gantry before applying another full burst. A long straight yawned away from him, weaving between the vastness of the battleship's internal structures. He felt sharp. It had only been a short while since he had been hunting across the lava plains of Femus IV. His reactions, honed upon the backs of Chogori and Adun, were as reliable as his glaive. But he was being caught. The signal behind him grew, looming out of the darkness like a dogged ghost. He laughed again, and went even faster. The end of the tunnel swept towards him. Even at 40% thrust, a jet bike could eat the distance up on a short track with terrifying speed. I will lose you at the pincer. Shaban let the bike slide left a fraction, before feeding it more power and skirting a jutting mass of burned-out cargo feeders. He skidded under the pile-driver foundations of a big fuel conduit and lurched wide. The pincer shot towards him out of the dark, a narrow aperture formed by two close-knit brace columns. The hole between them was barely 3 meters wide. That was hard enough to thread under normal conditions. In the dark, hampered by the confinement and extreme speed, it was a pleasingly dangerous test. Shaban accelerated, concentrating hard as he tore into range. Then his engine kicked, rocked by a stray exhaust discharge, sending him a fraction high. Shaban jammed on the air brakes, tensing as the pincer's top section raced towards him. There was no time to do anything but duck. Ragged ironwork cracked into the top of his helm, nearly stunning him, but he smashed his way through in a shower of sparks. The tunnel on the far side spun drunkenly, and Shaban had to work hard to control his mount. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the prow up, just as it risked crashing into a solid mass of adamantium deck bracing. He recovered position, but his speed had taken a hit. He opened the throttle again, only to see his pursuer shoot past overhead. The rider must have come through the pincer at insanely high speed. Shaban laughed for a third time, lost in the glorious foolishness of it. That was riding. It would not have shamed the Kargan himself. By then the final corner was approaching fast, and Shaban eased off. The rider ahead of him did the same, and the tunnel filled with the thick smoke of thrusters powering down. A few seconds later, the whole track flooded with light. Hatches split open above them, hissing from banks of angled pistons, exposing jet-bike hangars in the vaults overhead. Shaban continued to decelerate, coasting up to the nearest docking berth. He was still smiling. The rider ahead of him nudged up into a berth further along. Two segmented claws reached down from the roof space and grasped his jet-bike fore and aft. The rider dismounted before the machine could be hauled up and away to the servicing bays, leaping over to a steel gantry to his right. Beyond the gantry stretched the main body of the hangar, immense, curving, and brightly lit, swarming with servitors and speeder maintenance crews. Other Legion riders strode across the capacious floor space towards their prepared mounts, armoured and ready to descend down to the proving ring themselves. The claws descended for Shaban's jet-bike. He leapt from the saddle as the machine was pulled past the gantry, and strode over to the victor, worried that he would leave before he had the chance to congratulate him.
"Brother!" he cried. "Fine riding!"
The rider withdrew his helm with a twist and ran a gauntlet over his sweat-glossed forehead.
"You make it hard to beat you, Shaban Khan."
Only when he spoke did Shaban recognize him. The Terran from Chondax, the one who had fought through the grinder at his back. He looked unchanged under the hard lumens of the hangar, stocky, tall, his scar faint on his cheek. Shaban had not expected to see him again. In a legion of so many thousands, brotherhoods came and went like summer sparrows.
"Torgan Khan,"
Shaban said, reaching to clasp him by the hand, surprised but not displeased.
"How are you here?"
Torgan shrugged.
"The fortunes of war," he said. "You will share a drink with me?"
Shaban hesitated. He had no idea why. It was good to see Torgan again.
"With pleasure," he said, smiling. "Lead on." "So what happened for you after the White World?"
Torgan looked equivocal.
"There was work to do in the canyons. We hadn't cleared them out. Not all of them."
He smiled ruefully.
"Or it hadn't been done properly."
Shaban smiled.
"Really?"
They sat at a table in one of the Chinzar's many refectory chambers. This one was reserved for legionaries, and was empty save for the two of them. Even the White Scars, who were not as slavishly devoted to duty as some legions, took refreshment only sparsely between the demands of combat conditioning. Torgan swilled his drink in its metal cup.
"They recruited a Terran woman after that. She has the ear of the Kargan, I'm told. There was some reorganization." "Did you see fighting again?" "No, not after the last of the Hain were rooted out." "Oh, sorry. It'll come again."
Shaban tried not to study Torgan too obviously. He looked no different. For some reason, the Grinder campaign remained vivid in his memory, even when so many other exercises had faded. It had felt then like the ending of something old and the beginning of something new. Only now was the shape of that novelty becoming more apparent.
"Did it change things as you hoped it would?" asked Torgan.
"How do you mean?"
"Being there at the end with the Primarch."
Shaban thought.
"I do not know. We were ordered to Femus. We barely had time for our death rites. Do you remember Hassi?"
"I do."
"He died?"
Shaban nodded.
"And Batu. Only Jochi came with me."
Torgan cradled his cup in two hands.
"You took many casualties. That's the price of speed."
Shaban smiled ruefully.
"As you warned me."
Torgan looked instantly apologetic.
"I did not mean—"
"I know." Shaban took a sip of his drink.
"I thought about what you told me on Chondax."
He caught Torgan's sceptical expression.
"Believe me, I did. I have become an exponent of what you said. Your warriors were more flexible than mine. I have tried to teach them these things."
Torgan raised an eyebrow.
"I'm surprised." Danope. The galaxy is changing. That it is.
Torgun stared at his drink, still taking none of it.
And what do you make of it?
That was the question.
What do you wish me to say? You're the poet, said Torgun. You have words for everything.
Shaban's eyes flickered up for an instant, scanning for mockery. He had never been able to tell, not with Torgun.
I trust the Kagan, he said. But you knew that already. He will understand more than we do.
Torgun smiled wryly.
He could share the knowledge a little more.
He will, in time.
I am content to wait.
Torgun pushed back in his chair, and the reinforced metal struts flexed under his armoured weight.
I admit it was enjoyable to see the Alpha Legion scatter like that.
His mouth creased at the corners.
Slippery bastards. I wonder what they thought when they saw the sword storm coming at them.
Shaban shared the smile.
They would not have had much time to think.
Torgun laughed.
True.
A silence fell between them. The clink and slam of menials working nearby intruded, echoing in from a capacious serving area. The floor trembled as a flight of jet bikes thundered underneath them, just a few decks down. Torgun spoke again, finally.
Shaban.
What is happening?
I do not know.
No one does.
You know we've been ordered back to Terra.
I do.
And they're saying Russ has finally gone rogue.
Not only him.
Torgun pushed his chair back.
I wanted to see you because you always said that it couldn't last. I remember you did.
Shaban did not remember saying that.
Everything changes.
Lines are being drawn. Every time we consult Star Speakers, they give us a different riddle. But it'll come out soon. Someone is lying.
He looked carefully at Shaban.
And it's in the Legion, too. I begin to suspect.
Shaban's brow furrowed.
Say it. You came here to do so.
Torgun leaned forward.
Brotherhood. That's the tie that binds us. I saw it in the Lunar Wolves. They had groups, informal groups. They would meet, renew warrior vows. It was tolerated. The War Master, they told me, fostered them.
Shaban listened.
The War Master? So they said. It's a good system. It breaks down ranks. Information is exchanged. It helps with trust.
You are in one of these?
Torgun nodded.
And there's nothing sinister. It's a fraternity. You must have had them on Chogoris. Warrior lodges?
Not that I know of.
Well, Chogorians are in them. They outnumber us now. That's the way things are going, right?
Shaban didn't smile. He felt like he was being maneuvered, and that made him tense.
You are part of this on Chondex?
Well, I dip in and out. Have done for a few years. Some have been involved for much longer. But look, it's nothing serious. I was just reminded of what you'd said, and I thought you might be interested. We're all warriors. Some of the finest in the Legion are members. You'd be welcome. I could speak for you.
Shaban took another sip.
I have my brotherhood.
Of course, as do I. It doesn't replace that.
Then what is the point?
Torgun looked nonchalant.
Like I said, to talk, to share fellowship. Sometimes it's good to forget about being a Khan, and just be a
brother?
Exactly.
Shaban nodded slowly.
So this is why you came to find me?
Well, I heard you were on the ship. It seemed like an opportunity.
Shaban pursed his lips.
You ride a bike fast.
I do not remember you riding that fast.
Torgun snorted.
I had to catch you. You came close to taking your head off.
They are built for speed.
It would be a shame to waste it. It's not all about speed.
Yes, so you keep telling me.
Torgun pushed his cup to one side.
It's an offer, that's all. You know as well as I do that choices are going to have to be made. The War Masters sent his request for assistance.
As has Dawn.
Yes, after being silent for how long? When did Terra last seek us out?
Shaban felt incredulous.
You're Terran, brother.
I'm Legiones Astartes, said Torgun firmly. I haven't set eyes on the throne world in 100 years. This is about what's right.
Shaban looked at him steadily.
The Kargan will decide. We could wait for that.
Yes, of course he will. When, though?
Torgun placed both hands on the table before him and forced a smile.
I should learn patience. I know I should. Consider it a failing.
Shaban kept watching him. Everything he had told Torgun was true. He had learned from him. He did respect his way of war. The lack of direction from the Primarch was disconcerting, almost as much as the inexplicable presence of the Alpha Legion had been. Torgun reached down and withdrew a casket from his belt.
It's nothing much, but these count as badges of inclusion.
He opened the casket and tipped a silver medallion out into his hand. Shaban kept his surprise hidden. Just as before, on Femus and afterwards, he did not like the look of it. Despite the moon device and lightning sigil, it did not look Chagorian. Chagorians were not silversmiths. When they worked metal, it was bronze or iron.
I have seen one of these before, he said quietly.
Torgun toyed with the medal. He seemed unwilling to let it go entirely.
I'm surprised. As a general rule, they're kept hidden.
Yet you show me yours.
Yes, because you're a candidate.
Torgun closed his gauntlet over the medal and replaced it in its casket.
You'd get one yourself.
He smiled self-consciously.
Just a token. Nothing more.
Shaban watched the way Torgun's fist closed tight, and somehow doubted that.
I have heard of these lodges.
Of course.
I did not stand for any of it in my brotherhood. I thought the Legion was enough, and I have a token already.
He gestured to his scar, which, in the Chagorian manner, was deeper and whiter than Torgun's.
That is not hidden.
Torgun bowed.
I take your point.
Shaban sighed then. Torgun was not a skilled deceiver. Perhaps that was something to draw comfort from.
Hasek sent you.
Torgun raised an eyebrow.
That obvious.
I went to him about a discovery I made on Femus. Now you turn up showing me the same thing.
Torgun spread his hands apart in a gesture of resignation.
This isn't a conspiracy, Shaban. Is it not reassuring that the Noyan Khan is a part of this? He was there at the beginning.
Shaban thought of Yasugai then. The Zadyan Aga had been there at the start too. Where was he? Shaban, like many others, missed his quiet presence at the heart of the Legion. It was no coincidence that matters had drifted in his absence.
Does the Kargan know? Shaban asked.
About Hasek? Well, that's between them, I'd say.
No, I would not say.
If the Kargan knows, that changes everything. I don't know, Shaban. I'm not really that senior. I'm just one of many.
Torgun looked evasive.
But I would guess he does. Not much gets past him, I'd think.
Shaban pushed back from the table. He felt fatigued from the ride and needed to cleanse his mind with meditation.
I said it could not last, did I?
Torgun nodded.
Perhaps it cannot. Everything is fluid. For the first time I can remember, we have no direction. We have nothing to hunt that we can see.
Torgun let him speak. Shaban didn't really know where the words came from.
You have not convinced me, he said. I do not trust the lodges. But we fought together. You came back for me at the grinder, do you remember? And I do not forget. So, I will come. I have tried to open my mind. This may be a part of that.
Torgun looked genuinely grateful.
Good, that's all I ask. If you don't approve, it's just between you and me. And I don't talk. Will they not know me? We wear hoods, said Torgun, looking a little shamefaced. All rather theatrical, but it helps at the beginning. No one need know you. I see. I'm glad, Shaban. Truly I am. The whole thing, it is about the warrior spirit. I know you have it. I've witnessed it.
You may again, said Shaban dryly. Torgun grinned. He looked relieved.
It would be an honor.
Chapter 14. Henricos reached for the component, stretching down into the machine's innards. Not for the first time he regretted the intimate connection he had established with his armor. It was hard to remove almost all of it now, and it made him bulkier than he'd have liked. The instruments implanted into his pauldrons and breastplate had been helpful in jamming the auger sweeps on the outpost, but their size made it difficult to delve fully into the heart of the device. He had clambered halfway down a narrow cleft between two massive chunks of whirring metal, and now felt as though he had been buried alive. He blink-activated a sensor frond, and a sliver of metal extended from his right gauntlet. He probed again, inserting the sensor into a silver-sheathed input node, and trying to understand what emerged. The word-bearers had done something very strange to their machines. They no longer output binaric derivatives, but seemed to operate on a base 4 internal mechanic, the reason for which eluded him completely. Some components had remained relatively standard, others had been replaced with much less efficient counterparts that made use of leather cam belts, iron cogs, or even organic parts. Devotional script had been engraved everywhere, overwriting any useful markings that might once have adorned the housings. Henricos shunted the frond output to his helm buffers. Numbers scrolled past, glowing softly on the interior curve of his lenses. Not for the first time, he felt like smashing the whole thing. It is a corruption. They have befouled what they were given. Slowly, painfully, he began to piece together the principal parts of the internal workings. Some functions would take weeks of work to reconstruct, but he had isolated a cartographic projection capability amidst all the esoterica. Performing stellar mapping was notoriously difficult, so even the word-bearers had not ripped out that equipment in favor of their own crazed constructions. Stretching as far as his arm would let him, he pushed a binaric reader into a slot buried near the base of the cleft and activated it from his armor's own power source. More data scrolled down his helm feed, and he smiled grimly. Gotcha, he growled to himself, then pushed back up to his feet, scraping the edges of the machine as he extracted himself. Even touching the traitor's equipment made him feel soiled. Henricos remained thankful he had not had to take off his gauntlets and expose his remaining flesh to the sullied material. Then again, it was becoming hard for him to contemplate removing his gauntlets for any reason. The sight of his bionic left hand reminded him of Ferris's injunctions, and that reminded him of Istvan, and that sent him into the black mood that only killing seemed capable of stirring him out of. It was different for Zaven. He at least had the hope of finding his Primarch and rebuilding his legion. Henricos had seen the picked feeds from the battlefield, routed over 100 grainy lenses and streamed to every Iron Hand's vessel in the system. Ferris was gone. The immortal had proved mortal. The eternal had been ended. After that, there was nothing but rage, a howling, anguished rage that drove out reason. The fighting had remained horrific. The enemy had not stopped coming at them, wave after wave, fueled by their early victory. Survival after that had been just another curse. It would have been better to die fighting, and it was only blind chance that had kept him alive. If he had not encountered Zaven, that chance would never have come. There were times in the depths of sleepless nights when Henricos hated him for that. There were other times when he admired him more than any other warrior he had ever met. It was Zaven who had guided them out into the void, steering the survivors clear with his calm, steady determination. Zaven had kept his head when even his fellow salamanders were screaming for suicidal vengeance. He was a fine example of his Gene-Father's idiosyncratic creed. In another universe, Henricos might have been proud to follow Vulcan. His sons were admirable in almost every respect. But there were no other universes, and his loyalty to Ferrus would never die, not until his own soul was extinguished in combat, even though he knew that this would happen soon enough.
Never forget. Never forgive.
He broke free of the machine, stumbling as he negotiated the heaps of cables that snaked around its base. The circular wall of the shaft loomed up over him, vast and dark. Henricos knelt down and activated the power units he had placed around the device. Energies snaked and spat down the power lines, rekindling the blooms of colour behind its plasma grills. A throaty rattle kicked off somewhere in the thing's interior, sending coughs of smoke through the organ-like exhausts. For a moment after that, nothing much happened. Blood gurgled through the coolant tubes. Energy arcs lashed between bronze electrodes on the upper housing. Then, slowly, the chamber began